Hello, all my dear followers. Welcome to the third season of What If Naruto Fell in Love with KURAMA and Trained Seriously. Remember, if you want a fourth season, just hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now, without further ado, enjoy.
Naruto and Jiraiya had been on the road for a day now. They were currently en route to Tenzuku town and were currently in a conversation about the person they were looking for. So this teammate of yours, Tsunade, is she really that good a medic? Naruto asked, slightly skeptical. Gaki, she's the best. Chiyoba-sama of Suna reserves only her most vicious of insult for Tsunade in recognition of her superiority in medical jutsu. Jiraiya bragged about his teammate. Why do you ask? He inquired as he looked over Naruto. Oh, no reason, Naruto said, though unconvincingly as he thought about how he had told Sakura before they left. Flashback. Sakura, I just wanted to let you know I'm going on a mission for a month or two. Naruto said to a bedbound Sakura. That long? What's the mission? Sakura was surprised at the time given, even their mission with Tsunade hadn't taken that long. Jiraiya and I are going to find Tsunade and bring her back to be the Godame Hokage. Naruto pronounced. You're going to find Tsunade-sama? Sakura exclaimed in awe. Everybody has that reaction. Who is she? Everybody knows Ero Sennin, but they don't give him anywhere near as much respect, even if they are both Sannin. Naruto asked, not sure what all the big fuss was about. She's related to both of the first Hokages for a start, that alone makes her the closest thing we have to a princess, but to top it all off she's considered by many as the world's leading medic. Sakura explained, drawing upon her academy knowledge. She's a top-notch medic. Does that mean that she might be able to help you? He asked hopefully. Maybe. Sakura said hesitantly. She knew the odds were stacked well against her. Well, if anyone could do it, then it'd have to be her. Sakura said somewhat more cheerfully, though not at her usual intensity. Then it's settled, I'm going to bring Tsunade back so we can get you back with the rest of us, right where you belong. This time she couldn't help but smile, an actual smile, his intensity, his love of life, it was infectious, it was enough to give her something to hope for. Well, I'd better get going, I'll see you when I get back. Naruto said as he left the room. Upon rounding a corner he bumped into Ujito-ne, the jounin from Kumo. Ujito-ne. You're still here. I thought you would have gone back to Kumogakure already. Naruto greeted, though happy and surprised to see the blonde woman. Reikage-sama and Hisa have already returned with Dai's body. I'm still here because Rin is too weak to be moved after being poisoned by your teammate. That was some powerful poison that she managed to use. The medic in charge said it's not working the way it's supposed to and attacking the nerves used to move the muscles for breathing. Ujito explained. I'm sorry about both your students. Naruto said, truly meaning what he said. It's part of ninja life, a sad part, but a part nonetheless. Not to mention what happened to your teammate. Ujito said, acknowledging the harsh reality of ninja life. Well, we're gonna bring Tsunade back. So Sakura can get healed, we can probably get her to look at Rin as well. Naruto told her. Well, good luck with that, no doubt you have preparations to make, so I'll leave you be. She said before waving once then moving on. Flashback end. Right, we're out far enough. I want you to show me how far you've gotten with Yomi Numa. Jiraiya announced as they had reached an arbitrary point in their journey. What, why? Naruto asked, not sure where his sensei was going with this. Just do it, I'll explain in a sec. Jiraiya demanded. Naruto growled but used the jutsu anyway. Jiraiya nodded when he had. Good, it actually looks like a swamp and not a dirty swimming pool. He said. Naruto just sent him a dirty look. Jiraiya ignored the stare and continued talking. Well, how would you like to learn a new jutsu, and not just any jutsu, one created by the Yondaime? Jiraiya offered. Naruto's eye glimmered in excitement. It's called the Rasengan, it's an A-rank jutsu. Jiraiya said as he demonstrated. He walked to a tree and formed a ball of chakra in his hand, he then pressed the ball against the tree trunk and Naruto watched as the ball simply grinded away the trunk as though it wasn't there. That's incredible. Naruto said, astounded. This jutsu took the Yondaime 3 years to develop, I managed to do it after 3 months when he taught me, so don't go expecting to complete it anytime soon. Jiraiya told Naruto, noting that the fierce determination hadn't disappeared at all. Well, seeing as you're eager, let's get started. Jiraiya said, throwing a water-filled balloon to Naruto. The blonde caught it and awaited further instruction. The first step is rotation. You need to be able to burst that ball by rotating the water within it. Jiraiya said, demonstrating with his own balloon. Once you complete that step, I'll show you the next step. Jiraiya had barely turned around and walked 3 steps when he heard a pop, as well as a splash of water. I said pop it with your chakra, Baka, not your hands. Jiraiya said to Naruto, resisting the urge to face palm. I did. Naruto deadpanned. Skeptical Jiraiya threw him a second balloon. Sure enough, there was some dimpling and rippling on the surface of the balloon before it popped. How the hell did you get that so fast? Jiraiya asked, astounded. Well, I saw what you did. If you had moved your chakra in only one direction, then it would have just flattened out, but it didn't. Added to that, you gave me some training before the Chunin exams at using my chakra in different areas at different levels. That was a similar process. Naruto explained with a giant grin on his face. Maybe this jutsu wasn't so hard after all. This time Jiraiya gave him a second ball and explained that he needed to burst this one. He said that it would be a lot harder than the first, both due to the lack of water in the ball as well as the tougher rubber exterior of the ball. True to his word, this part was harder than the first, but still not hard enough to dampen Naruto's spirits. Naruto practiced as they walked to their destination, trying to get the balloon to burst. He experienced minor success in getting the rubber ball to puncture. He had shown Jiraiya, but the man took another ball and showed the boy how it was to be done, blowing the ball up in one hit. The whole while they were traveling, Naruto had summoned Rei to the real world where she could enjoy the fresh air. The 3 had grown accustomed to sleeping in the outdoors, but on the 3rd day of their journey they happened across a rest house. The 3 took their time and stopped in for the evening. You know, you really should give it a break. You might just need to rest on it for a bit and then it might come to you. Rei advised knowledgeably. Naruto was walking back inside. The floorboards were rather rickety as the old couple that owned the inn had allowed the place to fall into a state of disrepair. The wooden stairs groaned, straining under Naruto's weight as he made to move inside. Just as Naruto got to the second stair from the top, the step snapped under his foot. What? He cried out, his foot sinking through the floor. And you're supposed to be a ninja? Rei taunted. So I just put on a little bit more weight, it's probably all muscle. Naruto countered as he pulled his foot free. It's probably because the floor is almost non-existent and you had all your weight down on one point. Rei responded more reasonably this time. Yeah, all my force was. Naruto paused, deep in thought. Naruto? Rei asked, giving him a funny look. All my force, on one point. That's it. The blonde exclaimed, jumping back down the stairs, his rubber ball in hand. Standing back where he was a short while ago when he was training, Naruto started pumping chakra into the ball. Just when it looked as though he had failed once again, the ball suddenly exploded without any warning. Unlike before where the balloon changed shape, the ball just exploded, sending bits of rubber everywhere. Rei-chan, you're a genius. Naruto called to Rei, who was watching interestedly. For her part, she had no idea what he was on about, but she was glad if she had said something that tipped him off and got him one step closer to completing the Rasengan. All I was doing before was just forcing as much chakra as I could into the ball. You reminded me that when 2 things had the same weight but one is applied over a larger area, then the one with the smaller base will put more pressure on the ground. The boy stopped to take a breath. That's great, but if you focus your chakra, then shouldn't it not burst the ball? Rei argued. While what he did worked, it didn't seem to work in her head. I couldn't keep control of the chakra, my control isn't good enough yet. When my control faded, the chakra expanded out and blew the ball. Naruto said somewhat ruefully. In any case, wait here. I'm going to show Ero Sennin. He can show me the next part and then I can start working on that while we move tomorrow. Naruto left and returned, looking somewhat disgruntled. Well, what's the last part? Rei asked. He said it was the hardest part of the whole thing. You remember how I said that I lost control of the chakra and let it expand? Rei smiled, now knowing what the last part was. You have to maintain the spherical shape by controlling your chakra, don't you? She asked, though she didn't really need confirmation. Naruto just nodded, looking like he had been force-fed something yucky and vile. Well, do what you said. Work on it tomorrow. You have a full day of travel left and we're not far from Tenzoku town. You may as well get some rest now and try it tomorrow when you're ready. She advised. Naruto nodded, following advice and turning in for the night, hearing a pop as he got ready for bed, signifying that Rei had either dismissed herself or the Bunshin had finally run out of chakra. The three got moving at first light, making the rest of the trek towards Tenzoku town where Tsunade was supposed to be. They could have just as easily left a fair bit later and moved at a higher speed to get there at the same time, but the final stage of the Rasengan was taking all of Naruto's concentration. Periodically Rei and Jiraiya would hear a loud pop behind them, followed by a quick curse word. Naruto for his part was growing frustrated. Unlike the second part of the Rasengan, he knew exactly what he had to do, the trouble came with actually doing it. It took some insane chakra control to be able to rotate chakra, compress it enough to have some real power, then to finally hold it to complete the attack. In all this Naruto realized one thing, Jiraiya and his father had to be absolute legends to be able to form the thing one-handed in the middle of a battle with little more than a thought. In Tenzoku town a woman with pants color and a green jacket with the kanji 4 gamble emblazoned was staring blankly at the pachinko machine that was now flashing brilliantly indicating that she had just won the jackpot. Her traveling companion just looked on in horror. The only time that her traveling partner and mentor received good luck of any sort was right before something very bad happened. The woman quickly collected her winnings and left, fearing that any further good luck would be just like stretching a rubber band, the more stretched, the more it would hurt when it snapped back to normal and her bad luck returned. However, her superstitious thinking could do little to prevent the series of events that would ultimately change her life. From a fair distance away Orochimaru and his follower Kabuto Yakushi were watching Tsunade and her apprentice Shizun leave the gambling parlor. Soon, we will approach her. I will offer her what she most desires and then she will return to me what I have lost. Then I will make all of Konoha pay for the pain and humiliation I have endured. Orochimaru crooned, though he was not really taking to anyone in particular. Kabuto remained silent, a trait valued by the snake Sannin and anyone who wanted to keep their lives in his presence. Naruto and Jiraiya had entered Tenzoku town, Rei had returned to the seal. It would not have been wise to confront Tsunade with her resent. If the slug princess asked who she would, it would be downright suspicious if they said that she was a civilian as she would have no business being there. Rei didn't have any combat skills in this form and telling Tsunade that they were traveling with the humanoid avatar of the Kyubi no Yoko was not an option, at least not right away. Naruto had not made any real progress with the Rasengan. He could hold the shape for slightly longer, but the result was still the same, the ball exploding at the end of the jutsu. It was now late at night and the two had searched all over town for the woman. Naruto had suggested that they split up to cover more ground, but the idea was rejected by Jiraiya. Naruto didn't need to know yet, but Akatsuki, a group S-ranked criminals trying to gain the bijou for their own purposes, were becoming increasingly more active. He simply stated that Naruto had no idea what she looked like and that she used a very high-level genjutsu to hide her age. Recognizing his own weakness in genjutsu, Naruto dropped the argument without any fuss. Both males had grown tired of searching for a day, so Jiraiya suggested that they stop in by the local restaurant to get something to eat and drink before finding a place to stay for the night and then renewing their search in the morning. How do you know that she's even still here? Naruto asked, not sure what made Jiraiya so certain. You saw what was left of that castle, right? I'll bet my entire bank account that was, Tsunade. Jiraiya was in the middle of answering when he cut himself off as he saw his teammate across the other side of the restaurant. He called out to her over the rabble, her head perking up and looking around to see who was calling her. Jiraiya? What are you doing here? Tsunade asked, surprised to see two of her teammates in one day. Looking for you actually. Jiraiya answered, moving his way across the room, Naruto following in his wake. Great, you too. Tsunade said sourly. Jiraiya sat down at the table, joining Tsunade apprentice Shizun. Shizun had short black hair, falling down to just above her shoulders. She wore a black yakuta and was hugging a pig to her body. So who's the brat? Tsunade asked. She already had her suspicions though. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said, with a small incline of his head. A bow was impossible as he was seated. Hey, how come you're bowing to her? You never show me any respect. Jiraiya groused. That's because you never show women any respect, Ero-senin. You're a sage of the ninja arts, so I treat you as such. You're also a self-proclaimed super pervert. Naruto said, shitting his sensei down. I like this kid already, Tsunade said with a smirk about her face. So why exactly are you here? Tsunade asked, completely business again. I'll cut to the chase. You heard about the sand and sound invasion of Konoha? And I assume you heard about Sensei? Jiraiya started. Of course, that snake told me himself. Tsunade replied complacently. Well then you should know that Sarutobi Sensei is no longer fit to be Hokage. In short, the council wants you as the fifth. Jiraiya said. Impossible, I refuse. Tsunade said without a second's hesitation. Funny, I remember you saying the exact same thing to me all those years ago when I asked you out. Jiraiya mused. You don't want to be Kage? Why not? Naruto asked, genuinely shocked that anyone would turn down such an honorable appointment. Boy, I like to gamble, but taking that position, it's a fool's bet. You'd have to be an idiot to want to be Kage. All of them died, they died young. Tsunade growled at Naruto. You're related to two of them. How can you say that? Naruto growled back, remembering some of the background info Jiraiya had given him on the female Sannin. Lost many loved ones to that position. I lost my grandfather, my granduncle, my little brother and the love of my life. All were fantastic ninja, all were beaten by the curse of the title Kage. She replied, snarling at the end. I may be many things but stupid enough to wager my life for that position isn't one of them. So that's it, you're an old woman, trying to look young, stuck in the past and too afraid to move on. Naruto burst out, returning the glare that she was sending him. That's it, brat, outside. Tsunade yelled, not giving Naruto time to move, simply picking him up and throwing him out on the street before following after. Jiraiya and Shizune were quick to follow. Tsunade-sama, he's just a kid. Shizune began. He's a ninja first and he needs to learn that shooting his mouth off like that is gonna get him killed. Tsunade said to her apprentice before turning to Naruto. One finger. She said, holding up her right index finger. One finger is all I'll need to beat you. She finished as she stood ready. Don't underestimate me. Naruto called back. The boy ran in at top speed. While it was fast for either a genin or a chunin, it was still pitifully slow in the eyes of Tsunade. Just as the blonde boy drew closer to his opponent, Tsunade struck the ground with her finger, causing a fissure almost 20 meters long to appear. Naruto just managed to dodge before contemplating his options. He held out his hand in front of him and started collecting chakra. Rotation, power, hold it all together and... He whispered to himself, go. Rasengan. He called out for everybody to hear. Tsunade's eyes widened as she was momentarily caught off guard as he used one of the Yandame's legendary jutsus. She snapped out of her daze a little too late and didn't leave enough time to dodge. She had to use her hold hand to redirect the attack to the ground. There it grounded for 2 inches before Naruto lost control of the chakra and the ball exploded, leaving a rather sizable crater. Jiraiya, were you really irresponsible enough to teach him such a jutsu? Tsunade growled at Jiraiya, astounded by his stupidity. I'm his sensei, so what I teach him is up to me. Jiraiya replied evenly. It was foolish to teach him a jutsu that he can never master. Only you and the Yandame are capable. She retorted fiercely. What, I'll bet you anything that I can master it. An outraged Naruto yelled at her. Why do you try so hard, kid? Tsunade asked, getting genuinely irritated by the boy. Why? Because I have people I want to protect. I want to be recognized as Naruto Uzumaki by the people of Konohagakure no Sato, because I will be the Hokage one day. Naruto said, his eyes full of determination. It was then that Tsunade saw the spirits of both her little brother and her lost lover within Naruto, their dreams still alive within him. Then let's have a bet. If you can master that jutsu in a week, I'll give you this necklace. Tsunade said, revealing a necklace with a small green gem attached. Tsunade-sama. Shizun gasped. Stay out of this, Shizun. Tsunade ordered. Not interested. Naruto declared. Naruto, that necklace is worth 3 gold mines plus the mountains that they rest under. Jiraiya informed. Still not interested. Naruto restated. Even if you're not interested in being Kage, Ero Sennin tells me that you're the best medic Nin around. I want you to come back to Konoha to help 2 friends of mine. If you still want to throw in the necklace, then that's your call, but I've made my request. Naruto said, stating his conditions. That's a pretty big ask. If that's the case, then you have to put something equally important on the line. If I win, then you have to give up that ridiculous dream of being a Kage. Tsunade said with a smirk. Tsunade, that way out of. Jiraiya started, only to be cut off by Naruto. Deal. Naruto accepted. Everyone looked at Naruto stunned. They couldn't believe he had put everything on the line for his friends. He didn't even wait another moment before he went off, presumably to train. The 2 Sannin retreated back into the hotel. Jiraiya had asked Shizun to give them some privacy while he talked to Tsunade. So what is it? Tsunade snapped. Never insult the previous Kages again, least of all not in his presence. Jiraiya said, his voice cold. It was the voice Jiraiya used right before a very serious battle. Tsunade was caught off guard for the second time that night. Never in her lifetime did she expect to that voice directed at her. What? She managed to squeeze out softly. That boy has had a hard life. He had only had a few role models. Admittedly, I'm to blame for not being there for him earlier, but that's beside the point. So you don't want me bad-mouthing his idols? Is that it? Tsunade summarized, a hint of laughter in her voice. Not simply his idols, his father. Jiraiya said tersely. Tsunade looked at him, before shaking her head. Relax, it's not as though he actually knows. She started, brushing of Jiraiya's concerns. You're wrong. He does know. I'm surprised that he stopped attacking when he did. Jiraiya corrected. Tsunade looked contemplative. I'm leaving, you can think about that. And be prepared to pack your bags and head to Konoha within a week. He's determined. You've given him 2 reasons not to fail. Jiraiya said as he got up and walked out of the restaurant, leaving Tsunade to her own thoughts. When Shizun left, she decided to head in the direction that Naruto had raced off in, fully expecting to find him working on the Rasengan. When she happened across the boy, he was in an open field. The trees all looked rather worse for wear, and she could Naruto preparing another Rasengan to shove into yet another innocent tree. Once again the ball was grinding into the tree before Naruto lost control and it exploded, causing the tree to splinter. Naruto-san. Shizun called softly. Oh, you're Tsunade's apprentice, right? We never got formally introduced. My name is Naruto. Naruto said, taking a break from his training and bowing with his introduction. My name is Shizun. The woman replied, replicating the bow. You know, you're a paradox. Shizun said thoughtfully. How so? Naruto asked, not understanding where she was coming from. You travel with the world's greatest pervert, yet you demand he respects women. You act rashly, yet you are also rather polite when the time calls for it. Shizun explained with laughter in her eyes. Well, you can thank my Aniki for my manners when you come back to Konoha. Naruto said with a grin. You have an elder brother? I was under the impression that you were an only child. Shizun replied. Why would you think that? Naruto asked, not sure what had tipped her off. Naruto, there isn't a single person from Konoha above a certain age that doesn't know who you are. Shizun replied. Then you know about. Naruto started, trailing of at the end in case they weren't talking the same thing, though his mind could not possibly come up with an alternative. Yes, I know about the Kyuubi. And before you ask, I don't consider you a demon because of it. Naruto had nothing to say, he was moved. Very few people had ever accepted him knowing about his tenant. It was a shock to have someone just meet him and still accept him. Who is your brother? She asked. I was adopted by Kakashi Hatake. Naruto announced. Kakashi? Shizun said with a faraway look in her eyes. Shizun-san? Naruto asked, breaking her out of her reverie. I came here to speak to you about the bet you have with Tsunade. Shizen said, shaking herself from old memories. If you're here to get me to back out, then it's not happening. Naruto said stubbornly, I'm not here for that reason. I'm here to fill you in about her past with that necklace. Shizen said. Naruto simply sat on the floor and gave her his full attention. You heard the monetary worth of the necklace, but it holds more value to Tsunade. Shizen started. Only to be interrupted by Naruto. Monetary? He said, requesting an explanation. Basically how much someone would pay for it, or how much you could ask for if you were to sell it. In any case, it was a gift from her great-grandfather, the Shodaime Hokage. She treasured it with all her heart. Tsunade had a little brother, Nawaki, had. Naruto emphasized. Shizen nodded, understanding his implication. Nawaki had the same dream as you, funnily enough he even looked a little like you. When he declared his goal to Tsunade, she gave it to him in recognition of it. It was after all a Hokage's necklace. The very next day, Nawaki went out on a mission and was brutally butchered through the course of the war by Iwa Nin. She said, trying to keep her voice even as she remembered the pain her sensei felt, even years after the event. Tsunade felt horrible, but that isn't the end of it. She had a lover, my own uncle. He also confessed his desire to be Hokage. Once more she gave that necklace to a loved one. A week later the both of them went out on a mission. Dan was mortally wounded. Tsunade tried to do everything that she could, but it was useless. He had lost too much blood and the damage was too great. My uncle died with Tsunade's hands buried within him, doing everything to keep him alive. She couldn't help it. This time her voice did break. She had tears running down her face. When she looked up, Naruto was no longer sitting down. He was right in front of her. Without a second thought he reached around her and gave her a hug. She closed her eyes and just soaked in his warmth. It was the kind of hug a brother gave his older sister. When she had calmed down he let go. Sorry. Naruto said, looking guilty. No, thank you. I needed that. She replied before steeling herself to continue. She has offered you the necklace once again. She has chosen to believe once again. Please, I'm begging you, don't falter. Win this bet, give her something to believe in. Shizen said, bowing low again. I won't fail and I won't die before I become Kage. Naruto vowed, his eyes ablaze with determination. He moved away from her to resume his practice in the Rasengan. You know, learning this jutsu, it really makes me respect the Yondaime and Jiraiya sensei on a whole new level. Naruto stayed as he started to form another ball, only for it to blow up in his face again. Jiraiya sensei? Shizen mimicked. I thought you called him Hero Senin. She asked. That was talking about the way he acts aside from his ninja capabilities. If he were just a pervert I would call him just that, but we're talking about the Rasengan. You have to do quite a few things all at the same time, and I'm not even in the middle of a battle. Naruto explained as he continued to work. Well, it just goes to show, some men can multitask. Shizen said with a giggle. Yeah, well, this'd be a lot easier if I could focus on one part at a time. Naruto said, then stopped in his tracks. Naruto-san? Shizen asked, the situation seeming a little familiar to both Naruto and Rei, who was listening inside. Concentrate on one thing at a time. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto called out excitedly. He once again began forming the swirling ball of chakra, but this time, instead of focusing on all three things at once, Naruto worked on the rotation and power, while his clone held the shape. Both running together at a tree, Naruto thrust the Rasengan into the tree, grinding away till it split in half, the Rasengan still intact. You did it. Shizen said, stunned. Tsunade had given the boy a week and all he had needed was a few hours. Hardly, that was a shortcut. That isn't the way it's supposed to be done. You've seen Jiraiya sensei do it. He does it one-handed. Naruto countered. Naruto-san, that's a huge accomplishment in itself, you should be proud of yourself. Shizen complimented. Oh, believe me I am, Naruto started, but I won't claim that I've won that bet until I can at least do the jutsu without a shadow clone. Naruto stated. The shadow clone passes on experience, so when I practice my part of the jutsu, I will get practice at both parts. Eventually I'll get how to do both parts at the same time. Naruto resumed his training. He didn't bother grinding into anything anymore, simply settling to form the ball over and over again. Every 10 attempts Naruto tried to form and maintain the Rasengan on his own. Much to his pleasure, by the 50th repetition he was able to hold the form of the Rasengan for slightly longer than the original 3 seconds. That night Naruto fell asleep out in the open. Back in Konoha, Haku was lying down in a bed, trying to get a moment's rest. The smell of the bed was strangely comforting, then again, that shouldn't have been so surprising. She was resting in the room that had been assigned to Naruto. Ah! There you are! The voice of her sensei filled the room. Haku quickly jumped out of the bed, blushing a color that a tomato would have been proud of. I'm sorry, Megumi-sensei. Haku spluttered out. It's fine that you're getting some rest, but it is a little unusual. Megumi assured, trailing off at the end. What's unusual? Haku asked, somewhat perplexed. When the doctors here get addictions, they usually go for the drugs they treat the patient with, not the patient they're treating. Megumi said with laughter in her eyes. Sensei! Haku exclaimed, if possible going a deeper shade of red. Her sensei just giggled at her student's expense. In any case, I came to ask if you wanted to join me for dinner. You've been eating alone, Naruto hasn't been here and all his friends have had hectic schedules trying to recover from the invasion. I thought you could do with the company. Her sensei offered. Haku looked at the woman before bowing. I would like that very much, sensei. She responded. Not sensei, not for tonight, just Megumi. We're dining as equals. It's a chance to just relax and even get a little bit of girl talk in. Megumi. Haku tested the word, it felt somewhat foreign as it was almost automatic to refer to her sensei as such. The women went to the local dango restaurant, the Dango Palace, the same place that 3 of Konoha's most elite kunoichi happened to frequent on a regular basis. The women settled to a table, the restaurant, not having a formal booking system, just that if you did book then you were guaranteed a table on a busy night. With the restoration effort going on it wasn't all that crowded as people were all over the place performing jobs to aid the effort. The 2 women settled down and made small talk. Haku was truly enjoying her conversation with her mentor, despite the occasional ribbing. So are you glad that you became a medic? Megumi asked, hoping that her student didn't feel as though she had made the wrong choice but couldn't back out. For the most part one love it. There are parts that I don't like talking to the deceased's family. Haku recounted, she'd had to face worried families more than once in the recent past, it was never easy telling them that their loved one had passed on, and she was glad that none of them accused her of not trying hard enough. She always felt bad, feeling like their death had been her failure. So then what's the best part? Megumi encouraged. Oh, easily working in postnatal. The children, they're all so cute. Haku replied without hesitation, her eyes lighting up. Plan on having any yourself? Megumi asked with a grin. A soft smile played across Haku's features as she thought about her answer. I'd love to one day. Haku said before taking a bite out of her dango. Do you plan on any of them having blonde hair or blue eyes? Megumi teased, her voice full of laughter. Haku choked on the food that she was eating, thumping her chest to dislodge the piece that had gone the wrong way. Sensei, Naruto-kun and I aren't like that. Haku managed to choke out as she burned bright red. Oh, really? Well, I never said anything about Naruto-kun, funny how your mind went straight to him, isn't it? Megumi said slyly. Well, who else could you have meant? Naruto is the only one from this village with blonde hair and blue eyes. Haku reasoned, sending her sensei a dirty look in the process. Megumi ignored the look and asked something that had been on her mind for a while. So, what are you going to do when Naruto comes back? Megumi asked with a completely straight face. Megumi-san, I'm not sure what you mean. Haku replied, tinging red slightly. Don't misunderstand. I want to know what you will do when Naruto returns with Tsunade. Will you still want train with me? Or will you want to trade in for a better sensei? Megumi asked. No. Not a better sensei, just a different one. Haku said fiercely. Regardless, would you want to change? I have offered Sakura the same and she is seriously considering it. You should too. She advised. I'm not sure. Sakura should, she's an active ninja, so she would get a lot of benefit from being taught by Tsunade-sama. Besides, how would you get Tsunade to take either one of us on? Haku reasoned. I'm better placed than almost anyone else to make a request. I'm quite familiar with the Hokage, through my many years of treating Naruto. Megumi smirked. Haku just nodded in understanding, seeing how that could work. Megumi talks to the Hokage and the Hokage makes a recommendation to Tsunade. When the women had finished their meal, each went their own way and Haku was left to consider her options. Haku had given the topic her sensei had approached her with a great deal of thought. Learning medical skills under the famed Tsunade of the Sannin was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, she simply didn't want to abandon her original sensei as though she had used her and was now useless to Haku. Her inner turmoil was causing her to lose sleep, until she figured she'd simply follow an old motto, "Che sera sera." Haku said to herself softly before going about her usual duties in the hospital. Tsunade was in a similar predicament. She too had a major decision to make, the first decision of this magnitude since she decided to leave Konoha indefinitely. When Orochimaru had approached her about his arms, he made her an offer. In return for healing his arms, Orochimaru would revive her beloved little brother, Nawaki, as well as Dan, her lover. It was an offer that, for a short period, she had actually considered. Then when she came across Jiraiya and his brat of an apprentice, it was almost too good to pass up. The kid wouldn't be able to detect what was happening and Jiraiya would be too unsuspecting to think that she would poison him. She'd use their bodies as the sacrifices Orochimaru required to perform his jutsu. Then that kid had gotten under her skin. He aggravated her enough to challenge him to a fight she knew he could never win. Through the course of that fight she had seen the spirit of both her little brother and her lover living on within this lively boy. She couldn't go through with her plan. Then she went and made that bet with Naruto, wagering her life as a free woman and her grandfather's necklace against the life of his friend and his future dream. It all hinged on him being able to perform the Rasengan by the end of the week. He had denied the week, claiming that it would only take a few days. At first she scoffed at him and doubted his ability, then came Shizen's reports of his progress and it terrified her. She didn't know what scared her more, the fact that she may lose the bet and have to return to Konoha and face her past, or the fact that a part of her wanted the brat to actually win the bet. In any case, she would have to make her decision soon. She doubted that Orochimaru would be so patient. The next day Tsunade found Jiraiya, watching Naruto from a distance. She drew a deep breath before talking. Jiraiya, I need to talk with you. She said plainly. Jiraiya heard the tone of her voice and realized that this was a time for complete seriousness, no perverted actions or stupid jokes. I'm listening. He replied gruffly. When you found me I told you that Orochimaru had approached me. You still want to know what he wanted? She started, unsure of how to go about this. Jiraiya gave a quick nod of his head, indicating that he was still interested. He offered to revive Dan and Nawaki in exchange for healing his arms. Tsunade stated, not bothering to beat around the bush. Jiraiya did double take, before he was about to berate her for even considering his offer. Tsunade held up a hand to stall the oncoming tongue lashing. I had originally considered the offer, but then I met you too. You have no idea how much I miss them Jiraiya, but when I look at that boy, I see them. Then I remember exactly what it was that the previous Hokages had died to defend. If I heal Orochimaru's he'll simply rise against the hidden leaf again. I hated him for disrespecting my ancestors when he summoned them, but if I help him to destroy the leaf by healing his arms, it would not only be the ultimate betrayal to my grandfather and granduncle, but to Dan and Nawaki as well. Tsunade summed before continuing. To that end, irrespective of the outcome of this bet with Naruto, I will be returning with you to become the new Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Tsunade finished with pride and determination. Never had Jiraiya affixed so piercing a look on Tsunade as he did now, yet his features eventually softened and smiled. I'm glad you decided that on your own, because you would have lost that bet anyway. Have you told Shizen yet? Jiraiya asked. No, I will tell her later. I think she'll be glad that we're finally settling down. Tsunade said with a slight grin on her face. Fine, I'll tell Naruto tonight, then we can see if we can set out a plan to try and take out Orochimaru when you are supposed to give him a response. Jiraiya responded. Joining Naruto and Jiraiya in their room, Tsunade and Shizen waited for Jiraiya to finish placing the silencing jutsu on the room that they were sitting in before. Seeing that Jiraiya had finished, Tsunade began. So, I got you all here to make an announcement. I have decided to become the Hokage. Tsunade announced, followed by a gasp of pleasure and surprise by Shizen. So what changed your mind? Naruto asked, not expecting the sudden change of heart. In short, you did. If Jiraiya had asked on his own, there isn't a doubt in my mind that I would have refused and never even reconsidered. Tsunade explained. The alternative was me helping Orochimaru in furthering his dreams of destroying the Leaf Village. In a roundabout way, you made me realize that this would have been the greatest betrayal of all my loved ones' memories. Tsunade concluded. Naruto nodded his understanding. So what about our bet? Is that off now? Naruto asked. No. That is still definitely on. If you can master that jutsu, I'll do more than simply give you the necklace. I'll recognize you as someone that really has the ability to go the distance and become a great Hokage. Tsunade changed her bet. She could no longer say that she wouldn't be Hokage unless he won the bet, neither would she force him to give up his life's goal. She would give him a new reason to strive for excellence. I will earn that respect, I promise you now. Naruto said solemnly. Tsunade smiled at his promise. This time around, she had no doubt that he would keep his word. Now all that remains is to discuss what will be done about Orochimaru. Jiraiya responded. Naruto was about to speak when Jiraiya cut him off. Naruto, when we confront Orochimaru, you will be remaining behind. Jiraiya started, only to be interrupted by an angry outburst from Naruto. What? Why? I won't get in the way, I won't even try to fight. After what he did to Konoha, I just want to be there for it. Naruto tried to reason. Naruto, I understand where you're coming from, but try to understand where Tsunade and I are coming from. This is Orochimaru, he won't stop at anything if he thinks he might lose. Jiraiya said sternly, leaving little room for argument. You're gonna be staying right here, after all, you can't win our bet if you're dead. Besides, you won't be alone, Shizen will be keeping you company. Tsunade replied. Tsunade-sama I. Shizen started and was swiftly interrupted. This isn't up for debate, Shizen. I know you're a grown woman, but Jiraiya and I have our reasons. Tsunade said, instantly shooting down any responses. Shizen merely nodded, but her face made it plain that she agreed with neither Jiraiya nor her own master's ideas. Jiraiya and Tsunade brazenly walked up to the agreed meeting place. Orochimaru was already there. So you decided to go against me, Tsunade? Orochimaru called to his teammate. At a guess you've come to reject my offer. Unless you brought that useless fool as a sacrifice and are yet to kill him. Orochimaru drawled. I've been asked to become Hokage Orochimaru, so I thought as my first act as the new Hokage, I'd take out scumbag of a teammate. Tsunade declared before racing through 5 hand seals. Jiraiya matched her motions. Kabuto and Orochimaru both recognized to seals and made to quickly counter. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. All three called. In a giant plume of smoke the slug, snake and toad bosses stood underneath their respective summoners. It was the first time all three had been seen on the battlefield at the same time in decades. Orochimaru, where are my sacrifices? You know not to summon me unless you have 100 sacrifices ready. Manda hissed angrily. You will have them, Manda, but after we crush my 2 foolish teammates. Orochimaru, this is the day that the legendary 3 are no more, only 2 will remain. Jiraiya declared, come try me. Orochimaru hissed as Manda rushed Gamabunta. Try this, supped Hydro. Tsunade retorted, Katsuya spitting at Manda a slime that dissolved everything it touched. Manda dodged by burrowing underground just as he reached Gamabunta. Bunta, fill up that worm's hole with oil. Jiraiya commanded. Gamabunta responded immediately by sending copious amounts of oil into Manda's burrow. Before the toad could stop spitting out oil, Jiraiya had formed more hand seals. Katan, Gameu Enden. Jiraiya announced his jutsu, the intense flame that was produced burning through the tunnel at a ridiculous pace. Manda was forced to surface, where Katsuya was waiting. The queen of slugs spat more acid slime at the snake boss only for it to contort its body out of the way in midair and wrap up Katsuya within his coils. Jiraiya saw the opportunity and felt like laughing at the snake's stupidity. Katsuya could suffer physical damage without any real worry. She had the ability to break up into smaller parts and then reform to her full size if need be. Bunta, time to slice and dice. Cut them both. Jiraiya commanded. The toad didn't respond with words, it simply acted, slicing both the snake and the slug in half. The slug formed two half-sized slugs while Manda's tail was severed from the upper part of his body. The tail thrashed on the ground as Katsuya reformed into her larger self. Curse you, Orochimaru. Manda angrily hissed before dispelling to the snake realm. Damn, missed. The toad boss heaved. Manda would survive the hit. Each boss had their own ability. He was shortened, but not dead. A more definitive blow would be required. Bunta, you satisfied with that? You can make that snake skin wallet for your wife now. No, I'm not using anything less than the skin from his head for that. The toad boss replied before dismissing himself. Lady Tsunade, my usefulness is at an end here, I will only get in the way from here on out. The slug boss informed her summoner before leaving as well. Kabuto decided to leave Jiraiya to Orochimaru. Despite not having his arms, his master would still fare better against the Gama-Sannin. Kabuto rushed in taking on Tsunade. He thought that both being medical ninja might have afforded him some sort of level playing field, but sadly for the Leaf Trader, there was a world of difference between the power and experience of a Sand Nin and that of a high-level Iria Nin. Kabuto slashed at Tsunade's chest with his chakra scalpel, hoping to hit any one of the several vital points in the area. The strike was dodged and then countered by a punch that was literally bone-shattering. 6 of Kabuto's ribs had been shattered along with his sternum. Luckily he had managed to send chakra to the area to soften the blow and he was already working on repairing the damage. Tsunade retaliated this time, running before jumping. She cocked her arm just as Kabuto jumped clear of the danger. Not a moment later Tsunade formed a crater in the ground, the punch being felt even miles away. As the Iria Nin skirmish continued, Jiraiya was continually hounding Orochimaru, who without the use of his jutsu, was resorting to opportunistic attacks that were dealing little damage and few of which actually connected anyway. Orochimaru could easily see that they were outmatched and decided that a tactical retreat was the best option this time around. Kabuto, pull back, we're leaving. Orochimaru ordered. Great strategy, but we're not going to let you pull it off. Jiraiya snorted as he pursued Orochimaru. Kabuto, cut yourself, draw blood. Orochimaru called to his follower. The haggard Kabuto would have questioned, but between fighting Tsunade and realizing that he should never question his master, he ran his chakra scalpel across his forearm. Tsunade saw the blood and instantly froze. She had a paralyzing fear of blood. Hemophobia. Kabuto quickly thought to himself. Orochimaru saw the opening and pounced. He regurgitated the Kusanagi and raced for an immobile Tsunade. Jiraiya watched and did the only thing that made sense. He put himself between Orochimaru and Tsunade. The sword pierced his left lung, narrowly missing his heart, the blood splattering across Tsunade's face. Orochimaru, who had originally been considering a retreat, was now looking to press his advantage. Jiraiya had received a wound from Kusanagi. Its fast-acting poison would slow him down considerably. Tsunade was immobile, paralyzed by her fear of blood. 1,000 thoughts had passed through Tsunade's mind since Kabuto had sliced his arm. Many of them focused on the blood of the loved one she could not save even with her skills as a med nin. Then as Jiraiya's blood splashed on her face, something changed about her thought process, breaking into the usual cycle of seeing Dan and Nawaki's mangled bodies flashing through her mind. Blood, Jiraiya's blood, he's wounded, because of me. I said that I was Hokage. What kind of a ninja am I? A Hokage that was afraid of blood? Ridiculous. I am needed, I will protect my comrades. A new spark entered Tsunade's eyes. It spoke of determination, of a desire to protect. As Jiraiya freed his chest of the blade, she rushed in with a speed she had not possessed since the days of her prime. She sent a devastating left hook at Orochimaru's jaw, feeling a small measure of satisfaction when she felt it crack. The sickly Sannin went flying from the force of the punch. Tsunade made to follow up, but was intercepted by an exhausted Kabuto. I don't have time for this crap. Tsunade snarled at the teenager before slamming her knee into his gut. The boy was held still by Tsunade's grip around his neck, a grip that was slowly tightening. Orochimaru's tongue-wielding Kusanagi curved around both Kabuto and Tsunade, aiming to strike Tsunade in the back. She threw Kabuto at Orochimaru before grabbing his tongue. She yanked hard on the tongue, pulling Orochimaru in, before smashing her fist upon his face once again. The force sent Orochimaru flying once again, his tongue still firmly in Tsunade's grasp. The result was for a small portion of the elongated tongue to snap off and remain within Tsunade's grasp. Chucking the piece of tongue to the side, she readied herself for a new attack. Orochimaru surveyed the situation. Jiraiya was for all accounts dead unless he got medical treatment immediately. He could quite easily stall Tsunade for that length of time, but his survival was not guaranteed either. I think I'm going to have to end this little meeting, Tsunade. The next time we meet it will be when I raise the Leaf Village to the ground. Orochimaru said with a venomous look about his face. Get back here, you worm. Tsunade snarled as she raced in. By the time she had reached both leaf traders to where they had finished up after being his, they had already disappeared into the ground. Tsunade quickly turned to Jiraiya and made to see what she could do for the man. The poison had almost instantly slowed Jiraiya's heart rate to that only seen in sleeping people. Well, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya started with a lecherous grin, wanna grant this dying man's last wish and let him go out with a bang. Jiraiya said, Baka, shut up and live. You can ask again after I save your sorry ass, then I can beat you down for it. Tsunade said with a soft smile as a bead of sweat made its way down her forehead. She was already working on extracting the poison. Damn it, the poison has perfused through your entire blood system and the poison isn't responding to normal extraction techniques. Tsunade said with a slightly worried edge to her voice. Haim, I've had a good life, I don't mind if I died protecting you. Jiraiya said softly, resigning himself to his fate. I'm not letting you die. Kage Bunshin, Tsunade said. The poison isn't responding to normal techniques, so I'm gonna do something at little left field. Tsunade informed. She unsealed her supplies, a direct transfusion line, a bloodletting line, not attached to the bag, and a pile of blood pills. Jiraiya simply lay there and let the woman work. Who was he to stop her from saving his life? I'm cutting you open, and sending all the blood returning to the heart through that line. Tsunade started explaining as she worked. Why not just stick in a normal needle? Jiraiya asked, his mind now starting to get rather foggy. Because a needle doesn't get all the blood in a vein, just a sample. I'm gonna siphon off all your blood and replace it with my own just after where the heart stated, pumping the blood to the rest of the system. There are gonna be parts of your body that are without blood for a while. She started the process, siphoning Jiraiya's blood for a full minute before replacing any to avoid the risk of her blood mingling with Jiraiya's poisoned blood. Then after a minute she started replacing, almost instantly chewing down on a blood pill. This process continued for about 40 more minutes until she was certain that she had replaced the blood. Sure enough, Jiraiya's stats had started to return to normal, though he would need a while to recover. Done, anything to say? Tsunade demanded, though she knew not to expect a thanks. It was her fault he was in this position in the first place. You said that blood supply would be removed from various parts of my body. Which parts? Jiraiya asked with an innocent look on his face. You really are a pervert. I perform a world-first surgery and that's the first thing that you ask. Come on, let's get back to the other two. Jiraiya nodded as Tsunade helped him off of the ground and supported some of his weight. Midway through the Sannin fight, what the hell was that? Naruto exclaimed as the ground shook underneath their feet. That was probably Tsunade-sama. Shizune said as she calmly sipped her tea. How the woman remained so calm when she just admitted that her sensei had just caused a minor earthquake was beyond his grasp. Then again, she was probably used to such ridiculous feats of strength after having traveled with the woman for many years. I hope they're okay. Naruto worried out aloud. They'll be fine, they are Sannin after all. Shizune said quite calmly. Naruto continued to watch Shizune drink her tea. Something about the whole situation seemed off. Shizune had been drinking from her tea, yet the level of fluid in the cup wasn't going down, and now that H thought about it, Shizen hadn't blinked in the longest time. Kai! Naruto cried out, snapping his palms together and forcing chakra out of his body. The illusion was destroyed as Naruto saw a bloody Shizen lying on the floor mere meters away. Between himself and Shizen were two figures wearing black cloak with red clouds on them. Both of them were facing Shizen. To think that she gave the mighty Itachi Uchiha enough trouble to lose focus on his genjutsu so that a mere genin could get out of it. The taller of the two taunted, "What have you done? What do you want with Shizen?" Naruto demanded. "Not Tsunade's apprentice, Yu Uzumaki." Itachi replied in a deadened tone. "When we told her we were not interested in her, but you, she jumped to your defense." Itachi continued as though her were bored. You're Sasuke's brother, aren't you?" Naruto asked. "I am, though that holds little bearing here." "You're going to have to come with us, Naruto." Itachi replied. "And if I refuse?" Naruto tested. "Not an option," was the only response that he got from Itachi. "You can go ahead, Itachi, it's my turn now." "You had your turn with the girl, this one is mine," Kisame told his teammate. Kisame had turned to look at Naruto. He was blue in both hair and skin color, with teeth strangely reminiscent of a shark's mouth and what appeared to be gills under his eyes. "Just make sure to leave him alive, Kisame. And hurry before Tsunade and Jiraiya get back, otherwise you will die." "Nah, Naruto, run, get away," Shizen said weakly. "Your partner wants to capture me by the sound of it, but you just seem to want to fight." Naruto stated. "You're a smart one." Kisame chuckled with a toothy grin. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," Naruto intoned. Kisame prepared himself, but the clone went straight to Shizen and started tending to her. Naruto gave her one last fleeting look before flying out the window. "Get back here, you brat!" Kisame roared, taking after Naruto. Naruto was fleeing as fast as he could, Kisame quickly gaining on him. Just when Naruto got to the field he had been training the Rasengan in, he stopped running and turned to face Kisame, so realized it was pointless. Kisame jeered. "I'm going to make sushi out of you for what you did to Shizen." Naruto growled. Kisame drew the giant object he was carrying on his back. In an instant he was standing in front of Naruto swinging his blade down. Naruto had enough time to jump aside before the object crashed down, sending chunks of rock everywhere. He was granted little reprieve as the downward motion changed to sideways. The object crashed into Naruto and then quickly retracted, taking Naruto's flesh with it. "This is my sword, Samahata. Instead of cutting, it shaves," Kisame said as he unwrapped the blade of the sword. Naruto realized that the power Kisame hit with, a kunai, was about as good as a twig. For the first time in actual combat, Naruto unsealed the sword Hayate had given him. "So you have one too, well my day just gets better and better," Kisame said almost gleefully. Naruto didn't even respond, he removed chakra from his bracers and shot forwards. Kisame recognized the move, and just as Naruto unsheathed his sword in an attempt to use Batojutsu, Kisame stepped back. "Wide open," Kisame uttered, raising Samahata and bringing it down on top of Naruto. "So Ryu-sen," Naruto said as he performed the technique. Naruto didn't even hesitate, he followed through with his motion. The sword had missed, but he sent the sheath of the sword into Kisame's ribs with enough force to hear one crack. The fish man grunted as his strike went slightly wide of Naruto due to the sudden pain. Naruto quickly backed off. This man was no ordinary opponent. He tried the same thing against Hayate and the man was far more affected, but this man only grunted and readied himself to attack again. This time Kisame ran in, barely slowed by the cracked right rib. He led with a right to left downward diagonal that was sidestepped by Naruto, who made to counter with a quick slash. He was forced to change plans as Kisame recovered far more quickly than expected and swung vertically left to right. Naruto had to quickly step out of range before jumping over a thrust sent at his midsection. In midair Naruto announced his technique, Ryu Sui Senator. The slash was dodged and Kisame sent a thrust kick at Naruto to get some distance between the two. "You're better than I expected with that," Kisame conceded. Naruto didn't bother to exchange banter, he couldn't afford to. One slip in his concentration and he'd be captured. "Naruto, take my chakra." You need it now more than ever. Rei said to Naruto. She could see where this was going. It was not looking good. No, I fought Orochimaru on my own and I'll fight this guy on my own. Naruto thought stubbornly. Rei wanted to press the issue. She knew how stubborn the boy could be and he needed all his concentration for this. Naruto knew what he was going to do. It was a matter of whether or not he could get the timing right. Naruto had resheathed his sword and once again and was running at Kisame. You already tried that, brat, and I won't let you get the second shot in this time around. Kisame warned, yet Naruto did not change his course. Naruto made the Batojutsu move once again, but this time, just as the sword was clear of his sheath, he sent wind chakra thought the blade, lengthening it and making sharper. Kisame stepped back just as Naruto made his move, but only saw the wind chakra at the very last second. Shit! Kisame cursed in surprise. He tried to bring up the Samahata, hoping that the chakra-consuming capabilities would be able to take care of the wind addition to the blade. Soundlessly, Naruto's blade passed right through both Kisame's blade and his right arm, severing both clean off from the rest of their respective counterparts. Kisame's blade may have been able to absorb chakra, but the rate it absorbed it could not compete with the rate that Naruto was sending chakra into his own blade. What the hell have you done? An enraged Kisame shrieked. Kisame, enough, with a wound like that you'll die if you continue. Itachi called to his partner before turning to Naruto. You live for another day Uzumaki, but the Akatsuki will have your bijou soon enough. Itachi warned before picking up Kisame's right arm and disappearing via Shunshin. Naruto remained on guard the whole time that Itachi was there. He had no delusions that he could take both of them on even if one of them was severely wounded. The pain from the flesh that Kisame had torn away was really starting to get to Naruto, but he forced the thought out of his mind. Shizun. Naruto thought desperately. They had left behind the top half of Kisame's blade behind. Naruto sealed it into a scroll before racing off to the hotel room. Back in the hotel room Naruto immediately looked at the clone and told it to go and get Tsunade. Naruto, what are you doing back here? Shizun asked weakly, her breathing far more labored than when he left. Don't worry about that, just rest. My clone is getting Tsunade, she'll be here in a second. Naruto urged. I don't think I have that long Naruto. You said that you know Kakashi well. Shizun started, Naruto nodding in confirmation. Pass on a message for me will you? Tell him that if he had asked, I would have said yes. She asked weakly, whatever that means, you can tell him yourself. Just hold on a little longer. Naruto said, refusing to simply let her go. Shizun. It was Tsunade's voice. Shizun, what happened? Tsunade's voice wailed as she watched the girl she revered as a daughter slowly have the life ebb away from her. Tsunade tried to a healing jutsu, but she was running on empty after her fight with both Orochimaru and Kabuto, and then healing Jiraiya's punctured lung. I can't do anything. I don't even have enough chakra to start the jutsu, let alone maintain it. Tsunade was practically in tears. All three resigned to make Shizun's last moments more comfortable. Naruto had formed a fist so tightly that his fingernails had caused his hand to bleed. Naruto felt so helpless, he wanted to be able to do something, but he wasn't sure. The water of our body is blessed to have amazing healing qualities. In a moment of clarity he remembered his mother's last words to him in her letter. My blood. Naruto said out aloud. Jiraiya and Tsunade gave him a strange look. Shizun dully flickered her eyes in his direction. Shizun, do you trust me? Naruto asked, no time for hesitation. The woman nodded weakly. Naruto steeled himself before continuing. I want you to drink my blood. It will heal you. Naruto said, completely straight-faced. What the hell are you playing at? Tsunade demanded. Shizun. Tsunade gasped in shock as the woman opened her mouth. Naruto held his hand over her mouth and clenched his fist harder and watched as his blood ran into her waiting mouth. She swallowed and the effect was near instantaneous. Her wounds started steaming, the small cuts closing over rapidly, the larger ones taking their time, but eventually closing over as well. The steaming stopped when all the wounds were healed. The woman was now sleeping peacefully after her wounds were healed. Not that I'm ungrateful, but you have some explaining to do. Tsunade stated. The three were sitting around the table when Naruto started. Okay, mother was from a clan called the Phoenix Clan. In her letter to me, She says that the phoenix somehow garnered the favor of a god and managed to gain immortality on the battlefield. Phoenixes only die from old age. Naruto started. He could see that Tsunade was about to interrupt, but continued anyway. If you haven't doubts, talk to anyone on my genin cell. They all saw my head chopped off, then burst into flame and was reincarnated, just like Phoenix. Tsunade surmised in awe. Also, the water in our body is also blessed. It heals anyone it comes into contact with. It heals them faster than us, but it's still better than nothing. So you could potentially save your enemy in the middle of a battle? Tsunade asked. Yes, I suppose so. Naruto replied, not having really given much thought to the idea before. Anyway, as I said, the water heals. I had Shizen drink my blood because it was already on hand, no pun intended. Naruto finished. This is going to have to be kept a secret. Imagine what Orochimaru would do if he found out that you couldn't be killed on the battlefield. Tsunade said thoughtfully, so what happened in the first place? Jiraiya asked. In short, Itachi tried to capture me, but Shizen defended, so he wounded her like that. Naruto reported. And you fought off Itachi Uchiha? Tsunade asked skeptically. No, he had a partner, Kisame. He told Itachi to go ahead and he'd take care of me. Naruto continued. So? That still doesn't explain how you're still here. He was an S-ranked ninja, Jiraiya said. Is an S-ranked ninja. I didn't kill him, I only cut off his left arm and severed his blade. Naruto finished. Only? You only severed his arm and blade? That is a feat that anyone should be proud of. Jiraiya informed. He was underestimating me the whole way, so when I used wind chakra in my own blade he was caught off guard. After that Itachi collected his arm and the both retreated. Naruto downplayed the events, he really was tired and wanted to sleep. Oh, and one last thing. Naruto addressed Tsunade. You owe me a necklace. Naruto said as he formed a perfect Rasengan in his right hand. Tsunade watched the orb in amazement. I wanted to use it on Fish Face, but I never really got the chance. Naruto concluded before passing out at the table. You know, you really are lucky that we have both a Mednin as well as me to save you from your own stupidity, Kisame. A man wearing a black mask across the lower half of his face and a slashed Takigakure Hitae told Kisame as he was reattaching his arm with thread. He's quite right, Kisame-san. Without either one of us, you would have only had partial use of that arm again. A woman with unusual face markings and a slashed Konoha headband on her head. Quit your yabbering Kazuku, just get on with it. And yes, I'm aware of that, Rin. Kisame said, getting fed up with being treated like a child for the umpteenth time. Leader Sama is annoyed, Kisame. He is, displeased with our failure. Itachi intoned as he walked in the room. I'm not surprised. Kisame noted. Still, thanks for grabbing my arm. Wish you could have grabbed the bottom half of Samahata, though. Kisame ceded. Your arm was not my concern, neither was the other half of your blade. Itachi clarified for his partner. What? Kisame was stunned. What the hell would he have picked his arm up for? The ring was attached to that arm, or more specifically your hand. I was tempted to lop of the finger necessary and simply carry that back. Itachi continued as though Kisame's stunned outburst hadn't occurred. And if the ring was attached to his dick and that had been severed? Would you have carried that around with you, Itachi? A man with silver hair and no shirt asked as he joined the congregation. He would not put it there. It has no function. Itachi replied monotonously. Well, if he's stupid enough to get beaten by a genin, then he's stupid enough to do almost anything. Screw you, Haiden. Kisame cussed at the new arrival. Maybe later. Leader Sama wants to see you, Rin. Haiden delivered his message before disappearing. Elsewhere. So, this Akatsuki, they're really powerful, and after the bijou? Naruto summarized after listening to what Jiraiya had to say. That's pretty much it. I wasn't expecting them to move in this early. I thought we had a few more years before they came looking for you, but they have apparently moved their plans ahead. Jiraiya told Naruto. Do you know who their leader is? Tsunade asked. No, not yet. He's a man completely shrouded in mystery. Jiraiya answered, slightly disturbed that a spymaster of his caliber still hadn't turned up a single shred of information about the organization's leader. In any case, we need to get moving. Konoha's currently without a leader. Even if the situation remains the same when we get back, other countries are less likely to attack if they see that we are unified under a single leader. Jiraiya said as he picked up the only item he ever carried on him, the large scroll usually attached to his back. Everything else was usually sealed within storage scrolls. While they were traveling, the group made light conversation, eventually making its way around to Naruto's mastery of the Rasengan. So brat, exactly how long did it take for you to master that move? Tsunade asked, wondering how much time he had spent beforehand working on the technique. Naruto stopped to think about it before responding. Well, Ero Sennin started teaching me the day we left to find you, so I suppose that was about 3 or 4 days to find you. Then you issued your challenge and I completed it the night before you guys took on Snake Face. So roughly 2 days after that, all told about 6 days. Naruto told her. Shizun's jaw fell open as Tsunade just stared in disbelief. The boy had finished a jutsu that took the Yondaime 3 years to develop and Jiraiya 6 months to learn in less than a week. It was inconceivable. She gave Jiraiya a quick look for him to either verify or falsify the statement, receiving a sharp nod in return to confirm. That's incredible. Tsunade managed to stagger out. Naruto just gave a foxy grin and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Hold still. Tsunade ordered as she was walking towards him. Naruto froze, not sure what to expect, but still trusting the woman even after knowing her for such a short period of time. When Tsunade was standing in front of Naruto, she took the necklace her grandfather, the Shodaime, had given her and placed it around Naruto's neck. This necklace, take it as a symbol of my belief in you, that if you stay true, that you can become greater than any Kage in history. Tsunade told him as she placed it around his neck. Naruto's eyes went wide. It was the first time that someone really gave him this kind of recognition. Kakashi, Sarutobi, even Jiraiya, they all believed he was capable of great things, but had never really told him. The emotion seemed too much for him and he did the only thing that seemed to make sense. He hugged Tsunade as he would a mother, a hug that she gladly returned. The remainder of the trip home was rather uneventful, aside from Jiraiya's legendary lechery being punished by Tsunade's legendary strength. Without having to actually find anyone, the group managed to move a lot faster and traveled directly to Konoha, stopping only once for a sleep. At the Konoha gates, they're back. Go inform Sandaime-sama. A Chunin guard with a bandage going from under his chin and around his nose called to one of the other guards. A minute or two later the Sandaime Hokage appeared with his bandaged arms to greet his 2 returning students. As the group approached within earshot he called to them, Tsunade, Shizun-san, welcome back to Konoha. Jiraiya, Naruto, good work on a mission completed. Sarutobi called across the distance, thank you, Sandaime-sama. Shizun returned respectfully, it's good to be back, old man. Tsunade returned less respectfully, though still full of affection in her voice. She had grown up knowing the Sandaime. Before he was her sensei she had seen him around being trained by her grandfather and granduncle. Well, I'm gonna go find Ni-chan. He is treating me to ramen after the trip. Ba-chan, don't forget that I want you to see if you can help my friends in the hospital. Naruto called to the group before disappearing before anyone could say anything. Trouble along the way? Sarutobi asked, ignoring the fact that Naruto had called Tsunade grandma. You could say that. Nothing we can talk about out here though. We'll fill you in back in the Hokage's office, sensei. Jiraiya answered, making Sarutobi raise an eyebrow. Jiraiya never referred to him like that unless it was completely serious. With Naruto, Kakashi had been listening to Naruto tell him of his mission. Even though it was S-ranked, the details were not classified as per normal. He had now abandoned the bowl of shrimp ramen as he listened to his little brother tell him that he had mastered a jutsu that had taken his sensei years to develop before demonstrating one of the most advanced jutsu in Konoha as though he were doing nothing more than opening a door. Naruto resumed telling him about the rest of the trip. Just when he thought it was safe to take another mouthful, Naruto came out with another bomb. What else? Oh yeah, I was attacked by Kisame Hoshigaki and Itachi Uchiha. I managed to sever Kisame's right arm and cut his blade in half. This time Kakashi choked on his mouthful of noodles. Why, you what? He managed to choke out. I cut off his arm and severed his blade here look. Naruto repeated before unsealing the top half of Kisame's blade, Samahata. Yeah, Itachi messed Shizune pretty badly, she was on the verge of death, but... Naruto looked around to see who was listening before lowering his voice and continuing, I got her to drink some of my blood and she healed up in no time. Kakashi went as pale as a sheet before Naruto had finished his sentence, only regaining color after Naruto mentioned that the medic was alive and well. She said some funny things as her last words though, before she drank my blood, that is. Naruto continued, still barely aware his older brother's reaction. Yeah, she asked me to pass you a message. Naruto informed. Oh. Kakashi intoned, his interest piqued. She asked me to tell you that if you had asked that she would have said yes, still can't work out what she meant thought. Naruto finished the last of his story before inhaling the rest of his ramen. Kakashi apparently could work out what she meant, and if you could have seen his face, the largest grin he had ever worn was adorning his visage. Anyway, thanks for the food, I'm gonna go and find a few others. Naruto told Kakashi before leaving. Well, that certainly is an interesting trip you all had. If that's the case I'm glad you all came back safely. Sarutobi expressed as his two students reported on the retrieval mission. I've been thinking, since we went to look for Naruto's relative, that perhaps I should take him away from the village. Jiraiya told the other two occupants in the room, Shizune was making preparations for their lodgings. For what purpose? Sarutobi asked, though he already had a fair idea. To train him. He has S-ranked missing Nin on his tail, we know that they want the bijou, but not for what purpose. In any case, you can bet it won't be good. He got away last time by sheer luck more than anything, next time they will be 100% serious, he won't stand a chance. He needs to be able to hold his own. Jiraiya told the current Sandame and the yet-to-be instated Godame, I can see your point. Sarutobi ceded, that's not all. If he's in the village he'll be easy for them to find. They'll just target the village. I can make him disappear off the map. It'll be safer for him and the village that way. Jiraiya continued, pointing out more benefits. Still, I won't bring it up with him just yet, but it may be inevitable. Jiraiya said before turning to Tsunade, you actually need to talk to the boy as the Kage. Jiraiya mentioned, about? Tsunade was perplexed, how many more secrets could the boy have? While we are at liberty to speak, it might be better from a trust point of view if you got him to tell you. Sarutobi said cryptically, call him in then. Tsunade said after a moment's thought, with Naruto, you mean she's in the village? She gave you that necklace? She flicked you in the forehead? Please let me touch you. Tenten fired out one question after another, all the while being less than 2 inches away from Naruto, eyes completely glazed over. Yes, 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 it really hurt and no, you're starting to creep me out Tenten. If you really want to meet her that bad then I'll introduce you or something, just back up a bit. Naruto said, a giant sweat drop forming on the back of his head as Tenten showed her fanatical idolism for the only female Sannin. Impressive, though I am interested to see this new technique that you've mastered. Shino congratulated, the Rasengan? Sure. Naruto said with a grin. He walked over to a giant rock on the outskirt of a clearing within the training grounds. With barely a thought he formed a Rasengan in his hand and showed it to the group. It's a ball. That's it? Kinda disappointing really. Kiba said out loud. Kiba, let him use the jutsu before you judge. Kurenai scolded. Naruto nodded thanks to the primary sensei of Team 9 before turning to the rock behind him and gently pushing his palm towards it and eventually boring straight through the rock. What the? That's insane. Sai commented as he noted the destruction the jutsu caused from such a casual application. Very impressive, Naruto. It must have been hard work to learn a jutsu that took the Yondaime himself 3 years to develop. Kurenai complimented. Yep, but it was worth every. Naruto stated, but everyone's attention diverted to the ANBU that had just appeared in the clearing by way of Shunshin. Naruto Uzumaki, you are required to meet with Sandame-sama and Godame-sama. The ANBU said, holding out his arm, hold on, I will shunshin both of us there. The ANBU finished. Naruto waved a quick goodbye to the group before grabbing hold of the ANBU's arm and being whisked away. That is one seriously nasty jutsu, Ami said, inspecting the rubble with Misao. Upon arriving in the room, the ANBU immediately excused himself and returned to him post. Naruto, before you get the wrong idea, you're not in any trouble. I just thought it might be better if you shared some information about yourself with Tsunade, rather than us betraying the trust you put in us. Sarutobi greeted calmly. Naruto looked completely out at sea, so Jiraiya gave him hint. To do with your tenant brat. Jiraiya mentioned, Naruto's eyes lighting up instantly in understanding. Right, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto called, summoning Rei into the real world. Rei-chan, meet Ba-chan. Naruto introduced. Konnichiwa Tsunade-san. Rei greeted with a bow. You got him here to show me that he could perform a hinged clone. What does that have to do with the Kyuubi? Unless, oh hell. Tsunade rambled, not entirely sure where this was going. Her questions were stemmed by a hand from Sarutobi, who then redirected her attention to Naruto. Ba-chan, this is Rei Kajirinai, or as you may know her, Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto finished the introductions. This is a joke, right? Tsunade asked in disbelief, though considering who she was dealing with it shouldn't have come as such a surprise. Nope, no joke. The truth of the matter is it's just Rei's soul I pulled out of the seal. One day I figured that if her chakra could escape, then so could her soul. The seal was made to seal her power more than anything, so I just focused on her soul when performing the jutsu. Naruto gave a quick explanation. Tsunade nodded somberly. There wasn't anything that she needed to do about the news, but it may have avoided a sticky situation later on. Right. Well, I think that it's high time that we paid the hospital a visit. Tsunade said. You mean? Naruto asked, his hopes for Sakura rising momentarily. I'm not making any promises, but I will see what I can do for the Kumo kid as well as your teammate. Tsunade said sternly. She was a medic, not a miracle worker, and as such would never give that impression. Konoha General Hospital. Upon walking into the hospital, many of the staff turned and stood in awe of a medical genius such as Tsunade gracing their presence. Many bowed in respect. Naruto was amazed at the respect she commanded. Tsunade walked up to the reception desk and asked for the two names that Naruto had told her about. I'm looking for Rin Fushi and Sakura Haruno. Tsunade requested, the receptionist jumping to action immediately. Ms. Haruno is in room 241, in the long stay section. Ms. Fushi is in the ICU, down the corridor and... The receptionist informed, getting cut off midway. Directions are necessary. It doesn't look like the place has changed in the time I've been away. Tsunade intersected, before walking off with Naruto in tow. The first stop was Rin Fushi's room. Tsunade stopped to read the case notes. She was surprised to read that Sakura Haruno had managed to use an A-rank technique to poison her opponent. From what she read, the poison was attacking the nerves and required pinpoint chakra control to extract. Too little and the poison wouldn't respond, too much and she may well damage the very nerve she was trying to save. This should be possible to help. Tsunade muttered to herself more than anyone else as she was walking into the room. A blonde woman's head shot up at the unexpected intrusion, but her eyes widened with shock as she saw who had entered the room. Naruto-kun. Tsunade-sama. Yujito asked groggily. She had apparently been sleeping. Ne-chan, told ya I'd bring her back. Naruto boasted with a slight grin. You did indeed. The Kumo Kunoichi admitted before turning to Tsunade. You will be able to help her, right? Even if it is just to be able to move again? She asked, giving a hopeful look to the master medic. It should be easy enough. It's just a simple matter of chakra control. I shouldn't have too much of a problem. The medics here aren't what they used to be. I guess they got complacent and didn't truly try to develop their skills in the absence of the war. Tsunade noted, her mind already ticking over about ways to change that when she became Kage. I won't be treating today. I've been traveling for the last 2 days and would actually like a rest for an evening before trying to do something like this. Her condition is stable enough for me not to need to intervene instantly. Tsunade summarized. Yujito nodded at the explanation and said she would be here for the procedure the next day. Now for your teammate. Tsunade said as she turned on to look at Naruto. Thank you. Naruto said quietly. Tsunade simply smiled and ruffled his hair. Looking through Sakura's case notes, Tsunade's face slowly developed more and more of a scowl. That idiot. He did this to a comrade. Over something so petty. He should have lost his rank on the spot. Tsunade muttered darkly. You can still help, right? Naruto asked, though not sure if he would like the answer. I'm not sure. Rin's case was just purely based on my skill as a medical practitioner. This time there is also a bit of luck involved. Tsunade informed. Tsunade walked into the room and was greeted with the sight of Sasuke Uchiha helping Sakura feed herself. Naruto, is that? Sasuke started. Tsunade Senju. Sakura whispered almost reverently. Sakura. My name is Tsunade. I'm doing a personal favor to the brat here. He asked me to look into your case. Tsunade started out. Right boys, out you go. Tsunade waited for the boys to march out before continuing. I've looked through your case notes. They say that Niji damaged the nerve clusters in your knees and elbows. With time you will regain some movement on your own. You will be able to walk, feed yourself and perform other activities of living. Tsunade told her of the current prognosis. Going this way, I can tell you that your ninja career will be over right here and now. If I operate, then you may regain full use of your legs and arms. Tsunade offered. There is a, but here isn't there? Sakura interrupted. Very astute. Yes, I have to force chakra into the space between your nerves to clear out the chakra obstructing the pathways, but your nerve endings may be permanently damaged. In our world, death is not the worst possible outcome. If this goes wrong, you will never be able to move again. Everything you do will need to be assisted, everything. Tsunade gave the grim news. What are the chances of it going wrong? Sakura asked, weighing her options. About 50-50. Tsunade replied, not bothering to beat around the bush. I'm not going to ask you for a decision right now. But consider not having the operation. You could live a normal civilian life, if you don't. Tsunade tried to show here the benefits. Sakura was deep in thought, as Tsunade watched her carefully before leaving her to her thoughts. You two can go back in now, she might need the company. Tsunade told the boys as she walked out. Sasuke and Naruto entered the room, finding a Sakura that didn't seem any more happy or sad than when they left. What did she say? Sasuke asked. She gave me a couple of options. I've got to decide what option I want to take. Each one has its pros and cons. Sakura replied, guarding her words. The two boys spent the rest of the day talking to Sakura, trying to keep her in good cheer. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto cried out in a backstreet, calling out Rei in her teen form. Thanks. I love it out here so much better. Rei thanked, stretching a little. No problem. You know, I've looked all over the place and I still haven't seen Haku-chan yet. I think I'll just go to Ichiraku's for a meal then find her tomorrow. Naruto told Rei of his plans for the rest of the evening. As Naruto pulled apart the covers in the entranceway of his favorite food stand, a short black-haired girl bumped into him. Haku-chan. Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Naruto-kun. Haku replied back, though she didn't seem surprised, just more cautious. I finally found you. I've been looking for ages. Naruto said excitedly. You were looking for me? I'd heard you were in the village, but when I couldn't find you I thought you might not have wanted to see me right away. The black-haired girl responded in a somewhat despondent voice. Are you kidding? I did go and visit Nichan first, but then I went to the training grounds. I thought you might have been there since it's your day off from the hospital. Then I had a meeting with Bachan and the old man. After that we had to go to the hospital to help Sakura and Rin. From there I went to your place, weren't there, came here, weren't here either, went back to the hospital to check if your roster had changed, it hadn't. Then went to Megumi-sensei, she didn't know where you were either. I was coming here to get a meal, then I would have started looking again tomorrow. Naruto said, barely stopping mid-speech for a breath. She couldn't explain it, but Haku had the biggest grin from ear to ear. She didn't hesitate, she wrapped her arms around Naruto's midsection before giving him a bone-crushing hug. Naruto swore he felt one of his ribs crack. "I'm so glad. So do you want to get a meal?" Haku asked after she had finally let go with a light blush adorning her cheeks. "You don't mind? I thought you were just heading out." Naruto quizzed, slightly confused. "I was actually looking for you. When I saw you weren't here I went to leave. I've actually been eating quite a lot of meals here. The company is better than any other place and so are the meals. If the place wasn't so simple it would easily be the most popular place to eat in Konoha." Haku informed. The pair walked in, Naruto ordering 2 of every flavor, while ordering 1 seafood-flavored ramen for Haku. "So if you weren't any of the places you normally hang out, where were you?" Naruto asked, dying to know how he could search practically a whole village and still not find the person he was looking for. "Well, I was at all of those places at some point today, so we must have just missed each other a couple of times. The bulk of the last week or so I've been up on your favorite place to think," Haku told her blonde companion. "Oh. Doing some thinking yourself?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, in part. It is a really nice view up there." Haku started, Naruto nodding in agreement. "Megumi-sensei has offered to get me a spot with Tsunade as a teacher," Haku confided in the blonde. She had not told anyone else. "That's great, Bachan is an awesome medic. You'll learn heaps from her," Naruto encouraged. "It's not that simple. I want to learn from Tsunade-sama, but I don't want Megumi-sensei to feel as though I'm just using her and forgetting her." Haku groused, not wanting to seem ungrateful to a woman who was becoming almost a second mother to her. "I don't think that she'll take offense." Naruto tried to reason. "It's not only that. I know what Megumi-sensei is teaching me is what I want to learn. What if Tsunade-sama's teachings are not quite what I want? If I don't like it, then I don't want to seem rude by backing away from her teachings, as though she was not God enough for me." Haku continued, finding more objections. "If Bachan can stand me calling her an old drunk, then there isn't much that you can do to irritate her," Naruto retorted. "Just try her out. Even if you and Sakura want completely different things, I think that she'd be able to help no matter what, and she has Shizune, who, thinking about it, is a lot more like you than I initially thought," Naruto offered. Haku looked as though she was seriously considering what the boy had said. "Besides, I've been having the same thoughts recently. I want to see if Ero Sennin will train me full time. I don't want to have stopped training with the rest of the gang, but there are things that I can do only if I'm trained by Jiraiya," Naruto confided. "Like what?" Haku asked. Naruto looked at her for one long moment before deciding to respond. "My current sensei in swordsmanship does not live in the village. I need to be able to travel to complete my studies with him." Naruto told her one of his many reasons. Haku saw the look of hard contemplation in Naruto's eyes before she resigned to at least meet Tsunade before she said yes or no. "Naruto-kun, thank you, I'd better head home now, it's getting late." With that, the raven-haired girl stood up, pecked the blonde on the cheek before leaving. Naruto still looked at like a stunned mullet even 5 minutes after the girl was gone. Within the Seal Ray was having her own internal war. "I'm supposed to be his eternal companion, yet I don't really care if he picks me or not. This is one strange world, Kami." Ray though to herself, before deciding to give the topic a rest. The next morning at the hospital, Tsunade was preparing to extract the poison from Rin's body. Tsunade had scrubbed down, gowned up and gloves on. Rin, attached to a respirator, was already on the operating table as she walked into the theater. Shizune was there monitoring the girl until her sensei arrived to perform the operation. "She's relatively stable, just waiting for you. Oh, remove the poison at your ready," Shizune reported. "Good, then we'll start immediately," Tsunade responded, glancing at the surgical implements that were in a tray by the table. As the poison was attacking her respiratory nerves, the poison would have to be aggregated into the blood before she could do anything else. From there she would have to make an incision to allow the blood a route to escape. The incision would be simple to heal with a Shosen Jutsu. So Tsunade began the painstaking work, sending chakra into the girl's lungs, careful not to overload, otherwise she would damage the nerves faster than what the poison had. She sensed through her chakra, keeping the level near constant the whole time, Once she felt that she had all of the poison encompasses in her chakra, she slowly moved it to the girl's right lung and eventually into the subclavian artery. Moving the poison too hastily would simply rip more tissue than was necessary, and in Rin's state there was no guarantee that she would recover. With the poison now in one area, Tsunade was handed a scalpel on request from Shizune. She made a small incision right above the poison and into the artery itself. Blood bubbled forth. Tsunade had to work quickly. The subclavian was a vital point for a reason. The sheer volume of blood that pumped through there per minute was staggering. If she had another option she would have used that instead what she had done, but the subclavian was the most convenient. With the blood, Tsunade managed to manipulate the flow of the poison with her chakra. It slowly rose into the air. Shizune placed a bowl right under it. Once Tsunade let her control slip, the black liquid sloshed into the bowl. Setting the bowl aside as soon as the poison was in it, both women went about fixing the hole in one of Rin's vital points. Within minutes the hole had closed over. The whole procedure had taken no more than 30 minutes at best, but Tsunade still felt slightly drained from maintaining such concentration. Keep that sample. I want to look at it later. The poison from Dokujiri shouldn't act like that. Tsunade ordered, Shizune giving a sharp nod, bottling and stopping the poison. A few nurses bustled into the room to assist in moving Rin back to her room to recover. Tsunade walked out of the room to some face-to-face with an expectant Yujito-ni. She'll be fine, she just needs to rest. Tsunade told the Kyumo Jounin, a look of relief coming across the younger blonde's face. If you'll excuse me, I have another case to attend to. Tsunade offered her apologies before heading to Sakura's room. Tsunade walked into Sakura's room to find her propped up in a chair and facing the window. She knocked twice before entering. Sakura-san, have you given any more thought to what we talked about? Tsunade ventured. Yes, but I'm still not completely sure. I want to be a ninja again, I want to continue as a field medic, but if the operation goes wrong, I don't want to be depending on someone else for the rest of my life. Sakura confided. It is a hard decision, take your time, your condition won't deteriorate. Tsunade advised, trying to help the girl make the best decision for her. Without anything further to complete at the hospital and nothing that required her immediate attention as the Kage, though yet to be officially instated, Tsunade left Sakura and retreated to the Hokage's persona library. There she looked for hours for a solution to Sakura's problem, or at least a method that would reduce the risk. She studied till late into the night. At some point Tsunade remembered the reason that she was back in this village, Naruto. Too bad she doesn't have his regenerative abilities. Tsunade thought to herself. Regenerative, Kabuto. She thought. It was as though that cartoon light bulb had gone off in her head. Instead of using just her own chakra to force the chakra obstructions out of Sakura's nerves, she could use the regenerative chakra that Kabuto used to heal himself. This way if there was any damage done, it would be rapidly repaired. There was still a risk, but it would be a 60 to 70% chance that the operation would succeed. Happy with the revelation, Tsunade opted to get a night's rest before she told Sakura. I have good news. Tsunade told Sakura brightly. I can increase the odds on the operation by 10 to 20%. She informed the pink-haired girl. Sakura looked at her for a full moment before responding. Before I say anything, I want my teammates here. Sakura said, a hint of sadness behind her voice. Tsunade looked at her before sending one of the ever-present ANBU after Naruto and Sasuke. It wasn't 5 minutes before both boys appeared in the room, both slightly disoriented after being shunned there by the ANBU. What's going on? Sasuke asked. Tsunade-sama said that she can improve the odds on the operation. Sakura informed. That's great, I told you Bachan was awesome. Naruto cheered. So you're going to do the operation? Sasuke tried to confirm. Only on one condition, that you two help me after the operation. Sakura said, not trying to give away her thoughts. You bet, we'll do anything you ask. Naruto offered. Anything at all. Would you swear that on your Nindo? Sakura tested. Sure, you know me Sakura. Naruto faltered slightly. Sakura looked at him skeptically before continuing. If this operation goes wrong, I won't be able to move for the rest of my life. If that happens, Naruto, Sasuke, I want you to kill me. Sakura stated with a straight face. Wa, Sakura. What the hell, ref. Naruto roared, only to be cut off by Sakura. You swore on your Nindo. Help me, or break your Nindo. Sakura said solemnly, not giving any ground. Sakura, you can't really expect us to do that, can you? Sasuke tried to reason. I can and you will. I don't want to burden someone like that. Sakura said desperately. My parents are aging, they can't look after me all my life, I can't ask anyone else to look after me. What about if you didn't have the operation? Sasuke asked. I would get normal movement back over many years, but never be a kunoichi again. Sakura responded. Then why not go for that? Naruto asked. Could you go to a civilian life, Naruto? How about you, Sasuke? Could you just quit now? Sakura fired back. Naruto looked at her very hard for a long time, before giving the slightest of nods. Sasuke looked at him with incredulity before looking at the resolve in both Naruto and Sakura's eyes and agreed. He would support them both. Naruto turned on his heel and walked out without another word. Sasuke walked out after a quick glance back. I'm a horrible person. Sakura said to herself dismally after the two boys had left. No, this is exactly what he needs. Tsunade assured. What? Sakura replied, stunned. He needs to understand that there are consequences to actions, or in his case, words. This is a pretty extreme example, but he's going to have to realize that he can't just go around making promises that he can't or doesn't want to keep. He'll grow from this. And don't worry, I'm going to do my best to prevent him from needing to fulfill that promise. Tsunade explained. In any case, well, do the operation tomorrow. Don't get too hard on yourself, it'll all be fine. Tsunade offered before leaving the girl to her peace. In a training field on the outskirts of the city, Naruto had all but destroyed several training posts and was now starting on a fourth. So this is where you are. Kakashi's voice rang through the area. Just blowing off steam. He ventured. I made a stupid promise. I promised Sakura on my Nindo that I'd help her with whatever she asked after her surgery. She asked me to kill her, Sasuke too. Naruto said. Kakashi could hear the pain in his voice. Well, there is something to be learned in all this. Kakashi offered. Aniki, I just promised I'd kill my friend, what could we have learned? Naruto growled. My actions killed my own teammate, I learned from that. You can do the same, potentially without having to pay the same price, she could still survive. Kakashi fired back. Fine. What then? Not to open my mouth. Naruto said almost sarcastically. Yes, exactly that. Don't say something that you can't or won't back up. Kakashi said heatedly. Naruto looked at him for a second before giving in. Fine, but it still doesn't make it any better, in fact I almost feel worse. Naruto ceded. That's fine as long as you understand. Now, you were beating up on a post. Would you like something that fights back? Kakashi offered. Yeah, that'd be good. Naruto accepted, readying himself. The two sparred for the rest of the day, only stopping in the evening when Naruto had finally run out of energy and collapsed. About time. He's going to be a true stamina freak when he's older. Kakashi thought, picking the boy up and carrying him home. The next morning Tsunade was at the hospital, talking to Sakura and her parents about the operation, the length of time it should take as well as a very basic breakdown of what was going to happen for Sakura's parents. Sakura was given a slightly more technical explanation owing to her training as a medic. With the operation room prepared, Sakura was wheeled in alongside Tsunade, Shizune and Hitomi, a member of the Hyuga clan trained in Iryujutsu. Right, may as well get started. Tsunade announced. She gently took one of Sakura's arms and started to force in a steady but minute amount of the healing chakra that Kabuto had used in her fight with him. That looks about right, Tsunade-sama. Hitomi guided. Ease off a bit. Without the chakra obstruction to provide as much resistance you run the risk of damaging the nerve. Hitomi offered, her Byakugan active and carefully watching the proceedings. Shizune was monitoring Sakura's general condition and was ready to step in with a Shosen no Jutsu should it be required. With one last push a small vapor of blue chakra appeared out of Sakura's Tenketsu, followed by a similar vapor of Tsunade's green medical chakra. With Sakura's right elbow cleared, Tsunade moved on to her left, the procedure being exactly the same. It wasn't until they reached Sakura's left leg that they encountered a snag. Tsunade-sama, her left leg, the obstruction, it's not in the synaptic gap, it's within the nerve itself. The Hyuga medic reported, slightly worried. Tsunade frowned before making her decision. We'll continue as planned, she announced. Both Shizun and Hitomi nodded in understanding. Painstakingly, Tsunade forced chakra into the nerve itself, listening to Hitomi's every word about the level of chakra that she needed. Suddenly Sakura's eyes flew open and started screaming in pain. It felt as though her leg was on fire. Tsunade would have smiled had all her concentration been poured into maintaining her control over her chakra. Pain was good, particularly for a person that hadn't felt anything in that limb for little under 2 months. If there was pain getting though, then that was a surefire indication that the nerve was still functional. She just had to keep it that way until after the operation. Unfortunately, the final obstruction was being obstinate and not moving too much. Shizun, start using a shosen, I'm going to force it right out, Tsunade ordered. Without a second thought, Shizun activated the jutsu and concentrated it right above the left knee. Tsunade forced through a dose of chakra that was far higher than recommended. As soon as she had Sakura stoked screaming. Shit! Tsunade said, expecting to have killed the nerve. Don't speak too soon, Tsunade-sama. The nerve looks to be in perfect health. Maybe the pain was caused by the chakra leaving. Hitomi rationalized. Neurological OBS hashtag then. Tsunade decided. She said about testing Sakura's eye and brain function as part of normal procedure before moving the areas that she was actually concerned with. She got Sakura to squeeze her hands as well as push or pull against her hands. Passing the test for her arm function, Tsunade moved to her legs. Her right leg had a full range of motion, from wiggling toes and feet to lifting, contracting and extending. The left leg had the same test performed, but the results were not optimal. She could do practically everything, but it was far weaker. Tsunade smiled. The nerve was still functional, which was better than she'd dare hope for. Sakura, the nerve in your left leg is slightly damaged, Tsunade started, Sakura looking horrified at what might happen. Relax, it just means that your recovery won't be quite as fast. You should still be able to return to active duty after a course of rehab. Getting the feel for your body after so long might take some time, and by then, after an intensive course of Shosen no Jutsu, your nerves in the left leg should be healed. Tsunade reassured. Can you two take care of her? I need to go inform her parents as well as her teammates of what happened. So she'll be fine? Kakashi asked. She should make a full recovery over the 2 months or so. Tsunade confirmed. That's great. You're a busy person, so I'll pass the message on to Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi offered. Cheers, appreciate it. Tsunade said her thanks before heading off. Enko-sensei. Naruto called out after spotting Kurenai and another purple-hair woman whom he didn't know eating dango in at Dango Palace. Gaki. I've been wanting to speak to you for a while. Enko replied. I know. Kakashi told me why. Naruto stated, saving her from having to explain out loud in public. He could understand that it might still be a sensitive issue for her. Can we move somewhere more private? Naruto asked. Is the Forest of Death Tower okay? Enko offered. I'm gonna go and find Nichan. I'll meet you there. Naruto told her. Kakashi. What for? Aren't we just talking? Enko asked, slightly confused. Surely the boy would need to prepare beforehand. I can do it today if you'd like. Unless you need to do something else with your day, we can postpone if you want. Naruto offered. No, that's fine. I'll meet you there. Enko offered. She turned around to find that both Kurenai and her purple-haired friend Yugao were standing and waiting for her. To the tower then? Kurenai offered. You're coming? Enko asked, unsure what to expect. Of course, we've known you for how long now? This is one thing that you could easily use some support for. Yugao offered. Enko gave a smile and all three set out for the tower at the center of the most formidable training ground within Konoha. There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Kakashi called to Naruto. Oh hey, just the person I wanted to see. Naruto returned. I'll go first, you'll want to hear this. Kakashi told his younger brother. The surgery went well. There was slight damage to Sakura's right knee, but nothing irreparable. Kakashi said with a smile, watching the awe and then the relief flood across Naruto's face. Now what did you want me for? Kakashi focused the conversation back on Naruto. I was wondering if you'd come with me to the tower in the Forest of Death. I'm gonna see if I can get rid of Anko's seal. Naruto said determinedly. Kakashi eyed him for a second before deciding to respond. Get started there. I'll inform Hokage-sama and meet you there afterwards. Kakashi told him. Naruto nodded in understanding and dashed off without a backwards glance. Naruto entered the tower, barely winded, but was a little disappointed to see his older brother there already. You got here first. He said, slightly disappointed. I am a jounin and you are still a genin, even if you are a talented genin. Kakashi reasoned. A small cough was heard from the other side of the room. The two males looked across to see Kurenai, Yugao and Anko. Kakashi-senpai, it's good to see you. Yugao greeted. Kakashi simply waved and gave a friendly nod. So what do I need to do? Anko asked, unsure about the procedure. Nothing really, just get comfortable. Naruto told her. She took his words in and sat Indian style on the floor. Kuchios, Shizuka. Naruto called as he summoned the phoenix. Yugao had to cover her surprise at the boy being able to summon so early. What can I do for you today, Naruto? The newly summoned phoenix asked. Shizuka-sama, you said to summon you if I ever had to sing the Galdra of Rebirth again. Naruto tried to jog her memory. I did say that, so we may as well begin. Shizuka offered. Naruto started singing the same beautiful mournful song that he sang when fighting Gaara. Soon Shizuka joined in. Where Naruto's voice seemed to sing of pain, Shizuka's was filled with joy. The three spectators marveled in the beauty of the song. Anko had tried to do the same, but the curse mark was causing pain to shot through her body and she was doing her best not to scream. A purple chakra seemed to seep from the mark on her neck, dissipating into the air. With the culmination of the song, Naruto and Anko passed out, Anko's neck completely clear of the mark. Anko's two friends marveled at the feat before picking her up and carrying her to one of the barak beds, Kakashi doing the same for Naruto. It was several hours before Anko woke up. Her first action was to jump out of bed and use a pair of mirrors to check the back of her neck. When she saw her neck clear, she started to shed silent tears. She was finally free from his tainted influence for good. It was more than she could have hoped for and certainly more than she was promised by the Sandaime when she first received the mark. Kurenai and Yugao had heard the noise in a different room and decided to investigate. When they saw her in tears they weren't sure what to make of it. It's gone, it's really gone, it's gone, it's gone. I'm so happy I'm crying. Anko managed to choke out through a veil of tears. Her friends were quick to embrace her and share her joy. It was another full hour before Naruto woke up. Apparently Shizuka was right in saying that having someone to sing with made it easier. When he came to, he was looking up at his older brother and the several jounin kunoichi that he had come to the tower with. Thank you. Anko repeated over and over, crushing Naruto into her chest as she hugged him. Anko, as much as I'm sure that my tout is enjoying himself, you may want to stop that unless you want to end up in an icicle. Kakashi advised with a sly grin. What? Anko asked confused. I don't think that Haku would like hearing about this. Kakashi explained better. Aniki, Haku and I we're not. Kakashi burst out into gales of laughter. It was the one area that he knew was a surefire way to fluster Naruto. The group waited another hour for Naruto and Anko to recover before they decided that it was about time to head back. The day was resumed as normal, minus the intense training that the rest of the rookie genin had. Naruto was given the day off, though he was told to expect double the load over the next few weeks after missing out from being unconscious after fighting Gaara, then going with Jiraiya and then today as well. The mere thought made Naruto groan. Somewhere in Rice Country, Kabuto, I think the time is right to put our plans into motion. Orochimaru told his most faithful follower. The preparations are complete. We just need your word to commence. Kabuto reported. Then go. I will have him, I will not be denied. Orochimaru grinned sadistically as he thought about all the plans he had for one Konoha genin. It had been a month since Naruto had returned to the village with Tsunade to be the new Hokage. In that time many changes occurred. Sakura was well into the recovery phase of her stint in hospital, moving along rather well in terms of her rehabilitation. Yujito and her student Rin had left the village to return to Kyumo. Konoha as a village had, for the most part, moved past their grief over their lost loved ones in the recent sand and sound invasion. In all the chaos, Tsunade still had to take recommendations for promotion to Chunin after the exams. While there were several candidates from the exams that were considered, only Shikamaru was promoted in the end, based almost solely on his tactical prowess. The rookie 12 were kept on their toes by a constant stream of missions and training sessions whenever their senseis had the time. The Jounin sensei themselves were pretty well strung out with missions, leaving little time for them to train the genin. One of the biggest changes and perhaps the greatest morale booster was the instatement of Tsunade as the Hokage. Sarutobi had officially resigned for the second time, handing the reins to his only female pupil. The Konoha population had accepted her with open arms. She was the closest thing that the village had to royalty. Her first act as the Hokage was to open out a section within the Ninja Academy to train those with a specific interest in medical ninjutsu as well as fast-track those with promising skills so their abilities would not be squandered. Man, that's another one done. They just keep streaming in. Naruto sounded slightly relieved as he reached the Konoha gates. I know what you mean, and Konoha can't turn back missions, otherwise will seem weak to the other nations and then they might attack. Misao replied. She had been assigned the mission with them just to make a round team of 3 while her teammates took some time out to train. Many genin teams had been given C-rank missions as team missions without a Jounin sensei. It was now recognized that it was more important to keep the flow of money through the village, so individual genin were now allowed to take D-rank missions. This was an opportunity that Naruto pounced on in an instant. Many hated the pointlessness of a D rank, so Naruto, now being able to take missions individually, took care of practically all D-rank missions within the village. In doing so he managed to make a rather neat sum of money for himself each day. Naruto and Misao along with Sasuke made their way to the Hokage Tower and gave the mission report to Tsunade. There wasn't anything to fuss about, simply some escaped cattle. The only reason the thing got classed as a C rank was because the mission was outside of the village. You two coming to Ichiraku's? My treat. Naruto offered. He was doing rather well at the moment from the ridiculous amount of D ranks he could take care of each day. Sure, why not? Misao accepted while Sasuke simply nodded. After having arrived at the ramen stand, the three made small talk. It's so boring at home. The house feels so empty when Aniki isn't at home. Naruto complained. He was simply glad for the company. Kakashi was out on missions. I know what you mean. It just doesn't feel right without any of our sensei around. Enko sensei and Kurinai sensei are on a joint mission. Asuma sensei is responding to a request from the fire temple. Gai sensei and his team are on Ibi rank, and God only knows what Kakashi sensei is up to. Sasuke recalled all their sensei's current assignments. Nichan has taken up some of the slack in ANBU. He's doing some of their missions now. Naruto informed, Sasuke understanding that Naruto must be worried. He remembered his mother's worry every time his brother went out on an ANBU mission. What do you have planned for the rest of the day? Naruto asked. I'm gonna visit my folks today. I haven't seen them in ages. Misao was the first to respond. I'm visiting Sakura. You coming, or should I tell her you said hi? Sasuke offered, Naruto accepting the offer with a short nod of his head as he ate from his bowl. Tell her I said hi. I think I'll head home. I really can't be bothered doing anything else right about now. Naruto answered, before finishing the ramen in front of him in a blink. The three got up from their seats and went their separate ways, Naruto and Misao heading in opposite directions while Sasuke went with Misao a short way before breaking away to go to the hospital. Naruto entered an empty house and crashed on his couch. The next time he would be roused from his slumber, it would be the result of a usually lazy Nara banging urgently on his front door. Sasuke said a quick goodbye to Misao as he peeled away and headed down the main street that Misao was crossing as he moved towards the hospital. He made his way through the hospital with practiced ease. Between his own stay within the hospital, Sakura's extended stay that was coming to an end and the numerous times that he had been here before for both family and friends, so long as he was given a room number he could find the room without a nurse to guide him. He entered Sakura's room after knocking on the door and heard a quiet, "Come in." He found Sakura just standing in the corner of the room, apparently not doing too much. What's going on?" Sasuke asked, not sure what to make of the girl apparently standing around doing nothing. "You try not being able to move around for a whole 2 months, it's a nightmare. The first thing I do is go for a run around Konoha. It's funny but I've actually missed those grueling training sessions." Sakura confided. "So what brings you here?" she asked, surprised to see him, particularly knowing he had been doing missions flat out since the invasion. "I figured that with us being flat out that the only people that you really see are the nurses around here and occasionally your parents," Sasuke offered. She nodded, confirming that he was pretty much on the money. Naruto says, "Hi, by the way. Funny to say but he's probably the most tired out of all the genin. He's been using his Kage Bunshin to take all the D ranks. That way all the other genin are free to take C ranks, freeing up so many more chunin to do B ranks, and then the jounin are left with the A and S rank missions. It's almost as if he's single-handedly fueling our economy by keeping the mission flow up," Sasuke informed. "Trust him to manage the impossible," Sakura said with grin about her face. Sasuke and Sakura talked for about a half an hour more before a nurse came in and asked Sasuke to leave. Sasuke had left the hospital at the nurse's request and was currently walking home, deciding to take a short cut through the training grounds and past the Hyuga mansion rather than taking a circuitous route through the city. His movement through the training grounds came to a sudden halt as he heard the distinct sound of a kunai whistling through the air. The kunai sailed harmlessly in front of him as he turned to see the thrower. "Sasuke Uchiha, please come with us," a pale boy with silver hair calmly requested. Sasuke immediately threw up a guard. Though he was outnumbered, there were 3 boys, all with the first, all 4 slightly older than he was. "No use, Kimimaro-san. It seems that he thinks that he has a chance against all 4 of us," a large boy said as he prepared to meet Sasuke in battle. "Hold, Jirobo. I want to get out of here unnoticed. Your techniques will attract attention for sure," the boy identified as Kimimaro ordered. Jirobo didn't say anything, but he visibly relaxed. Unfortunately for the 4 that were present, Sasuke heard what was said. "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu," he yelled as a giant fireball erupted from his mouth. The 4 targets scattered, but the groundwork was set. He had used a fire jutsu that was like a beacon in the night sky. "Futon, de Tapa," Sasuke uttered as he added fuel to the fire, fanning the flames and making them burn more intensely. The trees were starting to catch fire, and within such close proximity to the Hyuga compound he could only pray that he could hold these 4 off till someone came to investigate. No sooner than he had executed the jutsu, a boy with multiple arms came at him with a furious barrage. Even with his Sharingan activated, Sasuke had a difficult time predicting and evading all the movements. Slowly he was taking more and more damage until he managed to perform a substitution. With the substitution complete, he didn't bother trying to fight. He ran as fast as he could in the direction of the Hyuga compound. He could see the wall of the compound in sight, but a mere 60 meters away his progress was halted again by his pursuant. In a split second Sasuke had made his decision. "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu," he called, hoping that there was no one on the other side of the wall. The wall where the fireball was struck was obliterated. Sasuke had enough time to inspect the damage before he felt an insanely powerful fist to his temple. The punch was strong enough to send Sasuke unconscious. "Good work, Jirobo, you too, Kadamaru," Kimimaro praised. "Put him in the barrel. He might not put up such a fight when he feels the power that Orochimaru-sama can provide after the seal has been fully awakened," Kimimaro ordered. The last member of the group moved to comply with his instruction, but was a little surprised with what he saw. "Kimimaro, we might have a problem. I think we have the wrong kid." The final member spoke up. "Explain, Sakan," Kimimaro barked. "There isn't a cursed seal on his neck," Sakan replied, baring the boy's neck. "No, that's him. He must have somehow had it removed. Orochimaru-sama won't be impressed. Either way, put him in the barrel. If he escapes, then we can just use your brother's parasitic tendencies to control him. Quickly, I can hear people coming. Kimimaro ordered. His orders fulfilled. The four left with an unconscious Sasuke in the barrel, though only the containment seals on the barrel were active. Unfortunately for the four assailants, Sasuke's effort in attracting attention had not been wasted. Observing from a safe distance was Niji Hyuga. While he wasn't close enough to hear the conversation or get a detailed description of the combatants, he was certain that one was Sasuke Uchiha while the others were not of Konoha. Wasting little time after the group had fled with Sasuke in what appeared to be a barrel with seals adorning its surface, Niji ran at a dead sprint to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Shikamaru was reporting to the Hokage as per a normal mission when shouting was heard just outside the door. Niji Hyuga, you cannot simply barge into the Hokage's office unannounced and without an appointment. The secretary yelled as Niji demanded to be let through. From my understanding, Naruto Uzumaki is allowed through to the office both in the reign of the Sandaime and now the new Godaime. Niji retorted as he made for the door. He is granted certain liberties. You cannot do this, it will look bad for the Hyuga clan. The secretary responded, growing steadily more frustrated. Then appearances be damned. Niji retorted hotly as he turned the handle to the door and entered the office. He entered to see Shikamaru reporting to Tsunade. Niji Hyuga, there had better be a damn good reason for the ruckus outside as well as this interruption. Tsunade said sternly, not bothering with a greeting. Sasuke Uchiha has been abducted by 4 enemy ninja. They are fleeing, at least citing they were headed north. Niji reeled off, not bothering to pause or beat around the bush. Time was too valuable right now. Tsunade's expression went from annoyed to business in a heartbeat. We'll have to send a retrieval team. Damn it, all the Jounin are currently on missions or are recovering from a major mission. She thought out loud. Shikamaru, you well rested after your mission? It was only scroll retrieval after all. Tsunade directed at the only present Chunin. He gave a sharp nod in response before she continued. Well then, you are in charge. You will need to select team members and go after the 4 abductors. Currently only a handful of Genin and Chunin are available. Here is a rost. Tsunade gave her orders, but was cut off towards the end. The rosters are unnecessary, Hokage-sama. I already know who I would like. Without bothering to excuse himself from his superior, he turned to Niji. Go get your teammate, Rock Lee. After that, go and get Kiba from the Inazuka compound. I'm getting Naruto and Chuji. Get everyone to meet at the gates to leave an hour from now. Shikamaru ordered. He had only given an hour. 2 or 3 hours could easily be spent on preparing for a mission, but time was of the essence. Spending too long on preparations would mean that their quarry would escape. Both boys whisked away, preparing to carry out their tasks. Tsunade heard the preparations and the teams and made her own preparations. Kuchios. A small slug appeared on her shoulder. Go and find Shizun, Megumi and Haku. Tell them to meet me urgently at the hospital where they will receive further instructions. As you wish, milady. The slug bowed before dispelling. Yeah, I'm coming. Shikamaru, what the hell d? Naruto growled only to be cut off by Shikamaru. No time. Sasuke has been abducted by 4 unknown ninja. Prepare for an A-rank mission and meet the rest of the team at the front gate in 1 hour. Shikamaru passed on the info before disappearing to get Chuji before finally making his own preparations. From the moment that Naruto heard Shikamaru's tone, he immediately woke up and realized that this was purely business. After hearing the mission basics, he was practically walking away from the Chunin while he was still talking about the rendezvous point. 1 hour later, all of the ninja requested were present. So the basics are that our friend and comrade has been abducted by ninjas of unknown affiliation. Their skills are unknown, though it is possible that they are Jounin level. We travel single file, Kiba on point for tracking purposes, me second, Chuji third, Naruto fourth, Lee fifth and Niji at the back for surveillance. Shikamaru gave his instructions. Seeing that they were understood, he gave one last command. Move out. The traveling was smooth and uneventful. Their quarry had decided to put more effort into putting distance between them and Konoha rather than setting traps that may or may not be sprung. We're getting closer. Their scent is slowly getting stronger. Kiba whispered to Shikamaru, who then relayed the information to the group through hand signals. Kiba suddenly stopped abruptly. What's going on? Shikamaru asked. The scent splits into two groups, but more than that. There are two more scents. 3 went that way, Kiba replied, motioning to the northwest, and 3 went that way. He finished, motioning to the northeast. They must have split up because they realized that we're following. So either the land of grass or the land of rice. Shikamaru surmised. We're splitting up, Shikamaru announced after a moment's consideration. Kiba, Lee and I will take the northwest route to grass. Niji, Naruto, and Chuji will take the northeast route to rice. Shikamaru gave his orders. The two three-man teams decided. They turned to leave in their respective directions before Shikamaru spoke again. One last order, I don't care what other orders you may ignore from me, but you will listen to this one. Live. Shikamaru called to his teammates. Each team member showed that they had heard in their own way. Kiba and Niji smirked, Lee gave the thumbs up while Naruto and Chuji both saluted. With those final words the two teams disappeared into the forest. The Hokage's office. So you all have your orders. Shizune and Haku will act as field medics. Again Haku, I'm sorry. I know that you're a civilian, but I'm really stretched right now. Tsunade confirmed. It's fine Hokage-sama. Haku assured. And Megumi, you and I will prepare 6 treatment rooms. I don't want to have to waste time with cleaning out different rooms and making any one of those boys wait when they may need treatment ASAP. Tsunade told Megumi. Hi, I'll get started right away. She confirmed before leaving. With Naruto's team, they certainly haven't bothered hiding their tracks. Niji said as he observed the obvious path that Sound Ninja had left. It's almost as though they want us to follow. Chuji analyzed. Well, not like we would have stopped if they wanted us to. They may as well save us some time. Naruto called to the others with a slight grin. Suddenly Niji came to a stop without any warning. They're in a clearing little over 100 meters away and they've got the coffin that Sasuke is in. He said to his teammates. So what's the plan? Naruto asked. Niji looked thoughtful for a second before making his decision. Chuji, use your human boulder technique to clear a path. With any luck you might take one of them out. After that Naruto can use his clones to both keep the 3 busy for a second while the original grabs the coffin. I'm going to be back up. Niji gave the plan. Those idiots think that we haven't noticed them. Jirobo said to Kidamaru and Kimimaro. Looks like they are making their move. Kidamaru said. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Chuji came crashing through the undergrowth in his boulder form, charging straight at the coffin that Sasuke was in. Jirobo moved right into the line of attack and just smirked before bracing himself. Chuji slammed into Jirobo full force, only to find that he was now spinning on the spot. Jirobo lifted Chuji up and threw him at Naruto, who was following closely with his eyes on the coffin. He took the full brunt of Chuji being thrown at him, and at the same time the boulder-sized boy took out a large number of the clones that Naruto had created. Any clones that remained were taken down by a quick follow-up from Jirobo, as Niji couldn't hold off both Kidamaru and Kimimaro at the same time. He was tossed to the floor like a ragdoll to accompany Chuji and Naruto. Doton, Doryu Dango. Jirobo called. A large earth dome formed around the 3, imprisoning them. That was almost too easy. Kidamaru laughed, just a bunch of stupid genin. He crowed. Enough chatter. Let's get moving. Kimimaro ordered as he picked up the barrel. I trust that you can finish them off. Kimimaro directed at Jirobo. Yeah, go on. I'll catch up to you guys when I've had a good meal. Jirobo answered. Inside the dome Naruto and Chuji had both just tried breaking out of the dome with little effect. The earth walls simply restored themselves after any damage. There's more to this dome than meets the eye. Niji analyzed. No kidding, it heals itself. Naruto replied, somewhat frustrated. More than that, you and Chuji may not feel it because of your large reserves, but it's slowly draining our chakra. Niji said after confirming with his Byakugan. Your chakra is making a lovely meal. I should thank you. They heard Jirobo's voice from out of the dome. So he's absorbing our chakra. Naruto said out aloud, while thinking about his next move. He turned to Neji and Chuji, face completely serious. I'm gonna make him sick. If you have any questions, ask me after. Don't talk about this with anyone other than the Hokage, got it? Naruto told them and didn't do anything till they had given him their word. After getting their word, Naruto contacted his favorite fox, Ray-chan. He called into the depths of his mind. Here as always, Naruto-kun. Ray responded, I need your chakra. If this guy is absorbing our chakra, then I'm going to give him a real treat. He told her. Ray grinned to herself before letting her chakra flow out into his own supply. In the real world, Naruto started glowing red with chakra. As soon as it materialized, it flowed straight into the walls of the Earth Dome. Neji and Chuji both had a look of wonder in their faces but realized that now was not the time to ask questions. Mere moments later they heard a blood-curdling scream from Jirobo. The walls of the Earth prison collapsed as Jirobo lost control of his jutsu. Freed from the dome, the trio looked to see Jirobo holding his neck with a livid look on his face. What did you do? My seal hasn't hurt like that since I got it. Now what did you do? He demanded. I have an ability to partially destroy the seal with my chakra. Naruto said to Jirobo, well, the job isn't done. I can still feel some of the seal's power. I don't think I'll even need to go second state to defeat you. Jirobo growled as he pulled himself out of the dust. Your leader was an idiot to separate you. You guys aren't a match for any one of us 6-on-1, let alone 3-on-1. Jirobo taunted. Say that again, I dare you. Chuji tested. What? That your leader was incompetent? That he was a total nincompoop? Sure, your leader is an idiot, it must be painful knowing that he lead you to your deaths. Jirobo taunted again, noticing that Chuji was steadily getting more and more angry. You guys go on ahead. I've got a score to settle with this guy. Chuji said to his teammates. Naruto and Neji gave him an appraising look before nodding and heading out. Before they left, Naruto left Chuji with a message. Chuji, remember Shikamaru's last order. Make sure you obey it to the word. You understand? Naruto called before joining Neji in pursuit of Kimimaro and Kidamaru. To the word eh. Makes it pretty easy when there was only one word to begin with. Chuji thought to himself as he prepared himself for battle against Jirobo. With Shikamaru's group, the scent of blood is coming from up ahead. It looks like there was a battle up ahead. Kiba said to both Lee and Shikamaru, we'll check it out. If it's who we're after, then they might be tired if they haven't already been taken out. A few seconds more travel and the three-man squad came across the battlefield. Two of the sound ninja were panting while leaning against a tree. The third was busy healing them. All three recognized him as Kabuto from the Chunin exams. That's Kabuto. Kiba growled. So he's teamed up with Orochimaru after all. Kiba concluded. What do you mean after all? Shikamaru asked. He reeks of snakes. I thought that he may have just been in contact with Anko a fair amount of the time, but it seems that he's in league with Orochimaru. Kiba explained. Right. It doesn't matter. It just means one more person to take out. Here's what we're gonna do. You two are gonna pepper the area with kunai and exploding tags. If that doesn't happen to take them out, then I'll be able to use by Kage main no jutsu. If I get that, then I'll be able to use the new jutsu my dad taught me. Shikamaru gave the plan. Kabuto was frustrated with his two teammates. You two really should be more cautious. It's not every day that you have someone like me to patch you up after a battle. Kabuto admonished. Shut up, cock puppet, and do your job. The girl of the group barked at Kabuto. Such language, Tayuya. It really isn't becoming of such a fine young lady. Kabuto taunted. Another wisecrack like that and I'll let my doki shove its club up your. Tayuya, that's enough. Could you just be injured quietly? Shut up for once. Sakan growled, finally losing his temper. What's wrong, Sakan? Jealous? Don't worry, I can get my puppet to do the same thing for you if you want. Tayuya retorted. That enough, both of you. Kabuto commanded in a voice that reminded the pair exactly why he was Orochimaru's second in command. I don't want to hear anything out you two till we get back to. Kabuto cut himself off as 4 kunai with exploding tags attached planted into the ground around them. Taiyuya and Kabuto managed to get away properly, though Sakan, who was still having his leg healed by Kabuto, didn't escape so cleanly, getting caught in the bark shrapnel of a tree that was destroyed nearby. Kabuto made to move towards their teammate, but found he couldn't. Kage main no jutsu, success. Shikamaru drawled as he walked out from the tree line, closely followed by Kiba and Lee. Do you really think that Jirobo will be able to deal with all 3 of them? After all, one of them was the one that managed to break Orochimaru's ribs. Kidamaru asked Kimimaro. No, I don't think he even has a chance of taking on of all 3. That's why you're going to set out your spider webs. Kimimaro replied. I get ya. Was the only indication that Kimimaro received that his orders has been carried out. Bun Baika no Jutsu. Chuji called as his fists grew to impossible sizes before slamming into Jirobo. What the hell? Where did all this power come from? Jirobo asked, astounded level of power Chuji was displaying as he bounced off the ground and through a tree after yet another pummeling from Chuji. The 3 secret pills of the Akimichi clan. The spinach pill makes me 10 times stronger than normal, more than enough to deal with you. Chuji replied. It also comes with a massive drawback. The pain I'm feeling from the pill is insane. Chuji thought to himself as his stomach and chest were giving him some of the worst pains of his life. Any last words before I finish you? Chuji offered as he prepared a final strike. None. Fine. Gyuban Baika no Jutsu. Chuji attacked with both fists this time, attempting to crush his enemy. I'm not through yet. Jirobo declared, roaring his defiance to the forest while activating the first stage of his curse mark, black markings appearing over his body and his sparse hair growing into a full mane. This feels like a fusion of stage 1 and 2. What's going on? It has to be with what that blonde brat did to my mark. Jirobo thought to himself. Chuji's fists were stopped mid-strike by an enraged and curse mark empowered Jirobo. Jirobo took Chuji by his enlarged arms and picked him up, swinging him through the surrounding trees before letting him go and smashing him into a nearby boulder. Chuji came out from the boulder panting and clutching his stomach. Damn it, the effect of the spinach pill is wearing off, along with that the pill's after effects are really starting to kick in. I really don't want to have to use any more pills. Chuji thought desperately. Let's see how you like this. Chuji called to Jirobo as he pulled some spiked chains around himself. Ninkuden Hari Sin Sha. Chuji cried as his body expanded. The technique was similar to his standard Ninkuden Sin Sha, but the kunai acted like spikes, meaning that his traction with the ground was better, allowing for greater maneuverability and greater speed. Jirobo met the attack head-on. He tried to stop the attack like he had done the first time, but instead of stopping Chuji dead like he did last time, the human juggernaut kept on spinning. The kunai dug into Jirobo's arms and legs, but he paid it no mind. He was slowly reducing the spinning speed of the great ball before him. Still not strong enough. Maybe that's why your leader sacrificed you after all. Because he realized that you were holding the team back. Takes a cold and ruthless man to make decisions like that. Easily the kind of guy that would betray his village if his life depended on it. Jirobo taunted. In a few seconds this idiot would be completely stopped and as his mercy. Shikamaru is not like that. You can say anything you want about me, anything at all, but insult my friends and you'll pay with your life. Chuji screamed, though the sound was slightly muffled from his tank form. What you gonna do, fart on me, fat ass? Jirobo laughed cockily, then he heard a resounding crunch from deep within the ball. He didn't know it, but Chuji had just bitten into the curry pill. Chuji's chakra level exploded. All of a sudden he started spinning faster and faster. He was slowly gaining ground on Jirobo. Shit, where did that come from? I'm gonna wind up as mincemeat if I don't go second stage. Jirobo thought to himself frantically. He tried to activate the next stage of his curse mark, but was rewarded with a severe burning at the location of the mark. The burning was great enough to make him lose concentration of the fight. That moment's inattention was all that Chuji needed. He felt the slight let-up in pressure holding him back. It was the only invitation he needed. He span forwards, grinding and tearing at Jirobo, the kunai brutally efficient in slicing him to ribbons. Once Jirobo was down on the ground, Chuji simply span on the spot, ensuring that the job was complete and leaving nothing more than minced meat where Jirobo had once stood. "Guys, I did it," Chuji said to his comrades before coughing a glob of blood. The curry pill's after effects were making themselves known. The pill's effect was to convert mass to energy. The spinach pill and the chill pill both did this at certain rates, the curry pill acting faster than the spinach pill. This final pill, the chili pill, made the conversion all in one hit, but the strain on the body is so immense that it almost guaranteed death afterwards even if the battle was won. "The pain's so great that I can barely move. Looks like I'm gonna have to wait for someone to find me here. And if they don't, then I'm sorry for disobeying your orders, Shikamaru," Chuji said to himself more than anyone, hoping that against the odds that someone would find him here. "Kage Kubi Shibari no Jutsu," Shikamaru uttered in barely more than a whisper. The jutsu complete shadow hands began crawling their way up the three sound ninjas' bodies. The hands eventually made their way to Kabuto, Sakan and Taiyuya's necks where they proceeded to strangle the three. While the three were slowly choking to their deaths, a second body emerged from Sakan while Taiyuya activated her curse seal. The second body, free of the shadow strangulation jutsu, charged at Shikamaru, only to be intercepted by Kiba. Taiyuya, with the first stage of her curse mark activated, started to struggle even harder against the jutsu. Kabuto was still struggling, though with his air supply cut off it was becoming increasingly more difficult to fight. All the while that this was going on, Shikamaru had not lost his concentration and was intent on killing his remaining three captives. The one called Sakan was almost at his limit. Between the injuries from fighting other people as well as the damage from the exploding tags, it would only be a matter of moments till it became too much for him. Then it happened. Sakan slumped, kept upright only by Shikamaru's jutsu. With the reduced resistance, Shikamaru was able to manipulate the shadow on the boy far easier and for added measure, snapped Sakan's neck. "Sakan!" The person that had emerged from Sakan yelled to what could have been his twin. You killed him. I'll kill you." He roared at Shikamaru, activating his curse mark. He went straight from stage 1 directly into stage 2. Charging at Shikamaru, he had only one thing on his mind: revenge. Kiba tried to intercept again, but was batted aside like a ragdoll. The boy reached Shikamaru in the blink of an eye, and before Shikamaru could move away, he was sent flying. Both Taiyuya and Kabuto were now freed. Kabuto made to follow his teammates' hit with a chakra scalpel aimed at Shikamaru's neck, but was sent flying himself by a brutal roundhouse kick from Lee. "Enough of this crap," Taiyuya announced, bringing attention back to her. The Leaf Genin were now completely horrified by both Sakan's apparent twin and Taiyuya's transformation, both having gone into the second stage of the curse mark. The twin had a single horn growing out of his head while Taiyuya had several. "Yukon, you ready? Let's take this guy down," Taiyuya said to Sakan's twin. "Just let me kill him. I want revenge." Yukon at Taiyuya, who was already hand-signing. Yukon was running in to attack Shikamaru once again. "Getsuga!" came Kiba's voice as a pair of horizontal cyclones hit Yukon full force in the chest. "I'm your opponent and don't you forget it." Kiba snarled viciously at Yukon, leaving Shikamaru to deal with Taiyuya. "Fine, I'll deal with you before I slaughter your teammates," Yukon yelled, starting to sound slightly crazed by this stage. "Kuchios no Jutsu," came Taiyuya's voice from the distance. "It seems that Taiyuya stopped playing around as well," Yukon said with a smirk on his face before rushing Kiba. He let fly with a standard 1-2 punch. Both were easily dodged by Kiba, Akamaru flying at Yukon from the side only to be swatted away. "Akamaru!" Kiba called, worried about his familiar. Using the slight distraction was all that Yukon needed. He landed a strong uppercut to Kiba's face, sending him upwards before charging at him head first, goring Kiba on the single horn on his head and ramming into a nearby tree. When Yukon dislodged himself, Kiba slumped to the ground with Akamaru barking at him to get up again. "Normally I live within Sakan as I'm normally too weak to be out on my own for long periods of time. I'm not even going to give you the opportunity to feel my most frightening techniques, I'm just going to kill you like your teammate killed my brother. Then I'm going to combine with him as only I can and destroy him inside out." Yukon told Kiba as he prepared his final strike. So your ultimate jutsu is done by combining, is it? Seems we're the same in that, but we destroy everything in our path. Kiba said to Yukon. Akamaru, Dynamiku Makingu. Kiba called to Akamaru. At Kiba's command, Akamaru leaped into the air and started spraying urine all over Yukon. Is that mutt, pissing one me? I'll kill it for that. Yukon roared in both frustration and disgust. Let's go, boy. Kiba said to Akamaru. In a giant puff of smoke, both Kiba and Akamaru disappeared to be replaced with a giant two-headed wolf. Garuga. The beast roared as it began spinning at ungodly speeds, the slobber coming off of the beast enough to slice through trees. Upon was still staggering around from Akamaru's urine getting in his eyes. By the time he had cleared his vision, the last thing he ever saw was a vision of a giant horizontal vortex right before it tore straight through him. The pair split into their normal forms before Kiba spoke again. Well, boy, looks like we won't be doing any more fighting. That horn looks like it might have hit my kidney. Kiba said to Akamaru before he passed out from blood loss. With Lee and Kabuto. Kabuto-san. I'm sorry, but I can't go easy on you. Lee warned Kabuto as he removed his leg weights. Kabuto wasn't given the privilege to reply as Lee disappeared, only to reappear a moment later with a fist firmly planted in Kabuto's gut. Kabuto's eyes widened as he felt all the air forced out of his lungs from the strength of the blow. Kabuto also felt a rib break, but any damage was quickly repaired through Kabuto's expertise as a medical ninja. I'm going to show you why it is that Lord Orochimaru places his trust in me. Kabuto said as he activated his chakra scalpel. Kabuto had underestimated the boy, but he wouldn't do that again. Kabuto would show why he gave even the Sannin trouble when he really needed to. His first move was to disable Lee. Lee suddenly found himself grounded. Kabuto had cut his Achilles tendons. However, all his training with Guy Sensei had paid off, even the ridiculous challenges of running on his hands. Because of it, his was able to ignore the pain that his tendons were causing him and move about on his hands. Lee was quick to put distance between him and Kabuto, but that still wasn't enough. Kabuto gave chase, and it wasn't until Lee had managed to flail his legs around in an attempt to deter Kabuto, did he manage to pick up a handful of sand and throw it into Kabuto's eyes. The brief reprieve in the battle was exactly what Lee needed. Kaimon, Kai. Lee cried as he opened the first of the 8 inner gates, but he didn't stop there. Kumon, Kai. Lee called again, this time releasing the second gate, the gate of healing. Immediately he felt warmth flood through his body as the chakra contained within the gate of healing healed his injuries. He could feel his Achilles tendons knitting themselves to completeness again. A dirty trick. I thought that you and that ridiculous sensei of you were above such things. Kabuto taunted. Speak ill of me if you will, but... Lee started, only to disappear in an explosion of bark chips. Never, he said, reappearing to smash his knee into Kabuto's sternum. Ever, he continued, forcing his elbow straight into Kabuto's mouth. Insult Guy Sensei. That man has done more than any other alive or dead. Lee finished as he made a knife with his hand and thrust right at Kabuto's neck. Kabuto barely managed to avoid. The result, instead of having his windpipe severed, the boy had cut into his jugular vein. Kabuto staggered back, holding his throat where the cut was made. He took his hand away and the wound was already healed. I missed. Lee stated as he observed Kabuto while unwrapping his bandages. No matter what I throw at you, you seem to recover. I'm just going to have to kill you with one technique. Lee announced to Kabuto. Kabuto put up a guard, but was shocked when he saw that Lee had moved inside it like it wasn't there. Kabuto was being kicked steadily higher into the air by Lee. Lee appeared behind Kabuto, grabbing him and forcing them both to plummet to earth at incredible speed. Omote Renge. Lee yelled as they fell. They crashed into the forest floor, Kabuto landing on his head, while Lee let go at the last possible second. Lee watched Kabuto as he slumped to the floor, apparently dead. After a brief moment he walked up to Kabuto to confirm by taking a pulse. When he felt none he stood again before rushing off to help his teammates. With Lee gone, Kabuto's eyes flew open. That was some attack. Even with me protecting myself with chakra, it still almost killed me. Kabuto lay still for a while longer, healing the damage that Lee's attack had caused. With Lee thinking that he had killed him, it provided Kabuto the perfect opportunity to slip away to the other team. Naruto wasn't here, after all, he was the prize that Orochimaru sought out. Sasuke was a side project, but an army of dragons all with the curse seal, that was a temptation too great for Orochimaru to resist. It seems that you were right. Jirobo failed to take out those leaf genin. He only managed to take one of them out, pathetic. Kadamaru reported as he felt tugs on his spider webs. You know the plan. Let Naruto through. The closer we can get him to the border of fire and rice, the easier our job will be. Kimimaro told Kadamaru, the trail goes cold right here. It seems that they know we're following, so they're covering their tracks. Niji reasoned. Naruto openly growled in response. All of a sudden globs of an unknown substance were fired from multiple directions. 2 hit each of the boys' supplies pouch, while another 2 hit each of the boys' feet and a 5th hitting Niji in the mouth, covering it completely. Welcome to the spider's lair. Don't bother struggling, that webbing is made of a special fluid from my body combined with my chakra. You couldn't break it even if you tried. Kadamaru advised as he approached the boys, much like a spider would a trapped insect. Kadamaru stopped in his tracks as he saw Niji build chakra in the tips of his fingers before slicing through all 5 globs of the sticky webbing on him and Naruto. That which is made from chakra can be destroyed by chakra. Niji told Kadamaru evenly. Naruto, go. I can take this guy, he ordered. Go where? You said that the trail went cold. Naruto argued. Remember what Shikamaru said, either grass or rice country. Head to rice. Niji reminded. Much to both their surprise, Kadamaru let Naruto past. Realized that you couldn't take both of us at once, did you? Niji asked as he settled into a Juken Taijutsu stance after Naruto was gone. No, I had orders to let him through. You see, he's the real prize that Orochimaru is after. You've just sent him to a lifetime of servitude for Orochimaru. Kadamaru told Niji, laughing the whole time. Niji's eyes were wide. This whole thing had been a ruse. Just to draw Naruto out. Now you see it. From the ridiculous amounts of missions to draw all your high-level ninja out of the village, to the abduction of Sasuke. All of it was orchestrated by Orochimaru-sama, all to achieve this end game. Kadamaru explained. After all, the fool couldn't tell anyone if he was dead. Niji made to rush after Naruto, but was blocked by Kadamaru. Seems that you've forgotten that I'm your opponent. Kadamaru said as he moved into Niji's pathway. Fine, then I'll kill you, then catch up with him. Niji said with a solid resolve. Like you could. Kadamaru said, throwing multiple kunai with each of his 6 arms. Niji dodged the kunai barrage, but wasn't quick enough to avoid or destroy the large netting that Kadamaru had woven and thrown at him. Ha, and now that you can't use your hands for chakra or hand signs, you're a sitting duck. Kadamaru bragged, moving in for the final kill with a kunai in his hand. Niji's only response was to smirk before emitting chakra from all his tenketsu, destroying his confinements. What? How? Kadamaru looked astounded. It's not just my hands, I can emit chakra from anywhere. Niji explained, still smirking. And now, you're in range of my divination. Hack, Rokujian Sho. Niji announced, calling out the number of hits to his opponent as he went. Niji completed the attack with one final thrust of chakra-powered palm, but was amazed to see that his opponent was still standing until he saw a golden armor fall away from his opponent's body. Glad I got that armor out in time, that would have finished me for sure. Kadamaru said out aloud, though to nobody in particular. So, an armor, may as well try what I've been working on. Niji thought to himself after observing his opponent's ability. Niji charged in to engage Kadamaru in a taijutsu battle, but it seemed that the sound ninja recognized that he was at a severe disadvantage in close quarters combat, so he threw some kunai to slow Niji down while he retreated to a safer distance. With some distance between them, Kadamaru settled to just throw kunai at Niji. He was more than surprised when Niji caught one of the kunai that he had thrown from behind and threw it right back at him. He only managed to get over his shock just in time to avoid the kunai. So you're one of the Hyuga clan. That explains your mastery over your chakra. Orochimaru told me all about the Hyuga, from their all-seeing eyes, to their reliance on only their family's taijutsu, the juken. He even told me about that blind spot in those wonderful eyes of yours. Kidamaru called out to Niji. Niji didn't bother dignifying the question with an answer. He had decided to hide behind a tree. He could see exactly where Kidamaru was, but Kidamaru couldn't see him. After his loss to Hinata through her use of techniques from outside the clan, many within the clan saw their weaknesses, Niji included. He invested time in learning other jutsu, but it was time to go back to basics. Silently he made a bunshin. He had a plan, now it was time to put it into effect. So he thinks that he can hide from me, does he? Kidamaru said to himself as he moved into his first stage curse mark form right into his second stage. He made himself a bow and some arrows from the special fluid in his body. Time to flush him out. Kidamaru thought. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. He called, summoning a giant spider. The bunshin Niji flew out from behind a tree, Kidamaru immediately making it the target to be destroyed. Meanwhile Niji stole closer towards Kidamaru. He only stopped every once in a while to make a new bunshin. The original was still running, but in case it got destroyed he could use these other ones as backup. Niji could now see Kidamaru, he had his back turned with an arrow knocked and waiting for Niji, or at least his bunshin, to reappear when he swiveled on the spot and fired the arrow at Niji, before knocking a second and firing that as well. Niji's eyes widened in surprise and did the first thing that came to his mind. Kaiten. He exclaimed, expelling chakra from every tenketsu in his body. The defensive technique wasn't enough and the arrows still made it through, though on a different trajectory, piercing Niji's right lung and shoulder. He was down on the floor, panting with exertion, supporting himself with one hand while clutching the gaping hole in his chest, almost completely ignoring the hole in his shoulder. Did you really think that I hadn't noticed you? I had spider webs everywhere, you tripped so many it was almost like a sensory overload. Your bunshin only lasted that long because I allowed it. I saw my spiders or parts of the forest go through it multiple times. Kidamaru bragged as he approached Niji. Why, you know, this is the second time that you've moved into my field of divination. Niji gasped as he suddenly got to his feet again. Hack, Hyaku Nijuhachi Sho. Niji announced his jutsu. The hits wore far faster and far harder than before, but with a key difference. Before, Niji had destroyed the armor with 64 gentle hits. This time he would not use chakra until the 65th blow, by then the armor would be destroyed. Higher and higher Niji counter until he had finished his attack. Kidamaru was collapsed on a branch near the trunk of the tree they were standing on. I'm still alive. You didn't do a very good job of sealing my chakra. Kidamaru taunted as he struggled to regain his feet. You're right, your chakra is still open to you. I fried your nerves, you won't be walking for a while. Niji replied. Ha, for a while, all I have to do is make more of my armor and you can't hurt me, you barely have the energy to stand. By the time I've recovered you'll be dead from blood loss anyway. Kidamaru spoke, though he was struggling through the pain. That's fine. I made a jutsu that was specifically designed to counter such defenses. I made it in case I had to fight Gaara from Suna in the Chunin exams. I never had the opportunity to test it out though, not till now anyway. Niji said as he staggered ever closer. He started concentrating the chakra in his palms, far more concentrated than when he had struck Sakura. No, stay back. Kidamaru started squirming, though it was pointless, he couldn't move anywhere. Niji prepared his strike before announcing his jutsu. Abaroto Sho. Niji uttered, forcing his palm into the very center of Kidamaru's chakra coils, forcing practically all of his chakra into them and burning all the chakra pathways from their root. The amount of chakra in Niji's palm was so great that it passed almost completely intact through Kidamaru's hastily made armor. With all of Kidamaru's chakra pathways destroyed, the chakra once contained within his body poured out, leaving him effectively without chakra. He died within seconds. Well, that's me done for this mission. Niji said to the sky as he watched several birds take flight. With Shikamaru, enough of this crap. Tayuya growled, moving into her second state. Shikamaru was horrified by what he saw, but couldn't look away. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. She called, slamming her palm in the ground. A seal forming under her hand, in a plume of smoke 3 ogre-like creatures appeared. "Meet my doki. They are going to be the instrument of your death." The 3 doki began moving. It was a small twitch for each at first, then they all charged at Shikamaru. One with a club brought it down in a vertical swing. Shikamaru managed to dodge that blow by leaping left, only to be caught by a shoulder rush by the doki with no arms and its head apparently backwards. Shikamaru was heading right at the 3rd doki, which head butted him straight at the ground. He couldn't avoid the head but did manage to pull off a substitution jutsu before he hit the ground and get to a safe area. She's controlling the doki with her flute. Let's see what we have. 12 meters of ninja wire, 9 kunai and 4 command control paper bombs. Shikamaru thought to himself as he made his plan. He sat for a moment and contemplated his next moves and ways she would do in retaliation. He stalked about the forest silently setting up for his plan. When he was finished, he smirked before talking to himself. Only one way to know if it'll work. And so he threw a kunai at Tayuya. As predicted, she withdrew the doki with arm guards and claws on to take the hit while the one with the club was sent in swinging after Shikamaru. He evaded the monster before slapping one of his exploding tags on its back, a movement that went unnoticed by Tayuya due to the poor visibility. The other doki came in with a shoulder charge, missing Shikamaru as he dodged and placed yet another exploding tag. Though Tayuya couldn't see it, Shikamaru was still smiling. Everything was going how he had planned. Currently standing in front of Tayuya, he cut a wire that sent a kunai at her from her left, only for her doki with the claw gauntlets to block it again. "Shit!" she exclaimed as she noticed an exploding tag attached to the kunai. She barely managed to get away before the tag exploded, destroying half of her doki. It was left with part of its head and left leg while the right side was obliterated. Shikamaru threw another kunai to give his position away. As expected, she recalled both doki to her position in a way that would form a barrier between her and Shikamaru. Only when the doki were by her side did she notice the exploding tags that Shikamaru had affixed to the backs of her doki. "Oh, shit!" she exclaimed again, dodging the only way that was left open to her. Closer to where the kunai had come from, the destroyed the first doki. In between throwing the kunai and setting off the paper bombs, Shikamaru had made it around to a tree near where he predicted Tayuya would land. "Where the hell are you, you pansy-arse fag?" she called to the forest. "Right behind you," Shikamaru drawled. She made to turn around, but found that she couldn't. "You're caught, again," Shikamaru told her. "Bastard," was the only thing she could get out. She was literally seeing red, she was that furious. Shikamaru didn't care, he simply continued with his plan. As he controlled Tayuya, she felt herself take her flute in both hands, before giving a mighty wrench and snapping the instrument in half. She was shocked, enough to come out of her second state and regress back into her first stage. The flute had been a memento of her mother. She had died defending Tayuya from Orochimaru. Orochimaru laughed and said that the weapon used to defy him would now be used to serve him. Tayuya chose to believe that it was her mother, still protecting her even in death. Shikamaru sensed her obvious distress and used to his advantage. "Oh, was that precious to you?" Shikamaru asked as though he was talking to a child. That belonged to my mother. That was the last thing that she left me before she died defending me from Orochimaru." Tayuya snarled, still in the first stage of the curse mark. "Oh, worried that she's not going to be there protecting you anymore?" Shikamaru continued in that same voice. Tayuya just opened and shut her mouth. He had hit the mark. It was freakish how he did it. Shikamaru changed tactics. "She died fighting Orochimaru, for you. She didn't want you in his service. And yet here you are helping them take another life. You've become what your own mother detested." Tayuya actually choked on her own breath. It was becoming hard to breathe. This kid, he was hitting too close to the mark every time. "She wouldn't have wanted me to die. She would have wanted me to live." Tayuya tried to reason. Nearby Lee was listening with a very serious look on his face. It was one thing to kill an enemy, it was another to toy with their emotions and their mind like this. "Is that what you're going to tell your mother when you see her again? That you sacrificed so many others so that you could live?" Shikamaru probed. I don't." She tried to defend herself, it felt as though she was being battered from all sides. You're right. What am I talking about? Your mother seemed like a good person. You're never going to be able to see her again with where you're going. Shikamaru said, talking as though she wasn't even there. Tayuya gasped, she had reverted to her normal state. The emotional trauma was too much. She fell to the ground hugging herself and shivering. Kaa-san, I'm sorry, Kaa-san, Kaa-san. Was all she could repeat over and over. That was, most unyouthful. Lee rather more seriously than usual said from behind Shikamaru, supporting a wounded Kiba on his shoulder. I'll do what I have to. She was one of Orochimaru's elites. She's bound to have some information on him. It'll only be easier to extract when we get home. Right at that moment Shizune and Haku appeared behind them. Shizune walked over to Tayuya and placed her into a sleep genjutsu. She wouldn't wake till the user released her. I'll take Kiba, Haku said, and immediately started healing his wounds. Haku, Lee, Shikamaru, and I are gonna go ahead and try to find the others. You'll be okay here, right? Shizune asked before getting ready to head out. She only received a nod in confirmation as she was concentrating on healing Kiba. The three then set off for the place they last saw the other three. Once there it was an easy issue of tracking down both Chuji and Niji. Chuji was conscious, but in considerable pain. Shizune said that he would live, he just needed to get back to the village ASAP, and Lee was more than happy to carry him there. When they came across Niji they were horrified at his injuries. We have to get him back to Konoha. Help me. Shizune gave instructions to Shikamaru. We need to check on Naruto. Shikamaru argued. Naruto-kun will be fine. Shizune said tersely, hoping that he didn't ask too many questions. How can you say that? He could be. Shikamaru protested only to be cut off by Shizune. I can say that because I know things about Naruto that you don't. You may be mission leader, but I'm a jounin and as such I outrank you and I'm telling you to help me transport this shinobi. Shizune barked. She may have sounded harsh, but it was necessary. It was a quiet trip back. Shizune and Shikamaru had to move in a way that didn't aggravate Niji's injuries. Midway through the trip home Niji regained consciousness momentarily. Naruto, you need to help Naruto. He said weakly, don't worry about Naruto-kun. He won't be killed. He's stronger than you can imagine. Shizune soothed. Not kill, see, capture. Oh, Orochimaru wants him. He managed to finish before passing out again. Shizune had a look of pure horror on her face. She had sent the poor boy to a fate worse than death. Kakashi was racing through the dense forest following Pakken. He had spoken with the Hokage for only a few minutes. She saw him and assessed that he was fit to go, so she sent him out again, giving him only the bare minimum. He was now racing to catch up with the group that was chasing after the sound group that had abducted Sasuke. Then he made an unexpected find. Shizune. What's going on? Is that Niji? He's a mess. He asked, seriously worried about Guy's genin. Don't worry about that. You've got to get moving. Niji just told us, it's not Sasuke they're after. Orochimaru is after Naruto. He's walking straight into a trap. He and Pakken just resumed their search. Naruto emerged from the forest line to see a raging waterfall with what appeared to statues of the Shodame Hokage and Madara Uchiha standing as guardians of the waterfall. Welcome, Naruto-kun, to the Valley of the End. Kimimaro greeted from Madara Uchiha's head. What does Orochimaru want with Sasuke? Naruto demanded as he stepped onto the Shodame's head. Honestly, he would like his eyes, but at the moment you're the one that interests him the most. Kimimaro informed. Me? Why? Naruto very curious. This might be exactly like Jiraiya had warned. They will use you as breeding stock and use your abilities to destroy Konoha. Naruto could hear Jiraiya's voice in his head. That draconic transformation of yours. If Orochimaru-sama could have an army of such people, he would truly be unstoppable. Kimimaro said with a manic gleam to his eyes. Then if it's me you want, then you can release Sasuke. Naruto demanded. No, he may have been the bait to have lured you here, but he still is a rather valuable asset to Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro declined the request. Then I'm just going to have to take him from you, Naruto said, leaping across the waterfall and trying to punch Kimimaro. Kimimaro dodged the strike and retaliated by striking at Naruto with a sharp bone protruding from his hand. Naruto spun out of the strike and grabbed Kimimaro's forearm before thrusting his free arm at Kimimaro's elbow in the hopes of dislocating it. Kimimaro managed to smirk as he grew another bone from his elbow. Naruto couldn't stop his hand in time, so he pierced his own hand on the bone. Shikatsumiyaku. The Kekkei Genkai of the Kagaya clan, now only my own ability. Kimimaro explained with an air of superiority. I can sprout bones from anywhere. My bones are harder than even the strongest steel. Kimimaro went on, it didn't matter if the boy knew what it did, he couldn't do anything about it. Before the night was over he would be in Rice Country in servitude of Orochimaru-sama. Naruto observed his hand healing, as did Kimimaro. So I can't use my fists to bludgeon you to death. I'll just have to slice you in two. Naruto growled as he unsealed his blade. Seeing that the fight wasn't going to remain a taijutsu battle, Kimimaro drew a blade from his shoulder. Naruto charged, using Batajutsu as an opening technique, but Kimimaro's reflexes were quick enough to avoid the blade. Instead of pressing the advantage, he hung back to evaluate his opponent. It seems that he wouldn't make the same mistake that Kisame made in underestimating the blonde. Interesting style, I had to guess, it revolves around being faster than your opponent. Kimimaro taunted, obviously making light of the fact that Naruto was moving slower than he was. You're right. Looks I'll just have to up it a bit. Naruto said, drawing chakra from his bracers and sending it into his sword, creating a fine chakra blade. This time he raced forwards before jumping into the air. Ryu Sui-sen. Naruto cried out as he slashed down, aiming for Kimimaro's left shoulder. Kimimaro back-stepped the attack, but was surprised when the blade cut into him anyway. Chakra blade. He thought to himself only to realize that Naruto was indeed about to bisect him as he promised. Naruto had landed and didn't give his opponent any space. He followed the aerial vertical slice with a horizontal slash, forcing Kimimaro to jump over the attack only to perform a similar technique, except with a thrusting motion. Naruto was ready for the strike and made to counter. He leaped up into the air and twisted around the strike and made to strike at Kimimaro's unprotected back. Ryu Kensen Tsumuji. He called as he twisted around the strike and made his own attack at Kimimaro's outstretched sword arm. The blow was blocked at the last possible second by a bone growing out of Kimimaro's shoulder, though the blade was steadily working its way through this as well. Kimimaro now used his positioning to spring off Naruto and send himself to the ground while Naruto went over the cliff face and towards the water below. As Naruto fell, Kimimaro fired several of his fingertips like bullets. Teshi Sendan. His fingertips ripping through the skin at the end of his fingers. Naruto managed to slice two in half, though the third managed to graze his shoulder. He barely even winced at the pain. Compared to the gaping hole in his hand that was slowly healing, this scratch was nothing. Naruto plunged into the water. He remained still for a few seconds, getting his bearings. When he knew up from down, he created a Kage Bunshin before he swam to the surface and stood on the water's surface facing Kimimaro. Naruto eyed him for a second before making his move. Do Ryu-sen. Naruto called, making an upward slash with his sword. Kimimaro waited, but saw no attack coming his way, until the very last second. By the time he had seen the fine water blade, it was too late to avoid completely. He managed to get his body out of the way, but his hand got caught, dropping off into the water severed cleanly. Do Ryu-sen normally sends a wave of rocks and dirt at the enemy, but because water is so much more fluid and movable than earth, the result was a fine water blade. Naruto explained to Kimimaro. True to his word, there was a fine line in the stone behind Kimimaro where the water blade had impacted with the stone. It's of little consequence. I can regrow the bone and Kabuto-sensei can do the rest. Kimimaro played the loss of his hand as nothing. True enough, it could be replaced, but it would severely hamper his ability to fight. Up on the cliff where Kimimaro had left the coffin with Sasuke in it, Naruto's clone looked over the seals guarding, keeping the lid on the coffin. They were basic containment seals, weak on their own, but effective when more than one was used. There were currently 4 in use, but from what he had learned from his brief study from Jiraiya, it looked as though all four had to be released simultaneously, with a direct chakra source in for each one. I hope I have enough chakra for this. The clone thought as it split itself 4 ways. The clones looked at each other before nodding and placing one hand on a different seal. As one they released the seals. KAI, the seals poofed out of existence and the lid could be removed. Sasuke was inside though still unconscious. The clone shook him awake. Naruto? Sasuke asked uncertainly. No, just a clone. You need to head back to Konoha. When I dispel the boss will know that you're heading back and he'll follow. The clone told him while pointing him in the right direction. Sasuke nodded before heading off. The clone dispelled and the original Naruto smirked. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto called, creating 5 Bunshin. All 5 raced to Kimimaro, then when they were about halfway Naruto uttered one more word. Katsu. The 5 clones exploded, sending up a massive wall of water. Naruto then took the brief reprieve to turn tail and head to Konoha. After all, his mission was to rescue Sasuke, not to get himself captured. Sasuke was heading back to Konoha. If he caught up to him then they would have a better chance. Naruto jumped up the cliff side with all haste before entering the forest. Kukuku, going somewhere Naruto-kun? A chilling voice rang through the forest. Orochimaru. Naruto thought immediately. Naruto made his decision, he was going to kill himself, hopefully he could take that freak with him when he reincarnated. He took out his sword and readied it, only for a long pink appendage to come snaking out and prevent his hands from committing the final act, struggling as he was. Now. It won't be so bad, serving me. I promise you I'll look after you well. Orochimaru said in a slimy voice that made Naruto shudder. Now, how about we prevent you from running away? The rest of his body joined his extended tongue. Kanashibari no Jutsu. Orochimaru hissed, jabbing his index and middle fingers into Naruto's forehead, Naruto dropping his sword. Orochimaru went to Kabuto and Kimimaro. Let's leave, before this place is swarming with leaf ninja. You can do the rest of that healing back at the base. Orochimaru ordered. The 2 bowed, following in his wake. Kakashi was flying through following pack in the trees when he came across Sasuke. Sasuke? How did you get free? Kakashi asked, worried about Naruto. If they had freed Sasuke, then had they already taken Naruto? Naruto's clone freed me. I think that we were at the Valley of the End. It said that Naruto would catch up to me. Sasuke replied. Shit. Sasuke head back to Konoha. Was the only response Sasuke received before Kakashi started dashing through the trees following Pakken again. Kakashi made it to the Valley of the End where he did a quick survey of the area before summoning the rest of his ninja hounds. You're looking for anything that smells of Naruto. Scatter. Kakashi kept his instructions brief. It wasn't long before he heard one of the dogs howl. He made his way over immediately. He didn't need to be told what the dog had found, he saw it as soon as he entered the area, Naruto's sword given to him by Hayate. Kakashi, there's more. Pakken told him. He had Kakashi's attention. This place. It reeks of snakes. Pakken told him the bad news. Kakashi fell to his knees. Konoha's most hated enemy now had his little brother hostage. Sensei, I'm sorry. I got here too late, again. Kakashi said as he looked to the heavens. Some hours later Naruto awoke to a small dark cell. There was just enough light to make out that there were seals on every surface of this cell. Welcome to Otogekure, Naruto-kun. Naruto heard Orochimaru's voice ring through the cell as though he were everywhere. So Orochimaru has the Kyubi Jinchuriki, does he? Then it looks like he's given us the perfect reason to visit him, for the Jinchuriki and the ring. Deidara, Sasori, I leave this to you. The figure said through a projection, but the Kyubi Jinchuriki is ours to deal with. Kisame complained, and Orochimaru is Sasori's old partner. I think he wants to settle the debt. And you showed us how effective you are at catching the boy the last time, Kisame. The figure argued, many of the other Akatsuki members sniggering without hiding it. It was a bright and sunny morning in Konoha, yet there were many within her walls that felt no reason to be happy or even smile. It had slowly filtered through the ninja community that Naruto had been abducted by Orochimaru. Naruto's friends within the Rookie 12 and Team Guy took the news rather hard, a few feeling personally responsible. For all the grief that the remainder of the Rookie 12 and Team Guy felt, it didn't come close to surmounting the sorrow of 5 individuals. Kakashi felt as though he had failed everybody. He had failed his village in protecting one of its own. He had failed his sensei, who was more like a father to him. Most importantly, he had failed Naruto, something that he would never forgive himself for doing. Jiraiya felt similarly. He had failed his students, both of them. He had failed in his duties as a godfather and he hated himself for it. Tsunade felt hate, a burning hatred for only one thing right at this time, Orochimaru. When Kakashi had come back and reported to her what he had found, she quietly excused herself from the office, leaving Kakashi alone. She shunshined to the nearest training ground and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. When she couldn't, she slammed her fist into the ground, sending a quake that was felt right through Konoha. Shizune buried herself in her work. She claimed responsibility, having told Shikamaru that he was on orders to get Neji back to Konoha and that it was her fault that they didn't give chase. Tsunade promptly pointed out that if she were there, Orochimaru would have simply killed her and that she had made the best decision based on what information that she had. It still did little to relieve the crushing guilt that she felt. Last was Haku. Haku didn't feel guilty, she didn't feel angry. If Haku actually had to describe how she felt herself, she could do it with one word: empty. She felt as though she had a part of her missing. When she wasn't working, she stayed in the places that reminded her most of Naruto. Sasuke and a few of the other genin had asked to go on a mission to retrieve Naruto. They had been promptly denied by both Jiraiya and Tsunade. Misao had tried to argue, until she had accidentally uttered the words, "You don't understand. Do you even care about getting him back?" Never had she felt an intent to kill as strong as what she felt from both Sannin. It was suffocating. Even Kurenai as a rookie jounin was having difficulty. When they had regained their control, Tsunade ordered Misao to leave and not present herself before she understood exactly what she had said. The genin were left with two assurances from both Sannin and Kakashi. "He is alive," Kakashi said. "As long as he is alive, he can return to us." Jiraiya and Tsunade told them, along with a warning never to bring this up again. True to Kakashi's words, Naruto was alive. It had been almost a month after his capture and he was still cooped up in his cell. The seals on his cell absorbed any chakra aimed at them, effectively ruling out any form of jutsu. He had tried to transform into his draconic form but found he couldn't. It seemed that he could only do it in the heat of battle for the time being until he practiced more with it. He had contemplated suicide, but Rei had intervened. Flashback. "Okay, so jutsu won't work, I don't have weapons. Brute force in this form is useless and I can't transform," Naruto said to Rei in his head. "One last thing to try," Naruto said with a grim look on his face as he prepared to kill himself in an effort to burn everything around him. "No, don't." Rei called to him from the depths of his mind. "Why not? Nothing else has worked," Naruto countered. "And if this doesn't work either? Then what? You've just revealed to Orochimaru that you can provide him a body that doesn't die from battle. He's already trying to use you to create an army of dragons. Based on his frustrations, I don't think that it's working, but you don't need to provide him with a reason to take over this body," Rei reasoned. Listening to her argument, Naruto realized just what evil could come from something like that and reconsidered his actions. Flashback end. As Rei had predicted, Orochimaru was having little success in creating the army of dragons that he had envisioned. "Oh, Orochimaru-sama, the newest batch has also, failed," a fearful red-headed girl with a strange hairstyle reported. Orochimaru did little to show his frustrations, but you could see the muscles around his jaw tighten as he ground his teeth. This was the third test group that had failed. The technique that he had used should have allowed the genetic material taken from Naruto to form an entirely new being once incubated, as Orochimaru had so eloquently said, within a girl for the standard 9 months. Kabuto and Orochimaru's research head, the red-headed Karen, were both able to determine that once implanted into the girl, the jutsu failed, the single cell, marked with some of Orochimaru's chakra for tracking purposes, simply vanished. In a fit of rage, Orochimaru offered many of the girls that were used in the first batch as an offering to Manda. The only ones that were spared were one that had been perceived as useful, those with ninja training. Kintsuchi had been a part of this first batch along with a number of women from the Fuma ninja clan. Within this month Naruto was treated rather well, something that surprised him. He figured he was little more than a guinea pig, but Orochimaru had tried to be friendly with the boy. Naruto did not bother wasting his time with such pleasantries. He knew the man's true nature and was well aware that this facade could disappear in an instant. The one thing that surprised Naruto more than any other was the day that he was taken out of his cell and moved to a far larger area. The seals on the cell wall contained on that put the occupant under such strain till they passed out. Once Naruto had passed out from the effect of the seal, he was taken to an arena of sorts. When he came to, there was a barrier around the arena. Apparently Kimimaro was unsatisfied with the results of his and Naruto's previous battle and had been imploring Orochimaru to allow this nearly the whole time after Naruto was captured. Naruto was forced to fight Kimimaro. The fight was treated like a form of entertainment for some of Orochimaru's more willing servants. Those forced into labor simply watched on, sorry for the young ninja. The fight had been rough, Naruto not bothering to hide his transformation, nearly severing Kimimaro in two at one point with his claws and nearly devouring him at another. Naruto ended up losing the round. He was forced to fight in a non-preferred method. His taijutsu was useless against the last member of the Kagaya clan, and without a sword he was at a severe disadvantage. It took Kimimaro going into the second stage of the cursed seal to win, and even then only after Naruto had reverted to his original form. Kimimaro was forbidden to kill Naruto and had to settle for beating him unconscious while he was untransformed. There was little doubt in Orochimaru's mind after seeing that performance that if he hadn't intervened at the Valley of the End and allowed Kimimaro to pursue Naruto on his own, that Kimimaro would most definitely be dead by now. When Naruto came to after the fight, he found that he had been transported back to his cell with Karen treating him through the bars of his cell. The girl simply cut herself with a kunai some distance back, so that Naruto couldn't get the kunai himself, then let the blood flow, saying that her blood would heal him. That alone had sparked Naruto's interest. But it takes ages to heal yourself, right? Naruto called to her, retreating back. She stopped dead in her tracks. How could you know that? Karen asked, suspicion evident in her voice. Naruto ignored the question and posed another of his own. Why do you work for him? He asked. Do you think that I want to? Karen replied. I have no choice. I don't have the power to disobey and I can't escape, he'll catch me. She relied bitterly. If you truly hate it that much, then kill yourself, or is it that you can't? Naruto countered. Karen looked scared. How did you know that I can't die? She asked. How did this boy know so much? I didn't. I could have meant that you simply couldn't commit the act. But because of what you considered the practical side of it, not the actual problem with doing it. Naruto responded. Does he know everything about your abilities? Naruto asked. Do you think I'd be allowed to keep this body if he did? And how do you know? She whispered back. Takes one to know one, I guess. Naruto answered. How did we become like this? Karen wondered idly. I know. Naruto answered quietly. How? She was skeptical. She had researched for ages and still nothing turned up. I'll tell you on one condition. Naruto said. That is? Karen asked. Free me. Let me create enough confusion and a distraction to allow as many prisoners as possible to escape. They can go to Konoha till they resume their lives. Then return to Konoha with me. I'll tell you what I know. Naruto offered. They'll get captured before they can get far. Kin argued. I can plan for that. You just have to trust me. Naruto tried to coerce. Kin weighed her options before responding. Give me a month. That will give me enough time to prepare. I can say that I need to conduct more tests into why the project failed. I can let the woman know that way and they can pass on the message to the men that they know. In 1 month I'll come and free you. Naruto nodded with a smile. He would get home one way or another. All I need is a schematic of this place and the fastest way to get to the other captives. If you can get me that, we will be all set. Naruto said. And so Karen's work began. She began telling the women she knew she could trust that there was a plan for escape. Those women then passed on the information to the men that they knew they could trust. In that time she had also given Naruto the schematic he required. She simply told Orochimaru that she was going to use him for more testing, in case the fault lay within him. The snake Sannin thought little of it and left her to work as she usually did. While she was running some tests, she slipped the schematic into Naruto's clothes. Then end of 1 month was coming quickly. Karen had to work tirelessly to complete her objective. While the actual task of telling individual woman took less than 5 minutes to explain, it would seem strange if she only took 5 minutes with her research, so she conducted actual research. She had a mind to falsify a report, but found there wasn't a need. She couldn't find what went wrong with the process. The month had gone by painstakingly for Karen and many others. Not only did they have to worry about exactly what it was that Naruto was going to do to help them get to Konoha alive, they all had to keep up the unhappy faces they had been wearing for so long, even in the face of brilliant news such as a mass breakout. Karen was looking at Naruto as she prepared to open the door for his cell. She had been given a master to all the jail cells. Orochimaru had given her one when she had started working as his head scientist. The complex was filled with cells such as this one. Orochimaru prided himself on having many contingency plans, so it was likely that he would need multiple cells capable of containing powerful occupants. However, Orochimaru always had one flaw that even the Sandaime could never iron out: his underappreciation for his pawns. Orochimaru may have been a genius, but he could never lower himself to see the value in pawns on the battlefield, nor did he ever truly appreciate the subtleties of some lower-powered jutsu. Just as he had underestimated these elements, he never really placed much value on his weaker subordinates, so he never really estimated the strife that they could cause him. You have a plan? Even if Orochimaru allows me access to any prisoner, he still keeps tabs on who I use. As soon as this lock is opened, he'll know. Karen explained. Don't worry, I have us covered. Well, I'll get out of here in one piece. As soon I'm free, we're heading to. Boom. Naruto had been interrupted by a massive explosion and the compound shaking. What the hell was? Naruto started only to see his cell door open. Karen had undone the lock. He might not notice this door's alarm seal going off, but even if he doesn't, the first place he's likely to come is here. He'll want to secure you first at all costs. Now, you said you could get us out of here, so move it. Karen spoke in a rush, not stopping for air. Naruto stepped out of the cell and immediately summoned a large phoenix. He grabbed Karen and told the phoenix to fly. The phoenix took off at breakneck speed, taking Naruto's directions to the letter as it flew. The entire time they could hear more explosions. The phoenix managed to cover a distance that should have been a 5-minute run in under a minute. When he entered to main prison area, a room that looked as though it could have easily held Gamabunta thrice over, he saw everybody turn and look. They watched him expectantly. Ray-chan, I know I don't normally ask for your chakra, but I need it now, as much as you can supply. As much as possible. What are you planning? She asked as she prepared to overload his coils with her chakra. Summon the entire Phoenix clan at once. He responded without a hint of doubt in his voice. Ray didn't bother responding. She realized that time was of the essence and simply started supplying the yokai. Naruto felt the chakra coursing through his body and felt physically sick. It was then that he was reminded that coarse chakra was actually damaging to his body. A second explosion ripped through the compound and all the captives could see the sky for the first time in months as it destroyed the thick roof above them. Naruto finally felt that he had enough chakra when he performed the summoning jutsu. Never before had he released such a gargantuan amount of chakra in one go. It felt as though his very chakra coils were burning. When he had finished the jutsu, he immediately vomited, Ray's chakra taking effect on his body. Naruto, why have you summoned nearly every member of the Phoenix clan? The Phoenix boss asked as he stood on the ground, many of his other kinsmen flying in the air around him. No time to explain everything. I need you to take as many of these people as you can south to Konoha. They're prisoners. That's as much as we have time for right now. he responded. Naruto looked at the prisoners just standing there, gawking at the feat. Well, don't just stand there. Move unless you want to be left here. Naruto bellowed at the prisoners. Many of the ninja immediately jumped aboard a phoenix, some of the non-ninja were helped aboard by their shinobi counterparts. As soon as a phoenix was carrying as many as it could, it took off, the smaller of the phoenix fitting neatly through the hole in the roof. The others launched fireballs to increase its size so they could fit through more comfortably. I'm surprised that Orochimaru hasn't appeared yet. Maybe whoever did the bombing is keeping him busy. Karen wondered out aloud. Who cares, as long as he doesn't show up, that's a good thing. Naruto replied in between vomits. Kin, who had found her way over after recognizing him from the Chunin exams, showed her agreement by nodding. Within 3 minutes every phoenix had left. When Tobufushicho left, he didn't bother making the hole in the roof larger, he simply crashed straight through it, sending rubble crashing to the ground. Eventually only 2 people were left, Naruto and Karen. Rei-chan, just a little more chakra. Please. Naruto asked Rei. He heard no response, but felt it as he felt her chakra coursing through his body again. He performed the summoning jutsu, to come face to face with another phoenix that was roughly double Shizuka's height. Can you us to Konoha? Naruto asked after he had finished vomiting again. The phoenix nodded, but before anyone could move they were sent flying by an explosion that ripped the ground apart. You're not going where, yeah. A blond man dressed in a black cloak with red clouds on it said as he hovered in the room on what appeared to be a clay bird. As soon as he was in the room, the hole in the roof began closing itself over. That's exploding clay covering the roof, burst through that and you'll be as good as dead. To prove his point he detonated a small spider on the ground, which still provided a reasonable-sized explosion. Akatsuki. Naruto muttered under his breath. Got it in one. You're the one that took of Kisame's arm and half of Samahata. Deidara's eyes alit with joy, as though the idea of Kisame injured was music to his ears. Yeah, that was me. If you don't let us past you're going to end up the same way. Naruto warned, though he knew he was at a severe disadvantage without any of his usual equipment. So you guys are the reason that Orochimaru isn't tailing us. Guess I have to thank you for that. Naruto offered as he prepared for a fight. That was Sasori-sama. He's got a vendetta against Orochimaru for leaving Akatsuki, yeah. Deidara told him. Well then, maybe you'd like to aid us in foiling Orochimaru. You see we escaped, then he won't have any more prisoners. Naruto bargained. Close to a deal there. I'll just kill them and capture you. Orochimaru isn't gonna be alive much longer after Sasori-sama is through with him, yeah. So his number of prisoners won't really matter. Deidara replied. Naruto didn't bother responding, he simply threw out a jutsu after some rapid hand signing. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Naruto cried out, making sure that he kept a lid on the amount of chakra. He didn't want to accidentally hit the other 3. The phoenix wasn't idle either. It saw that his summoner was in need and so he rushed towards the flames, not needing to fear them. Deidara managed to dodge the flames, but his retreat was met with a talon to the right shoulder. He hadn't expected the large summon to move with such speed. Deidara howled in pain as the phoenix tore its talons free of his shoulder and wheeled around for a second pass. Deidara was watching its movement this time and created a barrier of sorts between him and the phoenix as it started attacking. Ninpo, Bakuhatsu Shuhiki. He announced as the wall appeared. Naruto knew that anything entitled exploding encampment wall couldn't be good news for his summon. He tried to warn it off its course, but it was traveling too fast to avoid. It collided with the wall full force, the wall detonated. The phoenix was still present, though it looked battered. It was in no condition to fight, much less would it be able to carry 2 people to Konoha. It's my own variation of the Doria Hiki. One side, my side, has the normal earth wall which protects me from my exploding clay on the other side. Great for idiots who think that they can charge through any defense, yeah. Deidara explained smugly as he watched the injured phoenix, which landed near Karen before dispelling itself. Naruto couldn't care less. He drew some of the chakra from his bracers and raced in faster than Deidara had expected, though still not enough to catch the man off guard. He formed another wall. Naruto predicted this and jumped over it, but before he was clear, Deidara detonated the wall in front of Naruto's face. When Deidara took down his wall, all he could see was Naruto crashing amongst the rubble. Deidara didn't give the boy time to regain his feet, he sent a flock of clay swallows at Naruto. Naruto pushed off of the ground, being missed by the attacking clay and the ensuing explosion by a hair's breadth. Out of the smoke from the explosion, it became apparent that not all of the birds were taken out as they pursued him further. He was forced to dodge and weave until it became necessary to jump onto a wall before he rebounded and landed near the clay that Deidara was using to prevent their escape. "You really think I'm that stupid, yeah? You think I'd blow up the only thing keeping you here?" Deidara asked as he pushed off the ground to join Naruto upside down on the roof, engaging him in a taijutsu battle. Naruto could feel that call to go completely wild within him. The call wasn't as strong as when he was fighting Orochimaru, so he would truly have to concentrate to transform. Deidara sent out more clay birds, Naruto spun around them as he moved to re-engage in taijutsu. The swallows didn't wheel around to continue their pursuit, they were allowed to drop to the ground as Deidara lost a use for them after he couldn't attack again for fear of blowing up the clay on the roof. Naruto charged in and feinted with a left punch, leaving Naruto's body was slightly twisted at the hips. As he corrected himself, the actual hit came through, a brutal right elbow to the jaw. Deidara's head spun with the hit, but Naruto wasn't done. He kept on pivoting as he tried to land a roundhouse kick aimed at Deidara's ribs. The leg was blocked and grabbed as Deidara tried to keep hold of the blonde Jinchuriki's leg. Naruto was quick to improvise as he leapt of his left leg and scoring a vicious hit to Deidara's head. Deidara was forced to let go as he was momentarily stunned. While he was still gathering his bearings, Naruto showed more strength than many though he might have possessed by throwing Deidara into the exploding clay. Much to Naruto's annoyance, the clay remained inert. "You expected the clay to explode, yeah?" Deidara mocked. "I was kinda hoping." Naruto growled back. "The clay recognizes me, so it won't explode, and it doesn't explode when you step on it 'cause I tell it not to, and it won't react to most jutsu either." "Makes sense, yeah?" Deidara explained. It really did make sense to Naruto. It wouldn't explode with either Naruto or Deidara on the clay. Most jutsu couldn't make it explode, but the swallows that Deidara made were ordered not to follow as they could blow up the clay. If the clay wouldn't explode normally, he'd make it. This time it was Deidara's turn to go on the offensive. Naruto quickly made some clones that scattered just as Deidara was closing in. Deidara sent some clay spiders along the floor as well as some clay birds through the air. They were dispatched by a quickly formed Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Deidara recognized the hand seals and moved out of the line of fire, moving in once the jutsu had ended with a thrust kick to the back of Naruto's head. The kick sent him flying forwards. Deidara wasn't content to watch him fly and moved to meet him, racing forwards and using his elbow into the back of Naruto's head, this time sending his face into the roof. Naruto crashed into the roof, but managed to use a hand to attach himself again so he wouldn't bounce off and crash to the floor. Naruto attached his other hand before scrunching up and uncoiling very quickly in a feet-first tackle. Deidara was caught in the chest and was sent flying again. Naruto chased while Deidara was still in flight, but Deidara was ready. Just as Naruto was close enough to hit Deidara, the man stopped his movement by detonating two clay birds right in Naruto's path. Naruto was forced to jump and land back on the ground. Deidara had managed to stop himself right in the middle of the clay. While Naruto was falling, the clones that he had made earlier reappeared. Each standing about a foot in from the edge of the clay on the roof. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. Naruto called. "Standard shadow clones and a summon." "What's going through that head of yours, yeah?" Deidara scorned. Naruto didn't bother responding, he simply gave his clones one command. "Katsu." He called harshly. Deidara barely had time to respond. Just as he stopped the flow of chakra to his feet and managed to spring clear, the clones detonated. He avoided most of the blast, but was still caught on his way down by shrapnel. He crashed into the floor as the blast prevented him from controlling his descent properly. The next time he looked up, Naruto and his summon with Karen were flying towards the reopened hole in the roof. "That's it. I don't care what Leader Sama wants. He's dead for using my own attack against me." Deidara muttered to himself, his face contorted into an expression of pure rage. Naruto and Karen were feeling the air against them as they winged their way towards Konoha on the back of the phoenix. When Naruto summoned the phoenix, he felt like groaning. The phoenix he had summoned was physically strong, far stronger than any phoenix the same size or some even larger, but nowhere near as fast as the rest. The pair riding on the phoenix had their attention drawn to the area that they had just escaped from as Deidara burst out yelling a stream of profanities at them while demanding that they turn back. He was quickly gaining on them. Deidara sent a wave of exploding clay swallows at them, but they were swiftly destroyed by Naruto as he used a grand fireball technique to get rid of them. As the technique cleared, they could still see an enraged Deidara tailing them, looming ever closer. It was then that Naruto made his decision and turned to Karen. "Give this to Bachan and tell her that I'll expect them back when I return." Naruto said, giving her both the necklace as well as his hitayate. "Why not just your hitayate?" she asked. "Because that only proves that you killed a leaf nin. It'll also give them a reason to expect my return." "Now go," Naruto told her before jumping off of the back of the phoenix. Karen watched him fall with a look of abject horror, before remembering that he couldn't die from the fall. Naruto began concentrating on the call to go wild that was deep within him. The presence was nowhere as strong as when he was fighting Orochimaru defending his friends. The ground was steadily rushing to greet him as he concentrated on the feeling. He was less than 20 meters from the ground when an almighty roar bellowed from the now transformed shinobi's jaws. Deidara almost fell off of his mount when he saw the transformation and the following roar. Naruto regained height so that he was level with Deidara. Deidara sent some exploding swallows at him, but he let them collide. They left a few small dents in his golden metal hide, but nothing else. Deidara couldn't believe his eyes. His swallows did nothing. They may as well have been mosquitoes to the Jinchuriki. He saw the golden dragon open its jaw and issue a jet of fire. He quickly evaded watching the fire stream past. He didn't expect the follow-up charge that followed soon after as the dragon rushed past, knocking him out of the air. Naruto for his part was talking with Rei inside his head, the connection seeming clearer than ever. "You can't take him back to Konoha. He's so angry right now that he'll probably blow everything in sight," Rei advised. "Where then?" Naruto asked. "I know. Now that we're out of the village, I think a visit to the Hall of 8 Fathoms is long overdue. Head across the sea to Demon Country," Rei told him. He fired a jet of Deidara before rushing off, knocking his opponent out of the air. "Right full speed ahead," Naruto intoned in his head. "No. Go slow enough to let him follow. Give Karen some time to escape," Rei called. She received no reply, but knew that he had understood when he slowed down. Deidara desperately reformed another bird for him to fly on as he plummeted, managing to do so before he met with the vegetation that was close to the ground. He gave chase to Naruto, and managed to gain some distance on him. Deidara was following Naruto, though he was completely unaware that Naruto was barely trying to move fast. "It's odd. I thought I would have transformed back by now. It didn't take long last time," Naruto said to Rei. "Perhaps because you were fighting last time and simply flying doesn't make you revert that easily," Rei reasoned. "In any case, I think that Karen has got enough of a head start for me to really be able to open it up," Naruto said as he really started flying like he wanted to. Deidara was grinning like a madman. As soon as that dragon was back in range, it was going to get a lovely C3 attack right down its throat. While he was imagining the way that he was going to make the transformed Jinchuriki suffer, he noticed the dragon's sudden shift in speed. He tried to slow it down by sending a few swallows, but the same as before, they had near no effect. Even after increasing his speed to max, the clay bird couldn't keep up with the dragon. With no choice left, he wheeled around in the sky uttering curses as he went back to the sound base to check on Sasori. "You know, you'd almost think that our job was pointless. There isn't anyone around for ages," Kotetsu said to his partner Izumo, "and if there were people lining up to get into Konoha, you'd be complaining about that too." Izumo retorted. He often grew annoyed with his partner's carefree and lazy attitude. No sooner had Izumo finished admonishing his partner, 7 Phoenix landed, dropping off their cargo of Orochimaru's ex-prisoners. One of the men immediately dropped off and kissed the earth. Over the next hour, every summoned Phoenix, including the one carrying Karen, had dropped off their passengers and dispelled themselves. As soon as the first 7 phoenixes had arrived, the guards had sent an emergency signal, not knowing what to expect. By the time that Tsunade and several squads of ANBU had arrived at the scene, it became apparent that the people coming weren't hostile. When Karen had eventually arrived on the last phoenix, she was the one to give Tsunade a full explanation. Naruto had asked me to give you these as proof that he sent us here. Karen offered the necklace and his headband. Tsunade gave her an amused look. That boy really is an idiot sometimes. Tsunade said as she smiled. Ma'am? Karen asked, not sure what she meant. He's the only person in Konoha that can summon phoenixes. The necklace and his Hitai 8 were almost meaningless as proof. Tsunade explained. He said that it was going to provide you with a reason to expect him back. Karen finished. Of course. Tsunade said before turning to the group and addressing them. Listen up. I'm very sorry to say, but I can't let you ride into Konoha immediately. There is a ton of paperwork that needs to be done. I will have some of my ninja provide you with tents and the like out here as well as food. If you have no wish to enter Konoha, then you needn't wait around. Once the necessary paperwork is processed, then you may of course enter and enjoy. Please understand, even though I understand your plight, I must still consider Konoha's safety first. She finished her address. Many of the people cheered. It was greater hospitality than some had been shown in months or even years. Well, get to work you two. Tsunade ordered Izumo and Kotetsu. But there has to be at least 200 people here. Kotetsu protested. Then you'd better start now if you want dinner tomorrow night. Tsunade with a Cheshire grin about her face. And so Izumo and Kotetsu started their work. You just had to jinx it, didn't you? Izumo grunted at Kotetsu, reminding him of his earlier complaints. Later that night, many of the people who had known Naruto well were considerably happier knowing that he had escaped from Orochimaru after they had been informed by one of the ANBU present at the gates with Tsunade. They were still worried for his safety, but happy nonetheless to know that he was free at the minute. Naruto had left the sea behind him as he now flew just south of Marsh Country, following Rei's directions. He was amazed at how long he had maintained the transformation for, but could feel the power waning, so he decided to land and revert, rather than revert 100 meters in the air. So where to from here? Naruto asked Rei in his head. It's not far now. The shrine itself looks like a rundown castle. It's between March Country and Demon Country, about an hour north. Rei answered. I can't believe I might finally be getting some answers. Naruto made conversation with Rei. Don't get too excited. Remember what Hiko said. They might not tell you if you're not a clan head. Rei reasoned. They owe me some answers. Naruto fired back, something that Rei definitely agreed with. The pair made light conversation until Naruto happened across what appeared to be a dilapidated castle. This it? He asked. This is it. She confirmed. It looks like a dump. Is there anything that I need to do? Naruto asked. Walk through the entryway. Everything will become clear. She told him. Naruto had his doubts, but still did as he was told regardless. As Naruto approached, he could see the inside of the castle. It matched to outside, old and run down. He stopped at the threshold for a moment before crossing. When he was through, he was no longer standing in the old castle, but a white room with 6 pillars in it. There a large central pillar with 5 pillars evenly around it. Welcome to the Hall of 8 Fathoms, Naruto Uzumaki, a deep voice spoke from one of the pillars. Am I speaking with a god? Naruto asked, realizing as he verbalized, just how stupid the question must have sounded. You are. I am Takami Musubi, one of the gods of creation. Takami Musubi responded. Takami Musubi-sama. I have questions that only the gods can answer as they were the ones directly involved. Naruto told them, hoping this travel hadn't been in vain. Then asked child. We will answer. I am Aim no Minaka Nushi. A second voice called, this one sounding distinctly female. No, we should not. He is not a clan head. The agreement was to never speak with any other than one of the 5 clan heads. A third voice spoke, also sounding decidedly feminine. And yet you have selected the boy to be your champion. That will not do, Kami Musubi. A third female voice entered the debate. Izanami makes a valid point. Takami Musubi's deep voice rang out again. Naruto constantly had to turn to each of the pillars as they spoke, yet there was one pillar that had remained silent, Izanagi's. If he could remember the names from Rei's tale. I selected no one to be our champion. Kami Musubi's voice rang again, yet he houses the 9 tails and was guided here by it. He deserves answers, even if just for the effort of coming here. The last remaining pillar spoke. I second that. Izanami spoke again. Speak, child. We will answer. Aim no Manaka Nushi told him. So Naruto nodded and he began speaking. I have been told by one of my ancestors as well as letters that my parents left me that the Phoenix and Dragon clans have received gifts from the gods. Gifts of partial immortality. Is this true? Naruto asked, getting straight to the heart of the matter. That is correct. Aim no Manaka Nushi's voice rang again. Then why? What could our clans have done to receive such gifts? Naruto asked. For exemplary service in the wars that once ravaged this entire continent. It was Izanagi's voice this time. What reason would the gods have for rewarding soldiers in a war? Naruto was confused. When no one answered for a long while, Naruto thought he may have offended them until a grating and hoarse voice spoke from the very floor he was standing on. It appears as though no one is willing to answer your question for fear of accidentally placing blame, so I will tell. The voice offered. Thank you. Naruto started, leaving the thanks hanging so that he would know whom he was addressing. Shinigami. The voice rasped. Arigato, Shinigami-sama. Naruto offered with a bow. The Shinigami answered, disregarding the thanks. You are likely aware of the shinobi wars of this continent. Shinigami asked, discerning how much backstory was necessary. I am. Was Naruto's short reply, allowing the Reaper god to continue. The wars were made out by the initial instigators to be a battle for control of the continent. The Shinigami proceeded, but they weren't. Were they? Naruto had been told as much. He had been made aware that those wars were not simple conquests of men, far from it. You are also aware of the tale behind the creation of this world? The Shinigami asked. Upon hearing that Naruto was informed, he continued, well then I will pick up after there. For a time after the creation there was peace on the high plane of heaven, but only for a time. One day an argument broke out between the 5 creation gods that are housed here. How the argument started? I know not, frankly I do not care either. However, the subject of the argument is well known to me, and that was? Naruto asked, listening intently. Who was the key god involved with the creation of the world? It started out between Aim no Manaka Nushi, Kami Musubi, and Takami Musubi. Was it Aim no Manaka Nushi for her work in creating Izanami? Was it Kami Musubi for creating Izanagi? Or was it Takami Musubi for helping each of the other 2 in their creations? Then an Izanagi joined the argument, arguing he was the most pivotal for creating the world using the spear Ama no Naboko. Finally Izanami claimed the pivotal role after birthing all the Kamis. The Shinigami spoke in its raspy voice. I understand, but how does this relate to the shinobi wars? Naruto pressed. The 5 gods were not content to just let the argument be, yet they could not fight on the high plane of heaven. They did not want to fight on earth, lest they completely destroy it, so they did the next best thing. They had the humans fight for them. They each selected a country as their champion and sent the countries to war against one another. The most pivotal god would be determined by the one whose champion country remained as the victor of the war. The Shinigami finished. Naruto was thunderstruck. He was practically shaking with rage. All those lives lost. All these years of hatred, everything that happened since that argument. Was all because you all could resolve some petty argument? Naruto screamed, his blood boiling. Yes. We were foolish. Takami Musubi answered in a regretful tone, and we all paid for that foolishness. My own father was forced to kill hundreds if not thousands of ninja all in the name of a war that shouldn't have ever happened. Naruto managed to rein in his anger, if only a little. In any case, there were standout clans from each of the countries. Each god chose one clan from the country they had sent to war. This clan was granted one wish. I know what the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan's wishes were. Would you like to know? The Shinigami continued. Please. Naruto asked. The Phoenix, they asked to never die and never be forgotten on the battlefield. So they were given the power to resurrect as well as the summoning contract. The Shinigami told. What about our healing attribute? And why the contract as well? Naruto asked. Surely just the resurrection would have sufficed. The healing attribute was there from the beginning, we had no part in that. And as for the contract? Once the person had passed on, they would be forgotten eventually. People would be remembered by their clan name, but not personally. The summoning was a way to ensure that even the weakest of the Phoenix clan could live again on the battlefield, only at the summoner's discretion, of course. Naruto nodded in understanding as the Shinigami went on. In any case, the dragons asked to always die with honor. So they were made immortal in the sense that you know it to be. After all, the dragons considered dying on the battlefield the most honorable way to go. The Shinigami informed. So then how do I fit into this? Naruto asked. Even though we could grant the clans one wish, we could not grant them true immortality. After all, there is a very fine line between true immortality and godhood. So when it came to light that you were truly immortal, we decided to make you our champion. Takami Musubi responded. Champion? What for? Naruto asked. Every time he had a question answered, another popped up. There is a man that knows the truth of the wars. He seeks to kill us and replace us as a god, then have his subordinates rule over the world. This is his version of peace. The Izanagi informed. Surely you could kill him yourselves. Naruto wondered. Ever since the end of the wars we decided that we would not directly interfere with the lives of men. If we started making exceptions, then we would be inclined to do so again. Izanami continued. And me? Naruto all but demanded. We have not interfered in your life directly. The Nine Tails was sent as your weapon and to guide you to us. You still had the ultimate choice. She was also sent to be a friend throughout your life, when all of your other friends had died. Kami Musubi answered. Don't call her a weapon. Naruto growled angrily. She is a weapon. She has a soul attached so that no one could use the weapon incorrectly, but she is still a weapon nonetheless. Kami Musubi retorted. Rei-chan is a wonderful person. She is kind, she has helped me when I have needed it and she is a very close friend. Naruto responded angrily. You dare to speak to me in such a manner? I could easily. Kami Musubi hissed back. Directly interfere in the life of a man? Naruto spat. If this is the way that you treat your so-called champion, then perhaps it would be better for me to allow this man to run his course and perhaps he would grant me freeing Rei-chan. Naruto continued. Calm yourself, Kami Musubi. Tamaki Musubi reprimanded. You would have Rei freed? Even if it means that the sacrifice it took to seal her would be in vain. Aim no Manaka Nushi's voice rang, picking up that the boy didn't like Rei being referred to as either the Nine Tails or a weapon. The sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. It was done to protect the people of Konoha. As long as they survive, then the sacrifice is never in vain. A good answer. Izanagi voiced. Then as a show of faith we will free Rei from the seal and give her a body in a likeness of her choosing. We do this not to interfere in the life of a man, but as a request from our champion. Take note, that if your work pleases us, then we may listen to further requests. Tamaki Musubi offered. You do that? Naruto asked. This time yes. Future requests will be decided based on your accomplishments on Earth. Tamaki Musubi confirmed. Of course that would mean that you would have no further need of interacting in such a familiar manner with mortals. Kami Musubi's voice called again. What does that mean? Naruto asked. Simply put, you would no longer need to court another, as Rei would suffice. We would make her immortal as the dragons are, so that the dragon's pact with the Shinigami wouldn't take effect unless he was mortally wounded. You simply have to protect her if you don't wish to die. Kami Musubi explained. And if Rei didn't want me as anything other than as a friend? Naruto tested. She would have no choice. Kami Musubi responded. Not to directly interfere with the lives of men. Surely dictating who I am allowed and not allowed to love would come under that. Rei too. Once she is human, you would not be able to directly interfere with her life either. Naruto explained, using the gods' own rules against them. The sound of both Izanagi and Izanami laughing at the situation rang through the hall before Tamaki Musubi spoke again. Then for now, we will free Rei as agreed. Then we will set for you tasks that you must complete back on Earth. Complete these tasks and we will consider negotiating further. However, you must think carefully about what you want, otherwise you may not get exactly what you wish. Tamaki decided. You sound as though you are speaking from experience. Naruto spoke. We are. The clan head from Cloud Country made a careless wish. While the dragons and Phoenix were shrewd enough to word their requests in a way that would benefit them, the man from Cloud asked for the power of the gods to be given to all those of Kumo descent. Izanagi replied. And indeed he got the power of the gods. Originally there were only 4 elements that man could use. Fire, water, earth and wind. With his request the manipulation of lightning became available to man. But his request was to have it made available to all of Kumo descent. So all received it, traders and prisoners included, which is how it spread through the land so easily. If he had simply wished that the power had been available to those loyal to Kumo, then lightning manipulation would have remained within Cloud Country. Make a careless wish like he did and you too will suffer the consequences. Izanami finished the story. Thank you. I will consider exactly what it is that I want when I meet next. For now, I would ask that you honor your offer to have Rei-chan freed from the seal. Naruto accepted. We will. Summon her here as she wishes to be seen. She will receive a normal body that will grow and age with time. She will be considered part of the Dragon Clan due to the blessing of immortality that we will give her, eternal youth and death only from a mortal wound. Her body will be that of any normal human, the remainder of her chakra will stay with you, aim no Manaka Nushi defined. Naruto-kun. Bring me out as you did when we went to the cafe with your friends. The same age as you. Rei's voice chimed in his head. You don't want to be an adult? Naruto offered. No, otherwise it would raise too many questions amongst your friends. Someday we can tell them everything, but not right now. Rei offered. Naruto accepted her reasoning, and summoned her out of the mindscape in her teenage form. Rei, do you accept what is to happen? To be made partially immortal, to leave behind your power within this boy and live as a normal human. The Shinigami's rasping voice spoke. I do. Was the swift reply. Then it is done. The Shinigami rasped. That's it? No bright light. No pi, argh. What the hell? Naruto screamed as he felt an inordinate amount of chakra surge through his coils. Your body is adapting to receiving nearly 9 taels worth of chakra. There is bound to be some pain on your behalf. Kami Musubi spoke, though it sounded as though she were somewhat satisfied. Rei was a grounding for Naruto, speaking to him as he endured the pain, her voice soothing. Within 2 minutes the pain had passed and Naruto was upright again. Great, if my chakra control was bad before with the amount of chakra I had, I'd hate to think what it's like now. Naruto grumbled, though only light-heartedly. About the same at a guess. Each time you used a jutsu, some of your chakra was always redirected to the seal to maintain its integrity. Every time you use a jutsu, some of Rei's chakra would try and force its way into your coils. The larger the chakra required for the jutsu, the more of Rei's chakra would try and enter your system, the more of your chakra was needed to keep it out unless you allowed it in. Izanagi corrected. With her chakra being converted to your own, there won't be any additional draining. You should be able to learn most jutsu with relative ease, though some jutsu will still be out of reach for you. Izanami continued the explanation. That is a relief. Now the last matter to attend to is the list of tasks you want me to do while on Earth. Yes. Undoubtedly you have guessed we wish for you to stop the one that wishes to kill us to enact his own version of peace. Could he not be inducted as a god and allowed to enact his own version of peace? Naruto asked. No, this man, he will have to demand sovereignty over all the countries within the elemental nations, something that they will not relinquish. It will result in a war regardless. Despite our past actions, we would like to avoid more war at all costs. The end he seeks does not justify the means, so he must be stopped. You will stop Madara Uchiha. Wait, I know that name. Naruto said astounded. Yes, he is the leader of the group that would take over the world, leaving him a god and his subordinates as rulers. Akatsuki. Kami Musubi offered. The other is an immortal named Haiden. His brother was another man named Jashin, who forced his way to godhood. As you are aware, the gods will not fight with one another anymore. But his godhood is false. The man practices a pagan religion where a sacrifice's blood is offered in exchange for immortality. It is an old method for one to become a god and another to receive immortality, rarely used as few humans will acknowledge one they know to be mortal as a god, regardless of the benefits they may reap. Izanagi explained. Couldn't Madara achieve the same? Naruto asked. Yes, but he won't settle for anything less than the real thing. To touch the spear Ama no Naboko is to become a god. This spear is also the only weapon capable of killing a god. He will touch the spear and ignore the rules that we five have set since the end of the Third Ninja War by killing us. Aim no Manaka Nushi told. So if I can kill those two, then we can negotiate? Naruto asked. No, there is one more. Orochimaru. That man must pay. He summoned the dead and reversed the natural cycle of life. Such a travesty must not go unpunished. Kill him and I will listen to your requests also. The Shinigami spoke. Naruto nodded before speaking one last time. It seems as though I have my work cut out for me. I promise not to fail. He said before both he and Rei retreated in a bow out of the hall. When they crossed the threshold of the Hall of 8 Fathoms, they were outside the dilapidated castle once again. Naruto looked at Rei, only to see a blur of red as she crashed into his chest crying, "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm free, thank you, I can ever repay you." She sobbed into his chest. There was never a need. You never deserved the fate you were handed, the least I could do was change that. Naruto consoled as he hugged her close. So you failed, Deidara. The voice stated, rather than asked. Yes, Leader Sama. Deidara responded, his head hung in a bow. There were a multitude of reasons why he failed, the fact still remained that he had failed his mission. And you, Sasori? What of your mission? Their leader asked. I have the ring. Sasori spat, as though holding the thing left a bad taste in his mouth. Why so bitter? You succeeded. Their leader inquired. I got the ring, but Orochimaru and his lackeys, Kabuto, escaped. Sasori replied. Pay it no mind. You succeeded in your mission. We can replace Orochimaru and there will be other chances to end his life. Their leader replied coolly. Of course. Sasori responded, but hardly looking appeased. Deidara. Explain to me why you failed. Their leader demanded. In short, I blasted the place till I could find him. I found him when a whole flock of phoenix flew out of one of the holes in the roof I created, all of them carrying prisoners. When I found him I sealed my entrance with exploding clay. He and I fought. Eventually he figured out that he could use an exploding clone to take out the clay I had on the roof, catching me in the blast. Deidara stopped for a second to gather his thoughts before continuing. His leader waited patiently. While I was down for a second he summoned one more phoenixes to fly him and a companion to Konoha. I gave chase and started using clay to bring the phoenix down. That's when he jumped off and transformed. Deidara said. Transformed? His leader asked, his partner also looking in mild interest. He transformed into a giant golden dragon. Its hide was virtually impenetrable to ordinary attacks. I used exploding clay swallows, but they did nothing, it didn't even flinch. Deidara recounted. It led me away from Konoha, so I gave chase, trying to use a more powerful explosive when I got in range. The distance was kept roughly even throughout the flight. I think he was trying to lure me away from the phoenix and the person riding it, because at some point the distance blew out. He wasn't even trying to fly fast until then, and there was no way a clay bird could keep up with it. Deidara finished. I see. So it wasn't as though you were really at fault. It just seems that you were useless. If you can't even harm the Jinchuriki, then you have little use, yet you know far too much about us too. Their leader started. Deidara panicked seeing what his leader was getting at. No, wait, it was just this one Jinchuriki. They couldn't all be like that. Besides, my Jinchuriki to capture is the Ichibi. Kisame was the one that failed in the first place. Deidara bargained. Their leader considered his words. Very well. You will be allowed to live, but you best not failed your own capture, the consequences could be rather unpleasant. Their leader reconsidered. His image flickered on the hologram seal before disappearing from the room. Deidara let out a sigh of relief. He was saved, for now. Your bidding, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto asked, wary of his master's foul mood after having lost prisoners, the Akatsuki ring and a prime test subject in Naruto. We wait. Anything that I want is going to take patience and careful planning. The snake Sannin replied. Jiraiya will ensure that the boy is inaccessible for a while. I will simply have to wait until their guard is lowered again. Also, if they focus their attention on the boy, then it may distract them from other prizes. He grinned as he thought of the prospect. And the new arm, my lord? Kimimaro inquired. Kabuto had transplanted an arm after Sasori's wind mask had removed Orochimaru's own. This arm is virtually useless with how crudely it was sewn on. The most it is good for are the daily tasks. I will simply take a new body, and with it a new arm. Orochimaru answered, thinking nothing of the slight against Kabuto's skill as a medic, despite the fact that he was standing before him. The ring. What was it used for? Kabuto asked. It allows them to seal a bijou within a statue that is vital to their end game. Without the ring, the sealing rituals cannot be performed. Orochimaru replied. So you stalled them in their goals for at least a few good years. Kimimaro smirked. I had hoped that the ring had some hidden properties, but alas, beyond its uses for Akatsuki, it is little more than a decoration. Orochimaru informed. The only thing to be seen to in the immediate future is for Kabuto to find an appropriate donor for an arm and then sew the arm with more care than previously shown. At once, my lord. Kabuto intoned before scurrying from the room. All in good time, Konoha. I will strip you of all that you hold dear, before crushing you. Orochimaru said to himself before cackling wildly. In Konoha, spirits had been considerably higher after prisoners had made it to Konoha with word of Naruto's escape. A few of the prisoners were interrogated by Ibiki and Tsunade, though with their willingness to give information on the hated snake Sannin, it was more like an interview as there was no need for mental or physical interrogation techniques. It came as a when Karen said that she wanted only the Hokage and her most trusted ears to listen to the information she had to give. Needless to say, Tsunade was grateful for the request when she found that the information that the girl possessed could have been detrimental to Naruto if it got into the wrong hands. She wasn't blind enough to believe that every shinobi was loyal and wasn't spying for a different master. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Naruto had sent the prisoners to Konoha. He had kept in touch through Shinmi, letting Tsunade know that he was fine and that he hadn't been captured. When Tsunade had asked why he was spending so long away, and received the reply, training chakra control, she was more than a little surprised. Karen was sitting, reading, in her ANBU guarded room. She was technically still a prisoner as she was once one of Orochimaru's workers, though not by choice. Even so, she had been shown far more kindness and freedom here in Konoha after just 2 weeks than she had by Orochimaru in her entire life. While she was reading, she felt a nagging presence at the edge of her mind. She tried to push it away, but found that she couldn't. It was as though the sensation was determined to make itself known. When she finally got sick of trying to ignore the feeling, she threw her book away in frustration and actually took the time to examine it. After no more than a moment, she came to a startling conclusion. That's a chakra signal. It's Naruto's chakra, but it's way stronger. I normally have to actively search to find them. How in the hell did that one force its way into my senses? Either way, Hokage-sama will want to know. She thought. I have a message for Tsunade-sama. Karen announced out of the blue. Tell her that I can sense Naruto's chakra signal approaching Konoha. It think he's coming home. She informed. One ANBU nodded to the other before disappearing. He was gone for less than 10 seconds before both he and Tsunade reappeared in the room. Are you sure about that? She demanded. Karen only gave a nod. Which direction? She demanded again. North, was the simple reply. She was whisked away to find herself in a training field, within a group of genin train. Tsunade spoke to a tall man with a shock of silver hair, noting that the man's visible eye widened before the skin around it crinkled, indicating that he was smiling. They walked back to her, Kakashi making an excuse about leaving early, before turning to Tsunade. I'd like to pick someone up before we head off, Tsunade-sama. Kakashi said. Fine, we'll meet you at the northern gate. I also want to pick someone else up, she said, before both departed in a puff of smoke. Behind her, Haku heard the distinctive sound of a shunshin, though she didn't bother to look behind her. There were only two people that visited her up here, Megumi and Kakashi. Come on. We're heading to the northern gate, he announced. She eyed him curiously before responding. What on earth for? She asked. Well, I figured that since Naruto was returning home you may want to meet him when he arrived, Kakashi said nonchalantly. Haku was immediately on her feet and grabbed Kakashi's arm before sunshining both of them to the northern gate. You know I was gonna get us here if you gave me a second, Kakashi groused upon arrival. Noticing that Shizune was also there, Kakashi gave her a quick smile that she returned. She knew his most regular hangouts and made an effort to prevent him from returning top old habits, like spending 2 hours lost in thought in front of the memorial stone. Return prevented her from becoming a total recluse and burying herself in her work. So how long? Tsunade asked Karen. Hard to say. Give me another 10 minutes and I can give you an ETA. Karen replied. 10 minutes elapsed in relative silence. There was a little small talk here and there, but nothing major, though Tsunade did note that Kakashi and Shizune did stand a little closer together and away from herself, Haku and Karen. The group did notice Karen getting more and more uncomfortable. It only became truly obvious when she needed to speak again. Any idea now? Tsunade asked again. Karen was looking rather pale. He's about 15. She couldn't finish her sentence. She had to turn, run to a corner and vomited. You okay? Haku asked. It's his chakra. It's enormous, it's so strong it's making me sick. It's masking the trace of the other two that are with him. One's the phoenix that he's riding, the other, it feels human, but it's almost impossible for me to feel though his chakra. She explained. They watched her carefully as she continued to heave. Since she had nothing left in her stomach after the first round, she had to dry reach and feel the acid rise and burn in her throat. It was 10 minutes later and all five were all looking on the horizon for some sign of the blonde. There was little doubt about his return, if Karen's senses were any indication, when they saw a small black dot on the horizon. Karen was still having trouble with the enormous amount of chakra that she was detecting from Naruto, though it was getting easier. The longer she was exposed to it the more habituated she became. Within minutes the group could see Naruto and a red-headed girl riding aboard a phoenix, Naruto waving energetically as he approached. Haku broke into a dead run when she could no longer sit still, running at the approaching phoenix. Tsunade made to go after her but quickly stopped herself when she found a gentle yet retraining hand on her shoulder. She turned to see that Kakashi had placed a hand on her shoulder and gave his familiar eye smile. Forgive me Hokage-sama, but give them a moment, he said, feeling her relax under his grip. Haku was still running at Naruto and quickly closing the gap between them. She could hear him calling her name as she approached. Haku-chan. Haku-cha, Gah. Naruto was suddenly surprised when the raven-haired girl had sunshined up onto the phoenix. The phoenix, not expecting the extra weight so suddenly lurched and faltered before being forced to make an emergency landing. The phoenix was less than amused, though seeing that it was now unnecessary, told Naruto such and dispelled itself, though no one took any notice as they were too caught up in a reunion. Naruto was engulfed in a hug that damn near broke his ribs. Haku had attached herself around his midriff and didn't appear to want to let go any time soon. She looked him in the eye before slapping him across the cheek. That was for causing me so much pain, she said. Tsunade, Shizune and Karen all gawking. Kakashi had been told by Sasuke and Sakura when Naruto was not present. And this is for coming back to me, Haku said softly, before kissing him on the cheek that she had slapped. Unlike last time she didn't correct the word me to us. She let her lips linger on his cheek, still hugging each other. They only pulled apart, both with red faces, when they heard Tsunade clear her throat very obviously. "Get a room you two," Tsunade said as she walked over. "Get over it, Bachan." Naruto called back to her. "Why I oughta." Tsunade started rushing towards him. Naruto closed his eyes expecting to be sent flying when both Tsunade and Shizun had their arms around him. Shizun was crying. "Ne-chan, aren't you happy to see me?" Naruto joked, but he didn't expect her tears to come even heavier. "It's my fault. I told Shikamaru to leave you. I said that you would be fine because you had abilities that he didn't know about." Shizun bawled into his shoulder. "And if you had come after me then you would have been killed." Naruto fired back, causing Shizun to stop abruptly. "See, if even the brat can see that then you need to wake up to it eventually too, Shizun." Tsunade lightly chided her assistant. Shizun detached herself from Naruto and allowed Kakashi to greet him. "I told your friends that you'd be fine." They were all pretty upset about it. They even wanted to go on a retrieval mission to get you. You've got a great group of friends, friends you can trust. Kakashi emphasized the word trust, bringing to Naruto's mind the need to confide in his friends about his Jinchuriki status. Naruto had always said that if they reacted badly he'd hate to lose them as friends. Kakashi had said that if they did they weren't real friends, and those that had remained would have an even stronger bonds. Karen felt like a slight outsider in all of the emotion. She didn't really know Naruto well enough to really run up and hug him, though she did feel grateful for freeing her from Orochimaru. Naruto did however see her and gave her a wave which she gladly returned. "Bachan, there are things I need to talk with you about and I know you have more than a few questions for me, but can we leave them off for now? I wanna meet my friends, I wanna see the village, wanna have ramen." There were a few chortles before Tsunade granted him permission. "Be at my office 10 sharp, kid. Enjoy yourself till then," Tsunade told him, before shining away with Karen. Shizun and Kakashi followed right after, though presumably to different places. This left Naruto, Rei, and Haku a little way outside of the northern gates. They wandered their way back through the gates, the guards giving them no trouble, welcoming back Naruto to the village, a surprise to him. Apparently his heroics against Gaara had made themselves be known across the village, lifting their view of him. As they meandered through the village, Naruto noticed all the efforts that had gone into repairing the village in the past 2 or so months that he had been away, restoring the village to its former glory. They eventually ended up in front of Ichiraku's. "Welcome to Aikir, Naruto Kun." Ayam had started out with her usual greeting, only to stop in surprise and rush around the other side of the counter to hug their newly returned #1 customer. She gave him a bone-crushing hug just as her father walked out of the kitchen after hearing her cry out. Upon seeing Naruto, his face automatically crinkled into a smile. "Naruto-kun, welcome home." Tucci greeted him, his happiness evident in his words. It's good to home, Tucci Gigi." Naruto managed to puff out as Ayam still hadn't released his midsection. 3 deluxe ramen coming up. "And what are the girls having?" "Miso, thank you." They both responded together. "Coming up and on the house." Ayam had finally let go of his midsection to go help her father cook the ramen. The 5 talked, though the conversation was mostly dominated by Naruto telling them of what happened in his time at Orochimaru's base. Haku was more than surprised to hear that there was one more Kagaya alive, telling the rest that though they had been purged in the bloodline wars of Kiri. Naruto, for one, ate at what could be described as a near-human rate. Though still eating his ramen faster than either of the girls, he took more time to enjoy the flavors of the food. All too soon for the group it was time to head off. They spent the time wandering around the village just talking. At some point Haku looked at Rei and gave her a confused look. "Shouldn't the chakra from the Bunshin have run out by now?" she asked. She saw Rei and Naruto quickly glance at each other. At this point she knew something was up. "Let's head to the memorial," Naruto announced, confusing Haku. Rei knew he had picked it as a place that was most likely deserted so he could talk without too much fear of what was going to happen. This time they walked like they had a purpose. Their slow amble from before was now raised to a steady pace as they wended their way to the memorial that honored fallen ninja as heroes. "Let me guess. You altered the technique so that it lasts longer in battle, but you didn't want anyone finding out. Interesting thought, but not even close. The reason that Rei isn't disappearing is because she can't. She's not a bunshin, she's real. Naruto said barely above a whisper. Haku smiled, then chuckled, then she stopped, seeing Naruto and Rei's faces dead set serious. She looked at them closely for any sign of a prank before marching over to Rei. Sorry about this, Rei-chan. Haku said in advance, before prodding her hard in the head. Ow. A bit of warning would have been nice. Rei cried as she got jabbed in the head. Haku looked at her for a second, before her eyes rolled back in her head and she fainted. Haku-chan. Naruto called, coming to her aid. The next time she woke up she was resting her head on Naruto's lap, with Rei sitting Indian by her side. The pair were talking until Rei noticed that she was awake. Welcome back, Sleeping Beauty. Rei greeted with a grin. Haku had a rush of memories and sat up immediately, Naruto and Rei both forcing her back down. Talk it easy. Naruto chided. How? How is that even possible? You told me the story. How did you manage to release a seal planted by a god? Haku asked in a rush. Naruto hesitated, before answering. It was done by a god. It was a show of good faith. They have set me some tasks, as a show of good faith for taking on these tasks. They freed Rei from her imprisonment. Right, and what were these tasks? Haku asked. Kill 2 immortals and a man who altered the course of nature by awakening the dead. Naruto said in a rather casual manner as though he were talking about picking flowers. Orochimaru has to be one, after that jutsu he used in the Chunin exams to fight the Sandaime. But the immortals? Haku asked. Haiden, the Jashinite and the founder of the Uchiha, Madara Uchiha. Naruto answered. They're immortal. How are you planning on doing that? Haku asked. I have complete immortality. Apparently it's against the rules to give true immortality, so I just have to see how theirs works and find a way to kill them that won't reincarnate them. Naruto answered as though it were the easiest thing on earth. Against the rules? Haku asked, expecting him to clarify. We spoke with the gods of creation. Apparently when they grant an individual the blessing of immortality it can't be a true immortality. However, because my blessing is a combination it's all fair game. He explained. Right. She responded, though she sounded uncertain. In any case, let's head to the training grounds, I wanna see everyone. Naruto responded. Yeah, let's. Haku replied, still sounding as though she had something weighing heavily on her mind, but moved to comply regardless. So, worked out what's wrong? Misao asked Kiba as he tended to Akamaru. Far as I can tell he sensed a Hyuth chakra signal coming this way. We haven't heard anything special from the area so I don't think it's hostile, but it's almost becoming painful for him with how strong the signal is. Kiba replied. My Kikai are in a similar state. They can sense the chakra, it's almost overwhelming them. Shino added. Naruto, Haku, and Rei were quickly making their way to the usual training grounds where the genin had their sessions. They could see the area in front of them no more than 100 meters ahead. As they approached the clearing they were almost shocked to see the genin sitting around and talking. The Jounin sensei appeared to be letting them, rather than being on their cases about slacking off. Naruto was practically overjoyed to see them. He put on a sudden burst of speed that neither the girls could keep up with and raced into the clearing. I leave for a few months and already you guys are slacking off. You could have at least trained so you could try and rescue me. Naruto joked. The group was stock still, they were processing the information that they had just received when Sasuke responded the first. You freakin' baka. What kind of an idiot goes on a rescue mission that gets captured himself? He received a few startled looks before Naruto burst out laughing, the entire group looking at the pair as though they'd gone off the deep end. Almost as big a baka as the one who got captured in the first place. Naruto responded. By this time the girls for the Rookie 12 squad had gotten most of their functions back. The next thing Naruto saw was a blur of purple, blonde, and 2 different shades of blue before he was flat on his back with 4 girls giving him a bone-crushing hug. Rei and Haku both walking into the training area in time to see him crash to the ground with 4 girls clinging to some part of his body, had an identical look of displeasure flash across each of their faces. a look that did not go unnoticed by Kurenai as she noticed their arrival. Kurenai grinned as she saw the rookie girls get off him rather quickly as they noticed Rei and Haku approached. "We're so glad that you're back. We asked Tsunade-sama to go on a mission to rescue you. She refused, telling us that you'd be alive and that we had to trust you." Misao told him, a deep amount of regret in her voice at not being able to go and help him. "I'm glad that she refused. Orochimaru isn't exactly the first guy anyone would ever pick to take on." Naruto shivered as his mind turned to the vile snake Sannin. "The ex-prisoners that arrived here said that you rescued them. How did you manage that and getting yourself to safety?" Sai asked. "I have a meeting with the Hokage tomorrow. I'm not sure how much I can and can't tell you. I'll know after the meeting. Then I'll tell you after that." Naruto answered, though it wasn't the real reason behind his hesitation. He still needed to sort things out and then talk with Jiraiya, Tsunade and Kakashi. "So then, what do you want to do?" Ami asked. "I want to train. I'm not sure if you can tell, but I've recently increased my stores of chakra. It's hard to use, so I need to train as much as possible to get used to it." "Wait. That's you?" Kiba and Shino said that the chakra source was enormous. "What happened?" Ino asked. "I'll tell you what I can after tomorrow, there's a lot going on right now." He explained. Ami accepted the response. And so it began. They resumed training, pairing up and sparring for a short while. Then at Kurenai's command they would swap partners. Thus far Naruto had been paired against Hinata, Sai and Sakura. He wasn't certain until he'd fought Sakura, but he was almost certain that they were pulling their punches and treading as though they were walking on eggshells. His next opponent was Sasuke, someone he knew always tried his hardest, regardless. When the match began he charged in, but Sasuke remained on the stationary. When Naruto launched his first attack he left a gap wide open for a counter, but it wasn't taken, nor were the several opportunities that he presented with the next few strikes. "All right. That's it. What the hell has gotten into you? You're all acting as though I'll break if you so much as touch me. What the hell is going on?" Naruto demanded. He wasn't angry, more frustrated than anything. He wanted to regain some sense of normalcy and yet his friends were treating him like an academy student. "Naruto, you just got back. Surely you don't expect us to go all out. We want you around for a bit longer and we're not sure where you're at." Ami was the first to respond. "Do you have any idea how ridiculous that sounds?" Naruto baffled. "When I came home I expected everything to be normal again. I want things to be normal so I can just move past being captured. If you guys are gonna tread on eggshells around me, how the hell are any of us going to get any better?" He asked. "Naruto, we're just concerned for you. We don't want you to overexert yourself." Sakura tried to console. "Overexert myself? You remember who you're talking to, right?" Naruto felt like laughing when he heard that. It seemed that Naruto had made his point if the gleam in Sasuke's eye was any indication. When they resumed their sparring, Sasuke fought with an intensity that wasn't present previously. The others that had yet to spar with Naruto didn't pull their punches either, something that he was grateful. At some point through the sparring Rei and Haku said their goodbyes to the group, promising to catch up the next day. Haku and Rei had not yet parted way and found themselves up upon the Yandame's head. "So what are we going to do?" Rei asked. "About Naruto, and you, and me." She explained quietly. "We can't ignore what's in front of us any longer. You like him, more deeply than just as a friend, and I until recently saw him as just that, a friend." Rei responded. "He changed your opinion in the time away?" Haku asked. "No, not my opinion. My opinion of him was always at its highest. I could see him and you getting close to one another, I was going to stand aside for you." Rei started. "But something changed while you were away." "Something he did?" Haku asked perceptibly. "He gave me my freedom. He bargained, argued and defied a god's will to have me freed, to change my fate. How many people do you know that would go that far?" Rei answered. "None, that's what makes him who he is, and the reason why we are in love with him." Haku answered truthfully as Rei chuckled at her response. That's the first time that you've admitted to actually being in love with him. Rei ribbed. If you are being honest about this, then I can at least do the same. Haku replied. Still, neither of us has answered the question. What should we do? Rei pressed. I wasn't aware that anything needed to be done. Haku replied simply. You can't possibly mean that. Rei replied in disbelief. You know I can. Look in your own heart. Can you bring yourself to give him up? Knowing how you feel, and how you would feel without him, could you put another in the same position? Could you make him choose between us? Haku asked. No, on all accounts no. Rei responded, thinking about what Haku was saying. If that's the case, then you know what needs to be done. Haku answered her question. Nothing needs to be done. We accept things as they are. And stand by it. Rei finished the answer to the problem. Haku smiled gently, before motioning to start walking down. Haku walked Rei to Naruto and Kakashi's house, saying goodbye to the three before departing. Once they were inside and they had been talking a while, it was then that Kakashi turned to Rei and asked her about still being present. Not that I mind you still being here, but isn't it unusual that the bunshin hasn't expired by now? Kakashi asked Rei, the blonde and the redhead turning to each other before Naruto replied. Aniki, I'm gonna be direct about this and say the bare minimum. Everything will be explained tomorrow, but for now, understand that Rei-chan has a real body. Naruto gave him the absolute skeleton of what was going on. Kakashi's visible eye widened before he chose to respond. I'm gonna love to hear the explanation for this in the morning. Kakashi finally spoke. You're taking it better than Haku-chan. Naruto told him. Why, what did she do? Kakashi asked. She jabbed me really hard in the head to try and dispel the bunshin, then when I didn't dispel she fainted. Rei groused. Kakashi didn't respond, but you could see the bemusement lighting his eyes. The next morning Naruto had presented to the Hokage's office along with Rei and Kakashi. Tsunade was seated but Sarutobi and Jiraiya were standing behind her. Glad you could make it on time. She said to Naruto, though everyone on the room could tell that her words were directed at Kakashi, if her glare was any indication. Is there a reason that you summoned Rei out? Sarutobi asked. A lot of this directly relates to her as well as to me. Naruto responded. Very well then, you may as well tell us why were you so late getting back and what's with the ridiculous increase with your chakra? Tsunade asked, getting straight to the point. Well, I suppose the best way to answer that is to say that I had to spend time training my chakra control as nearly the whole amount of Rei's chakra was converted to be my own. That statement made more than a few jaws drop. What? How? The seal wasn't supposed to complete that job until another 10 years. How was it sped up so drastically? Jiraiya was stunned. Naruto paused for a second before he chose to answer. I trust that Karen told you everything up to the point where we parted ways when we escaped. Naruto asked. She did, and I want to see this transformation. Tsunade told him. You will, but for now I'm gonna continue the story from where we split paths. Okay, the first thing that happened was that after Deidara started chasing me and I had given Karen enough of a head start, I lost Deidara by speeding up how fast I was flying. I flew across the ocean to Demon Country. Naruto explained, taking a breath in the process. Demon Country? That's ages away. Why there? Kakashi asked. It was Rei's idea. She said that there was a place that certain people could go to converse with the gods, the Hall of 8 Fathoms. Sarutobi inquired. Yes, how did you know? Rei asked. It's mentioned in our creation myth. In any case, please continue Naruto. Sarutobi answered before motioning to the genin to continue. As hard as it is to believe, I spoke with the 5 creation gods. I asked them about the blessings my 2 different clans received, and why they were given. They responded that they were for outstanding service in the wars. Naruto answered, why would the gods get involved in a mortal's war? Tsunade asked with narrowed eyes. I asked the same thing. You know what they said? They said that it was their fault that the wars started in the first place. Apparently the creation gods fought over who had the most pivotal role. When they couldn't agree they decided to fight for the title. But they didn't want to destroy the high plane of heaven, and if they fought on earth then they would destroy that as well. So each god selected a country. This country represented the god, and when one country dominated all others they would be declared the most pivotal god. So to help their countries along they gave some of their citizens extraordinary powers. Naruto could feel the eyes of all the adults on him as he revealed the grim truth of their world. I can't believe it. All those wars, all those lives lost, families broken, and the hatred that resulted, all for a petty argument. Sarutobi truly did look his age right at this point. Your two clans were blessed, but what were others? Kakashi asked. They only told me on other, it was the request from a man that was from Kumo. He asked to have the power of the gods granted to all those of Kumo descent. Apparently at the time there were only 4 elements for humans to use: fire, water, earth and wind. His wish granted the use of Raitun to all of Kumo descent, including POWs and traders, which is probably how the trait spread through the lands. Naruto explained. And how does all this related back to you absorbing and converting all of Rei's chakra? Tsunade asked. Well, in short, they've asked a few favors of me. To kill 2 immortals and a person that perverted the course of nature. Them freeing Rei, giving her a body and giving me her chakra was a show of faith. A show of faith? Who do you have to kill? Sarutobi asked. Hiden the Jashinite, Orochimaru of the Sannin, and Madara Uchiha, the founder of the Uchiha clan. Naruto replied. The listeners were slack-jawed at the final name. Madara. My own sensei killed him, he died in the process. Sarutobi ground out. Apparently not, and he also found out the truth of the world. He's using the power of his group, Akatsuki, to capture the Bijou and then use their power somehow to kill the gods and create his own utopia where his subordinates will rule. Naruto fired back. How did all of my spy networks never in more than 40 years never stumble upon his existence? Jiraiya asked out loud, though it was understood that the question was rhetorical. Naruto took a deep breath before talking again. I want to leave the village for a while. I want to train to become stronger. I want to see Hiko-sensei to learn the rest of the Hiten Mitsurugi sword style. He can also help me with my dragon form. Naruto asked. Granted. On one condition. You take Jiraiya with you. Tsunade responded. While your other sensei will train you in only the sword style, I want you to remain with Jiraiya to train you in all else that remains. There are other aspects of ninja life that he can introduce you to that can only be experienced by leaving the village. Tsunade informed. You've been considering this for a while now, haven't you? Naruto asked, latching on to the fact that her response was so well thought out for a spur-of-the-moment request. Yeah, when we found that Itachi and Kisame were after you it became a priority. Tsunade replied honestly. If that's the case then how soon can I leave? Naruto asked. Tomorrow. Jiraiya grunted. I need to make some final preparations before we leave, otherwise we could have left now. How long for? Naruto asked. For years or till I'm satisfied with your progress. Whichever comes first. Jiraiya replied. For years. Wow. I'll be nearly 18 by then. Naruto said as he thought about what he was getting into. It'll be quicker if you focus and train hard. The harder you work, the shorter the time you're away from you friends. Sarutobi replied, knowing the boy well enough to know what motivated him. Naruto simply nodded at his advice. Well, now that we have the information that you have provided us, I guess you'd better tell your friends that you will be leaving them soon, though for a much happier purpose. Sarutobi told him, meet me at the gates at 8 tomorrow, Gaki. Jiraiya told him before disappearing to make final preparations. Naruto and Rei left with Kakashi, both filling in the silence with small talk. You're being incredibly quiet. Kakashi observed. I'm thinking about what you said. Naruto replied. About telling the rest of the rookies about your ex-Jinchuriki status. Kakashi recalled. Yeah. If I don't do it now, then I'm not going to be able to do it for a few years. Naruto responded. You'll have Sakura and Sasuke's support. You know that, right? Kakashi offered. Yeah. Yeah, I will. As Naruto thought about them, the task suddenly became more possible knowing that he had their support. By the time that Naruto entered the training area, the group was falling down on the floor. They were training with Guy and his team in physical fitness and taijutsu. Whenever their bodies seemed to adapt to his grueling workouts, he just seemed to up the ante every time. "Good, you're all tired, that's gonna help me with this," Naruto said as he walked into the area. A few of the more energetic people managed to lift a hand to wave and try to say hello, though sounded like a groaning zombie. "I just had the meeting with Bachan and a few others. While I was there, it was decided that I am going to go on a journey to train to become more powerful. I leave tomorrow." Naruto started. More like a couple of years, at least." Naruto responded sheepishly. "What?" Sakura bolted straight into a sitting position. "What about Chunin exams and all that?" Sasuke asked. "Guess I won't have to worry about that for a while. Anyway, that's not really that important. I've got more to tell you. Shikamaru, Sakura and Sasuke already know, but I think I should at least tell you guys as well. We've all known each other long enough for me to trust you with this." Naruto replied simply. Sakura and Sasuke eyed him for a second, knowing exactly what he was talking about. Despite her lack of energy, Sakura moved closer, to show that he had her support. Sasuke simply sat straighter and watched the rest of the group. Shikamaru remained unmoving. "Okay, the first thing that you need to understand is that this is an S-ranked village secret. You have my permission to talk amongst yourselves about this, but be very discreet. Talking about this with anyone outside of the people you see here as well as your respective sensei will result in execution." Naruto told them, if he didn't have their attention before, then he had it now. A little over 12 years ago the Kyuubi attacked this village. We have always taught everyone that the Yondaime defeated it in battle, but he couldn't, it was way too powerful. He sealed the Kyuubi within a newborn baby. It had to be a newborn, it was the only thing that could take the immense chakra and still survive. Naruto explained. "And that newborn was you?" Shino stated rather than asked. Naruto simply nodded. Naruto waited patiently for some sort of outburst from someone, accusations, anything, but they all remained silent. "Well, you guys heard me just then, right?" Naruto asked tentatively. "We heard you, but just, damn, what the hell do you say when you hear a thing like that?" Kiba ground out. "My opinion does not change." Shino replied in his usual monotone. "I house Kikai within myself, but I am not a Kikai." He finished. "My opinion remains unchanged as well. You helped me more than you could know with my fight with Mijinizan, there isn't anything monstrous about you." Hinata explained. "Good thing she hasn't seen his dragon form." Sasuke and Sakura thought almost simultaneously. "There are a few more things I need to tell you. The first is that your own image of the Kyuubi exactly how she is." Naruto started. "What are you talking about?" Tenten asked. She was asked by the leader of a group called Akatsuki Top join them. When she wouldn't, she was placed under a powerful genjutsu that backfired. It made her fly into a rage, attacking everything in sight. Naruto explained. "And how in hell could you know that?" Misao asked. "I've spoken with her. She told me as much. In fact, you've all met her, you all got on with her quite well." Naruto replied. "We've met the Medit." Sai paled considerably at those words. "Her? You've met her?" "Rei Kajirinai. The girl at the Ayabuki cave," Naruto responded, reminding them that Rei was not a thing. "The last thing is that I no longer house Rei. I struck a certain deal. I get all of her chakra in exchange. She lives out her life as a normal person." Naruto explained. "Well, that sure as hell explains Akamaru's reaction when we first saw you. Could barely hide his F. You're worried about Akamaru when the greatest of the 9 demons has been freed? It makes the Yondaime sacrifice in vain. After all the pain that the 9 tails cause, and you think that it fair that it be freed?" Ino burst out. "The Yondaime sacrifice was to save Konoha. As long as it exists, his sacrifice will never be in vain. And I told you already, she never did anything of her own will." Naruto replied. "It destroyed." She started again. "Ino, shut up. The words had come from Shikamaru, shocking most that he could have spoken so coldly. No Shika. She tried to reason again, but was cut off again by Shikamaru. Remember our first B rank? Remember what you made that woman do? Remember what she woke up to when you left? Who was responsible? Shikamaru replied coldly. Their team had promised to never bring that up again, but if she refused to relent then he would open old wounds. That's different. Ino tried to say, sounding slightly hysterical. It's no different. What it boils down to is that neither one had control over themselves at the time. End of story. Shikamaru tried to disillusion her. What are you guys talking about? Sai asked, clearly as confused as the rest. Shikamaru, Ino and Chuji looked between themselves before Shikamaru spoke again. I won't go into too many details, but we've done AB rank. The most I can tell you is that Ino took possession of a woman in the middle of the night and had her murder her own husband. She was found innocent for the murder, but she was devastated by her own husband's murder. Something that even though she knows technically isn't her own doing, she still feels responsible for. It was after all her own hand that ended his life, even if not her own will. Shikamaru explained, I'm going to head home. I have to pack. I guess I'll see you on a few years. Naruto announced sadly. The group recommenced their training, this time in complete silence. Everybody had something on their minds, so they trained and tried to distill their thought at the same time. Naruto thought about the admission that he had just made to his friends. He couldn't help but wonder if any of them felt any differently about him. It lifted his spirits to know that Shino and Hinata viewed him no differently and Kiba acted as though it didn't bother him either. Sai and Miseo both looked as though they had a lot to contemplate, but it was Ino's reaction that had disappointed him. Indeed, it appeared that nobody truly had a problem with him having housed a demon at one point. It was as though they were struggling with their own preconceptions about what a demon was and what they were being told that Rei was like. He had finished packing a while ago. He was doing his final checks before he decided to go and find a few people to say goodbye to before he left. When he left he took Rei with him. His first place to stop was the hospital. He knew that Haku had work today, so he would stop by there and also say goodbye to Megumi and Shizune as well. Naruto and Rei made idle chat as they wandered towards the hospital, mostly talking about who he had to visit before he left. Naturally Ichiraku's would be on top of that list, the remaining sensei that had not been there for his announcement would be in there as well. And now that he thought about it, Tsunade and Sarutobi deserved a goodbye. He hadn't really said goodbye, rather told that he was going on a long-term training mission. Before they knew it they were at the hospital. They entered the hospital and made their way to Haku's usual training area. They were more than surprised to see not only Haku and Megumi as they had expected, but Sakura, Shizune and Tsunade. I guess that's final then. The both of them will study under Shizune until I deem them good enough to study directly under me. Tsunade announced. You're going to train under Ba-chan, Haku-chan? Naruto asked as he walked into the corridor they were talking in. Naruto-kun. Yes, Tsunade-sama has graciously agreed to take me on when she thinks I'm ready. What brings you here? She responded. I was actually looking for all of you. I said my goodbyes to the rookies, but there are still some people that I want to say goodbye to. Naruto responded. Don't you mean hello? You only just returned from being held captive. She looked slightly confused as she inquired. No, I do mean goodbye. I'm leaving to go on a training mission. I'll be gone for at least a couple of years. Naruto informed her. Rei saw the look in her eyes. It looked as though her spirit had been crushed again. It's okay. You and I can keep each other company while he's away. Rei offered. Haku, why don't you take the rest of the day off? Everything here has been finalized. Megumi offered. Thank you Megumi-sensei. Haku replied with a bow. I wanted to say goodbye to you as well, Megumi. Naruto extended his hand. A handshake? You crazy kid. I've been treating you since you were in diapers. She laughed at him before crushing him in a hug. When she released him she passed him to Shizune and Tsunade. Now then, Gaki. You go train hard, we'll look after things here, but don't you dare let that pervert corrupt you. Tsunade warned with a steely glare. Naruto could only quail and gulp under her steely gaze, until her expression changed and she too enveloped him in a hug. Shizune was next. Don't worry, I'll make sure Kakashi stays out of trouble. I'll look after him in your absence. Thanks, I don't want him going back to old habits just because I'm not around. Naruto told her before he turned to Haku and Rei. Come on, I've gotta go tell Kurinai-sensei and Enko-sensei. Naruto told them. Lunchtime with Genin training duties, they'll be at the Dango Palace. Tsunade told them, and so they went. True to Tsunade's words, they were at the Dango Palace. They were with Yugao and her fiancé Heiate. Kurinai and Yugao warned Naruto to not turn into a miniature version of Jiraiya or there would be consequences. When both Heiate and Yugao found that Naruto had intentions of bettering his sword style, they both challenged him to a swordplay match upon his return. Enko made the usual awkward statements about him traveling the world with a legendary pervert and learning a few techniques not related to ninja life, wagging her eyebrows at Rei and Haku, both of whom flushed a bright red. Surprisingly, she had a serious moment where she wished him luck before returning to her light-hearted, almost childish ways. Their last stop was Ichiraku's ramen. They stopped by to tell Tucci and Iam. Tucci was disappointed to hear that his best customer was leaving for a few years. Iam was displeased to hear her father's reason for his crocodile tears and smacked him on the head with a fry pan. She apologized for her father, wished him luck and made him a deluxe ramen on the house as a goodbye gift. When he left, he promised that they would be among the first people to know that he had returned. The last place to visit was the Sarutobi estate. As Naruto walked through the grounds, he realized that he should have told Konohamaru, not to mention entirely forgetting to find Asuma Sarutobi, his remaining jounin instructor. The goodbyes there were short, but heartfelt nonetheless. Konohamaru looked as though he were ready to cry, but withheld his tears. Asuma simply shook his hand, wished him luck and told him that he was in for the experience of a lifetime. After all, the last guy he trained made it to Hokage, Asuma joked, knowing Naruto's aspirations. As for Hiruzen, he paid Naruto one for the biggest compliments he had ever received, saying, "Now you truly are following in the footsteps of your father." For Naruto to be compared to his own hero, it was something that made his heart swell. The trio wandered around the rest of the day, with no real objective, simply to have fun together for the first time in a long time. After all, they wouldn't get this chance for a few years to come. By the end of the night, Haku had returned to her apartment. Before turning in for the night, she had promised Naruto that she would come and see him off in the morning. She gave him a good night hug before watching them leave, then heading inside for the night and turning in. It had been a restless night for Naruto. He could barely sleep, he was excited and nervous at the same time. He was embarking on a journey to become more powerful, but was also saddened that he had to leave at the same time. Jiraiya had stopped by and told him that the preparations were complete. There he had asked his sensei why he wanted to leave so soon after his return. The answer was simple: you need to disappear and not return until you're capable of handling the people coming after you. Akatsuki, Orochimaru, and Kami only knows who else with a grudge. It'll be safer for all involved if you weren't in the village for a good while. Jiraiya explained, for once not treating Naruto like a child. All too soon it was morning and Naruto was up. Despite having little sleep, he was full of nervous energy, so he felt completely awake. He picked up his pack and made his way down to the gates with Kakashi and Rei. He was hardly surprised to Haku, Shizune and Tsunade there, but was thrown off kilter when he saw the rest of the rookies as well as their sensei. "Hey guys! I didn't know you were coming to see me off." Naruto called out to them as he approached. "Don't know what you're talking about," Ami stated, though she had a grin. "We were just doing our usual laps around the village." Misao continued. "When we saw Haku-chan and had to stop to say hello. You being here is merely coincidence." Hinata finished. Naruto looked at them for the longest moment. "You guys have to be the worst liars in history. There isn't any way in hell that any of the sensei would let you take a break in the middle of a routine." Naruto countered with an equally large grin. "I told you he wasn't that much of an idiot." Shikamaru drawled from somewhere near the back. "It was worth a shot," Kiba replied. Kiba grinned before he got serious. "Look, we didn't get a great chance to talk yesterday, but we want you to know that even after what you told us, you're still gonna be one of our pack. Kiba told him, "Thank you. You have no idea how much that means to me." Naruto replied, slightly choked up, "We'll look after Rei and Haku while you're gone. We won't let them be lonely." It was Ino that spoke. "Does that mean that?" Naruto began. "Don't get the wrong idea, actions speak louder than words is all. I'll give her the chance she deserves." Ino clarified. They're adults that looked confused, but among the rookies there was a general understanding. "Come on, Gaki. I wanna leave before the sun sets." Jiraiya grunted at Naruto. Naruto nodded and was about to turn away before he was embraced by a teary Haku and Rei. "Keep safe, don't give us a reason to worry." Haku said gently, "Come back to us soon." Rei said after her, before both kissed a corner of him lips. Naruto had a silly grin plastered on his face as he made his way to Jiraiya. "Oh, and Jiraiya, if we find he's in any way tainted," Tsunade began. "Pain." Haku continued. "Lots and lots of pain." Rei joined in. "Demonic illusions." Kurenai promised. "Accidentally botched medical procedures." Shizune also made her say, "All 5 ladies with demonic auras around them, and even more pain." Anko said brightly, her mood in total contrast to the rest. "I can understand the rest, but even you, Anko?" Jiraiya asked, "If they're all gonna have fun, why can't I?" She responded childishly with a slight pout. "Let's get the hell outta here, Gaki." Jiraiya called to Naruto from down the road. "Ha! Iaro Senin, wait up, you Iarobaka." Naruto called as he chased after his sensei. The group left at the gate was chuckling. "Now I believe we had some stamina and evasion training to continue." Anko recalled. Like a shot the genin were gone. The remainder of the adults slowly moved about to go on to their usual duties, slowly allowing the idea to sink in that they wouldn't see the duo for the next few years.